If you're dying to see what happens next and want to stay 5 episodes ahead in this series and others, then why wait? Join our awesome community of over 500 members on Patreon, where they're already enjoying the latest episodes right now for as little as $2.50 for your first month. So what are you waiting for? Hop over to Patreon after this video and get exclusive early access. With that said, drop a like, leave a comment, subscribe to the page, and I'll see you in the next one. Vegeta stepped through the shimmering portal and emerged in a vast, unfamiliar cityscape. This was Tempest City, the heart of the second realm of Sec 2. Towering spires of stone and crystal stretched toward a swirling sky, and the air hummed with magical energy. The streets were eerily empty and silent, as if the entire metropolis was holding its breath for what was to come. Vegeta's boots echoed on the white marble streets as he advanced, every sense on high alert. He could feel it in his bones. An immense power lurked here, waiting for him. Clenching his fists, the fusion warrior took in his surroundings. Despite the silence, he sensed multiple presences flaring to life around him. Vegeta's eyes narrowed. So, they know I'm here, he murmured under his breath. Each step forward was steady and unyielding. He had just overcome the first realm's trials, and his Saiyan blood, mixed fourfold, burned for the next challenge. Without warning, 3 figures appeared in a blur, landing on the street ahead. Vegeta halted. These were no ordinary opponents. Their auras blazed with formidable strength. Benimaru, a crimson-haired swordsman with a horn protruding from his forehead, rested a hand on the hilt of his long blade, fiery aura flickering around him. Beside him stood Saiyan, a tall, purple-haired warrior woman, brandishing a massive obsidian broadsword. Her violet energy flared with battle lust. And to the side, Diablo smiled thinly, a black-clad, raven-haired demon whose red eyes gleamed with unsettling confidence. They were Rimuru's top generals, the guardians of this realm, and they now moved to bar Vegeta's path. Benimaru stepped forward, voice deep and authoritative. "You will go no further," he declared, drawing his blade in a flash of ember light. "Lord Rimuru awaits, but we will test if you are worthy to face him." Saiyan twirled her heavy sword as if it were weightless, cracking the ground at her feet. "Turn back now," she warned, though a fierce grin betrayed her eagerness. "Otherwise, you face the combined strength of Rimuru's elite." Diablo simply chuckled under his breath, black flames already dancing at his fingertips. "My, what an honor to cross paths with the famed god-killer Lord Zalarian warned Lord Rimuru about." "We take care of you ourselves," he said. "There's no need for my lord to get his hands dirty with the likes of you," he purred, his tone dripping with menace. "I'm a primordial," said Diablo. "The highest rank of demons. Even gods fear my power." Vegeta's lips curled into a smirk. "Would you look at that?" he laughed. "I'm also a primordial as well. But unlike you, who is just a demon, I'm above that. I'm part primordial demon god, among other things. I have all your strength in my little finger, demon." He mocked as the grin could be seen on his face. "He's a demon," Diablo muttered to himself. The moment he saw Vegeta, he could feel something was off about him. He felt energy similar to his own, but different in a way. But now, Vegeta had confirmed it, and in his mind was only one thought. Let's see if the primordial demons from another world could rank up to his absolute power. Now, in front of Vegeta, stood 3 of the strongest warriors of Tempest, yet compared to what he had endured, their power felt manageable, exciting even. "I didn't come here to play with small fry," he said, voice carrying Vegeta's rough bravado and Goku's calm confidence combined. "Stand aside, or be swept aside." Benimaru's eyes flashed at the insult. With a roar, the horned general launched himself at Vegeta, blade swinging. His fiery katana cleaved down, leaving a trail of blazing heat. Vegeta moved like lightning. He sidestepped the strike, the air pressure alone shattering the pavement where he'd stood, and countered with a swift backhand. The blow caught Benimaru across the jaw, sending the red-haired warrior skidding through a row of stone pillars. Saiyan was next. She lunged with a furious shout, bringing her colossal sword down overhead. Vegeta crossed his forearms and blocked the heavy slash head-on. The impact sent a shockwave rolling through the street, shattering nearby windows. Saiyan's eyes widened as Vegeta held off her blade with sheer physical strength. He gave a battle cry and pushed, throwing Saiyan backward. She tumbled through the air before righting herself, astonishment on her face at his raw power. From the flank, Diablo extended his palm and unleashed a sphere of crackling black hellfire. The orb howled as it streaked toward Vegeta's side, intent on incinerating him, but Vegeta merely thrust out one hand. Boom! With a burst of ki, he swatted Diablo's flame attack aside as if batting away a fly. The black orb careened into an empty tower behind him, detonating the upper floors in an eruption of dark fire and rubble. Stone debris rained down, and a cloud of dust billowed. Through that settling dust, Vegeta's silhouette appeared unharmed. His dark eyes glinted with excitement. In the heat of those first blows, he had felt a familiar thrill. Each strike that connected, each glancing burn on his skin, only stoked the furnace of his power. Ultra Ego, the godly destroyer's drive inherited from Vegeta, throbbed within him, making him stronger with every hit he endured. And beyond that, an even deeper hunger stirred in his core, dark siphoning, the uncanny ability to absorb divine energy from any attack. Diablo's infernal flames had singed Vegeta's shoulder, but the divine aspect of that magic was already being consumed into Vegeta's ki, healing the burn almost instantly and bolstering his energy reserves. He could feel it. The longer these lesser fights went on, the more his power would climb. Benimaru staggered back to his feet, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth. Saiyan regrouped at his side, her grip on her sword tightening, while Diablo landed gracefully a few paces away, frowning now in concentration. They exchanged determined nods, then attacked all at once. Benimaru dashed in with blinding speed, sword igniting in roaring flames. He slashed in a wide arc. "Crimson Lotus!" he bellowed, releasing a blazing crescent of fire ki. At the same time, Saiyan leapt high and came crashing down toward Vegeta's other side, her blade glowing with purple energy. Diablo vanished in a flash of black light, reappearing behind Vegeta with claws outstretched, aiming for a deadly surprise strike. Faced with three-pronged assault, Vegeta didn't falter. In a split-second decision born of Gohan's analytical mind and Goku's reflexes, he vanished, using instant transmission to flicker out of the trap just as Benimaru's fiery slash carved a molten trench through the spot where he'd stood. Saiyan's powered strike smashed into the street with a thunderous boom, cracking the earth. Diablo's claws met empty air. Vegeta rematerialized above them, hands already cupped to his side. An orb of brilliant white-blue ki coalesced between his palms, illuminating the battlefield. "Kameham! Ha!" he cried, thrusting his palms forward. A massive Kamehameha wave, bright as a newborn star, erupted downward. The generals barely had time to react. Benimaru and Shion threw up their arms in shock, and Diablo's eyes went wide. The Kamehameha slammed into the street like a divine hammer. Kaboom! The ground split apart under the blast. A pillar of blue-white energy consumed the three generals, and a good portion of the boulevard in a blinding explosion. Nearby buildings disintegrated from the force, and the very air rattled with the impact. When the light faded, a smoking crater stretched where the street had been. Rubble and dust was everywhere. Amazingly, the three generals yet lived. A shimmering, multi-layered barrier had formed around them at the last instant. Saiyan coughed, shaken and kneeling. Her sword cracked. Benimaru's uniform was scorched, and he looked one blow away from collapse. Diablo had erected a quick demonic shield of his own, but it had shattered, leaving him with burn marks across his arms. All three were battered, stunned by the sheer magnitude of Vegeta's power. Vegeta landed lightly at the crater's edge, breathing steady. That Kamehameha was only a fraction of his full power, but it had been enough to decide this bout. He regarded the three proud warriors with a firm, respectful gaze. They had spirit. Attacking together had been a wise move, but they were simply outclassed. Benimaru struggled to stand, clutching his side. Despite the pain, he lifted his blade again, hands trembling, unwilling to surrender. Vegeta admired his resolve, but shook his head. "Stay down," Vegeta said evenly. "I don't want to hurt you more. This fight is over, and I have a champion to face." The horned general grimaced, pride warring with reality, as his blazing aura flickered unsteadily. Before he could attempt another futile charge, a cool, resonant voice cut through the haze. Enough! In an instant, a pressure unlike anything before filled the battlefield. Vegeta felt it and pivoted sharply to face the newcomer. A figure now hovered just above the ruined street, bathed in a calming azure glow. His youthful face framed by wild blue-silver hair, clad in a flowing black coat with glowing runic patterns. It was Rimuru Tempest. The very air seemed to bend around Rimuru's form, and an aura of godlike power radiated from him in gentle waves. This was the being Vegeta had sensed from the moment he entered the realm, the champion of Sect 2, the one called the God Killer. Rimuru's golden eyes swept over the scene, taking in his injured subordinates with a mix of relief and mild reproach. He raised a slender hand, and soft healing light rained down on Benimaru, Shion, and Diablo. In seconds, their burns and wounds began knitting closed. The three generals bowed their heads. Lord Rimuru, Shion murmured apologetically, shame in her voice. Rimuru offered them a gentle smile. You've done enough. Thank you for your efforts. His tone was kind, yet carried an undeniable authority. The healed generals withdrew respectfully, shuffling back from the crater to observe from a safe distance. All their earlier bravado was gone, replaced by a solemn acknowledgement. This battle was beyond them now. Vegeta rotated his shoulders and cracked his neck, keeping his eyes locked on Rimuru. A thrill of anticipation coursed through him. At last, the true battle was at hand. The combined soul inside him, the Saiyan side, was eager for a worthy fight. But the thought of knowing what he had to do replaced the smile on his face with one of seriousness. It's either you or my family, he muttered to himself. To carry out most of the things he's been doing, he constantly has to remind himself what he's fighting for. A light breeze swirled dust between the two warriors as they faced off in the ruined street. Rimuru descended gently to ground level, feet touching down across from Vegeta. Despite his youthful appearance and relaxed posture, Rimuru's presence was colossal, like a serene ocean masking unfathomable depth. Vegeta's Saiyan senses screamed that this opponent was beyond the powers of the fist god killer Kratos. How for, he could tell, but he was about to find out firsthand. For a moment, neither moved. The only sound was the crackle of distant fires from the earlier devastation. Vegeta sized Rimuru up with a discerning gaze. This slim, calm figure was radiating power on a cosmic scale, yet there was no malice in Rimuru's eyes, only focus and a glint of curiosity. Rimuru broke the silence first. Vegeta, I presume, he said, voice clear and courteous. Your reputation precedes you. To force your way here and dispatch my top generals so swiftly, I'm impressed. He inclined his head slightly, a gesture of respect. I am Rimuru Tempest. As the champion of Lord Zalarian, it is my role to defeat you and all the other god killers. Seeing how you have forced your way into my world, I take it you come for me as well. Vegeta smirked, planting his feet in a ready stance. I've been looking forward to this. Save the introductions. All I need to know is that you're the one I have to beat to move on. His aura flared subtly around him, golden sparks flickering before fading. I didn't come this far to fail now. Rimuru nodded, his expression sharpening with resolve. Good. Then I won't hold back. For a brief instant, he closed his eyes. Within him, the voice of Ciel, his ever-present internal AI, spoke at the speed of thought. Analyzing target, fused Saiyan entity detected. Ciel reported silently into Rimuru's consciousness. 4 distinct soul signatures unified. Estimated power, incalculable. Caution, subject's strength increases with physical damage. Trait identified, ultra ego. Additionally, energy absorption capability detected, probable, dark siphoning. Recommend strategy. Minimize delivering energy-rich attacks directly. Utilize spatial or conceptual abilities to neutralize target's advantages. Rimuru's thoughts raced in response. Understood. So brute force energy blasts will only feed him? He kept his outward composure serene, but his mind was already adjusting battle plans. He's literally growing stronger the longer the fight goes, and the more punishment he takes. That's absolutely insane. A wry smile tugged at Rimuru's lips. This is going to be fun. Vegeta, oblivious to Ciel's analysis, but sensing Rimuru's confidence, felt his Saiyan blood pump faster. This calm, blue-haired youth held the power of a god killer, and Vegeta would test that claim thoroughly. High above, beyond mortal sight, The Omni King Xylarian watched the confrontation unfold with silent intensity. The entire realm seemed to pause, as if fate itself awaited the outcome of this duel. Rimuru raised one hand slowly and made a courteous "come on" gesture. "Show me the strength that defied gods and broke through this far." His tone was polite, almost friendly, yet it carried a challenge that echoed across the empty city. Vegeta answered with action. With a burst of ki, he launched himself forward, shattering the ground beneath him. In a heartbeat, he closed the distance, cocking back a fist. His punch rocketed toward Rimuru's face, a blow that could splinter planets. At the last possible moment, Rimuru vanished. Instant motion, a teleportation so swift it left a mirage. Vegeta's punch hit nothing but afterimage. Rimuru reappeared a few meters to the side, palm raised toward Vegeta now. "Dark Thunder!" he intoned. From his hand erupted a fork of crackling bluish-black lightning, divine magic honed to slay even deities. The bolt speared toward Vegeta's flank at light speed. The Dark Thunderbolt struck with a resounding crack, but Vegeta was ready. Channeling Gohan's quick thinking and Vegeta's reflexes, he had thrown up a dense ki barrier around himself at the last instant. The lightning slammed into the invisible shield inches from Vegeta's torso, sparking and arcing violently around him. Vegeta skidded back under the force, boots carving trenches in the street, but held firm. With a shout, he flared his ki and dispelled the electrified onslaught in a burst of golden light. Rimuru's eyes widened a fraction. He blocked it outright. Even as that thought registered, Vegeta counterattacked. He clapped his hands together and unleashed a blazing wave of Kai from his body, a technique akin to Vegeta's explosive wave. Whoom! A spherical blast expanded outwards from Vegeta in all directions, tearing up pavement and roaring toward Rimuru. Reacting instantly, Rimuru crossed his arms. "Multi-dimensional barrier," he said softly. A shimmering, prismatic shield of layered space-time materialized around him, just as Vegeta's energy wave crashed on it. The blast washed over the barrier, unable to penetrate the multiple layers of reality, reinforcing Rimuru's defense. Within the translucent shell, Rimuru stood unharmed, his coat flapping from the residual wind. The moment Vegeta's explosion faded, Rimuru dropped his barrier and struck back in a blur. Utilizing instant motion, he blinked right in front of Vegeta, catching the Saiyan off guard with his sudden speed. Rimuru's fluid motion transformed, his slim arm rippling as it morphed into a hardened slime tentacle, a reminder of his true form. That tentacle whipped forward, coiling around Vegeta's torso and left arm like a living rope. Before Vegeta could tear free, Rimuru's other hand was already glowing with ominous black light. "Soul gluttony!" Rimuru hissed. Vegeta's instincts screamed danger as a vortex of absolute darkness bloomed point blank in Rimuru's palm. The void tugged at him with irresistible force, an ultimate predation meant to devour his very soul and energy. The edges of Vegeta's vision dimmed as his essence felt the pull of that abyss. For the first time in this battle, Vegeta grunted in effort and alarm. Summoning a surge of power, he roared and exploded his aura outward. Ra! A torrent of purple and silver ki, the sign of his divine power awakening, burst from his body in all directions. The shockwave ripped Rimuru's tentacle away and disrupted the concentration of the soul gluttony vortex. Rimuru leapt back gracefully to avoid being caught in the blast, his arm snapping back to normal human shape. Vegeta slid to a halt, breathing a bit heavier, a sheen of sweat on his brow. That was close. Too close. Had he reacted a split second later, Rimuru's gluttony might have sucked out a chunk of his soul. Vegeta wiped a small trickle of blood from his mouth, perhaps from the strain or a minor internal injury. But as he straightened, a wild grin spread across his face. He had taken a risk coming in so aggressively, and it nearly cost him. Yet he could feel his Saiyan fighting spirit surging even higher. His heart pounded with excitement. To him, there were new abilities Rimuru was using against him, abilities that worked differently from the abilities in his universe. It was really catching him off guard, and every time he felt that he was adapting, a new ability was activated by Rimuru. However, the Saiyan love it. As a Saiyan, this is what they live for. Rimuru eyed him, noting the change. The residual energy from Vegeta's aura crackled around him differently now, darker, more intense. Ciel's voice pinged in Rimuru's mind, ultra ego energy output rising. He's drawing power from damage, and from our very attacks. Caution advised. Indeed, the violet hue flickering in Vegeta's ki told Rimuru that his foe's strength was building. The slime demon lord allowed himself a small smile. Good. You really are as tough as Lord Zalarian says. He flexed his fingers. I see now why even gods fear what you've become. Vegeta chuckled, rolling his shoulders. You haven't seen half of it. In a golden flash, he powered up further, his hair flickering from black to a shining Super Saiyan infinity aura for a moment, augmenting his already colossal base power. The street trembled and cracked beneath his feet from the sheer output of his ki. Vegeta was in base form the entire time. However, now he had transformed into his Super Saiyan Infinity's form. He needed to gain as much battle experience with this form, and to him, there was no better time to test it out than now. Not to be outdone, Rimuru closed his eyes briefly. When they reopened, they shone with a fierce light. He reached within and unleashed the full flood of magical energy in his being. A dense aura of cobalt blue enveloped Rimuru, tinged with black at the edges, like a starry night sky. The ground beneath him frosted over and fissured from the sudden pressure. This was his true power unleashed. The might of Void God Azathoth coursing through his form. Buildings for miles around quaked or outright collapsed from the force, now radiating from the two superpowered combatants. At that moment, any semblance of an ordinary fight fell away. These were two godlike beings unleashing their might without reserve. The sky above Tempest City darkened, split by thunder and swirling energy. Bolts of uncontrolled lightning danced across the clouds. The shattered cityscape became a mere backdrop to the titanic forces clashing in its midst. Vegeta moved first, bursting forward with speed that created a sonic boom behind him. He spun into a roundhouse kick aimed at Rimuru's temple. Rimuru raised an arm to block. The force of the kick sent a shockwave blasting outward, pulverizing what remained of a nearby mountain into dust. Rimuru slid back a few inches, arms stinging from the impact. Without hesitating, Rimuru retaliated with a counterblow, a lightning-fast punch toward Vegeta's gut, augmented by monstrous strength. Vegeta crossed his arms just in time to catch the punch, but the blow still sent him hurtling backward through the air. He flipped and righted himself mid-flight, only to see Rimuru appear above him, hands interlocked and already swinging down in a double axe handle strike. Rimuru's overhead smash connected on Vegeta's crossed arms and hammered him down like a meteor. Vegeta crashed into the central plaza of the city, the ground cratering under him from the tremendous force. Dust and debris exploded upward in a column. For a second, it seemed Rimuru had the upper hand, but a furious yell erupted from below. Vegeta burst out of the crater with a vengeance, rocketing up and driving his own punch square into Rimuru's midsection. The hit was solid. Rimuru's eyes went wide in shock as the air left his lungs. Vegeta's fist had snuck past his guard with blinding speed and overwhelming power. Rimuru was launched upward, smashing through a cluster of levitating crystal street lamps, before stabilizing himself in mid-air with a sudden flare of his aura. In a blink, Rimuru sprouted translucent draconic wings of pure energy from his back to halt his involuntary flight, another manifestation of his shapeshifting and stored dragon powers. He wiped his lip where a trail of azure blood, more magical essence than true blood, glimmered. That punch had hurt. Rimuru couldn't remember the last time he'd actually felt pain in a fight. Rather than anger, it ignited a fierce joy in the slime hero's heart. High above the ruined skyline, Rimuru hovered and drew a deep breath. Not bad at all, he praised. But how do you handle this? He thrust his arms out to his sides, fingers splayed. Instantly, a dozen magic circles flared into existence around Vegeta, encircling him in every direction. From each circle, a blinding beam of white-hot energy lanced inward, Rimuru's famous Megiddo technique, focusing sunlight into pinpoint lasers, raining from all angles. It was like being trapped inside a deadly cage of light as searing beams converged on Vegeta. For a moment, Vegeta was obscured by the lattice of destructive rays. The area he stood erupted in explosions of light and heat. Rimuru watched intently, scanning for any sign of movement amid the blinding barrage. Suddenly, a figure shot upward from the midst of the carnage, trailing smoke but very much alive. Vegeta had escaped the convergence at the last possible second with an instant transmission, appearing directly above Rimuru's position. His battle armor was scuffed and steaming from a few glancing hits, and a burn mark marred his left cheek. But his Saiyan grin was in full force, and his eyes practically glowed with combat adrenaline. In his hands, Vegeta was already charging a new attack, a crackling orb of Kai swirling with both brilliant gold and eerie purple energy. "Big Bang Final Flash!" he shouted, thrusting his palms forward. The orb erupted into a gigantic golden beam laced with Hakai energy. This was one of Vegeta's ultimate attacks, enhanced by both his God of Destruction and Angel Omni energy, a blast potent enough to erase almost anything in its path. The massive beam roared toward Rimuru, who had only an instant to react. Trusting Ciel's calculations, Rimuru didn't attempt to fully withstand it. Instead, he activated space-time domination. Space itself bent around him, and he sidestepped through a brief ripple in reality, dodging the beam by a hair's breadth. The final flash grazed his right arm, obliterating one of his energy wings and charring his sleeve to ash. But Rimuru himself evaded the direct hit. The beam continued on, smashing into the horizon. An entire district of Tempest City behind Rimuru was vaporized in an earth-shaking explosion, the night turning momentarily to day from the blast's radiance. Rimuru reappeared from his spatial sidestep, breathing a bit harder now. Vegeta's relentless offense left him no time to recover. Barely had Rimuru rematerialized when Vegeta was upon him again, pressing the advantage. The two blurred across the sky, exchanging punches and kicks at hypersonic speeds. Each collision of fist against forearm sent out ripples that cracked floating structures and shook what remained of the city below. As they fought, both warriors adapted rapidly. Rimuru noted that direct energy blasts were risky. Vegeta either absorbed part of them or shrugged them off. Meanwhile, Vegeta realized that Rimuru's shapeshifting and spatial skills made it hard to land a clean blow. The slime could slip away or morph his body to disperse damage. It was becoming a contest of skill as much as power. Raw strength versus versatility and intellect. At one point, Rimuru attempted to entomb Vegeta in an infinite prison, weaving a complex magical rune mid-battle. Glowing chains of runic energy coiled around Vegeta's limbs, seeking to lock him in stasis. But Vegeta flexed every muscle and let out an earth-shaking yell, his aura flaring. Fueled by Ultra Ego's boost, he ripped the magical chains apart through sheer brute force, shattering the prison spell into sparkling fragments. Rimuru swiftly darted back to avoid the wild backhand. Vegeta swung immediately after. The punch struck only air, but left a concussive boom in its wake. Conversely, Vegeta attempted a cunning trick of his own. Mid-exchange, he suddenly stopped attacking and spread his arms wide, deliberately opening his guard. Rimuru, seeing an opportunity, lunged with a spear hand strike aimed at Vegeta's heart. But that was exactly what Vegeta had baited. As Rimuru's hand thrust forward, Vegeta twisted and trapped Rimuru's arm under his own, locking the limb against his side. With Rimuru now close and momentarily immobilized, Vegeta drove his knee up into Rimuru's ribs with ferocious power. Thud! The knee strike connected, making Rimuru gasp. Vegeta followed by slamming his elbow down on Rimuru's back, sending the slime hero crashing through the roof of a grand hall below. The entire building collapsed into rubble around Rimuru from the impact. A huge crater could be seen. Vegeta hovered above the debris, chest heaving from exertion but exhilarated. Down in the rubble, Rimuru stood slowly, pushing a massive chunk of wall off of himself. His body glowed as he regenerated any damage in seconds. Slime cells knitting back together, bone and flesh, as if the injuries were trivial. He rolled his shoulders, looking none the worse for wear. "Huh, you regenerate too. Should have figured," Vegeta muttered, wiping sweat from his brow. This battle was pushing even his fused might to its limits, and yet he felt his energy only growing hotter and heavier with every clash. The dark siphoning quietly continued to leach bits of energy from each of Rimuru's magical assaults. Vegeta's power was steadily creeping upward, bit by bit. Rimuru, on the other hand, felt something unfamiliar: fatigue. He had nearly limitless magical energy thanks to absorbing a true dragon and countless other sources, and Ciel's optimizations meant he rarely tired. But here, against Vegeta, He'd expended a tremendous amount of power, and his opponent was only growing fiercer. Ciel's calm voice rang in his mind. Warning. Energy expenditure is 21% above estimated optimal. The enemy's absorption is siphoning significant output. Rimuru acknowledged the warning grimly. He realized he needed a new approach. Something decisive that Vegeta couldn't just endure and grow stronger from. It was time to turn the tide with the full extent of his ultimate skill. Up in the turbulent sky, thunder boomed. Both fighters paused amid the devastation, eyes locking. Each recognized that the other was holding one final trump card in reserve. The next exchange would decide everything. Far above the embattled realm, seated upon a floating dais of cosmic marble, Xylarian watched with unblinking eyes. The Omni King, child of Zephyr and supreme overseer of the multiverse, had followed every blow of Vegeta and Rimuru's clash. Around him hovered a panoramic projection of the battlefield, suspended in mid-air by divine power. Stars and galaxies twinkled faintly in the distance behind his throne, but Xylarian's full attention was fixed on the raging conflict below. He leaned forward on his ornate seat, the flicker of explosions reflected in his ancient yet youthful silver irises. With each thunderous collision, Xylarian felt the very fabric of Sect 2 quiver. The realm's dimensional barriers strained to contain the sheer destructive force these two combatants unleashed. Cracks in space flickered at the edges of the battlefield, spiderwebbing outward before cosmic energy sealed them up again. It had been eons since Xylarian had witnessed a battle of this magnitude. Remarkable, the Omni King murmured to himself, fingers steepled under his chin. He had expected a spectacle. Rimuru Tempest was his champion, a god-killer forged to vanquish even divine threats. Yet here was Vegeta, a mortal-born fusion warrior, matching Rimuru blow for blow. No, more than matching. With each passing minute, Vegeta's power climbed higher, the Saiyan's unique abilities turning the tide. Xylarian could scarcely hide his astonishment. A grin tugged at the corner of the Omni King's mouth. To think that my little bro, Zeno, actually created such a being in his little multiverse. His little brother, who only cared about playing, had managed to produce such a powerful subject. The thought of it was too hard to believe. But here he was. The warrior was in his universe, challenging his greatest mortal creation. Tiny motes of cosmic light flitted around Xylarian's head, attendant spheres of awareness echoing his thoughts. They, too, sensed the unprecedented stakes. One bold mote chimed directly into Xylarian's mind, a cautious whisper. Sire, at this rate, Rimuru may not prevail. Xylarian's gaze narrowed, but he gave a slight nod. The mote only confirmed what he already saw. Rimuru was pushing the limits of Azathoth's power. The champion's aura blazed like a newborn star, yet Vegeta still stood, battle-hungry and unyielding. Who would have thought, Xylarian mused quietly, that the one cast aside by the gods would rise to challenge my strongest? His voice echoed softly through the silent cosmic hall. In that moment, Xylarian thought of Zephyr, his father, the primordial being who had sanctioned these trials of the three sects. It was Zephyr who had revived the Saiyans after his brother Zeno had killed them. Xylarian recalled watching from afar as the fight between Zeno and the Saiyans was being felt between worlds. Father, Xylarian whispered. What are you planning? He muttered under his breath. Surely you realize that you can't keep him hidden away from Zeno for long. Sooner or later, he will sense this disturbance. And when he does, he will kill them again. And this time, make sure they're really dead. We both know that my brother isn't simply going to allow some mortal to take away his title and authority. There was no response in the emptiness, but the distant rumble of the battle. Xylarian allowed himself a wry smile. Whether this development pleased or worried him, even he could not quite tell. But one thing he knows for sure. Things haven't been this exciting ever since that Monkey King who was killing all their gods from the three sects. The same Monkey King that was now locked up in the mountain. A particularly massive explosion blossomed within the projection. Vegeta's final flash tearing through the city. Xylarian's eyes widened at the cascade of golden ki, lighting up the darkness. When the light faded, the Omni King exhaled slowly, realizing he had been holding his breath. Rimuru had narrowly evaded that attack by the slimmest margin. The Omni King rose from his throne, floating a few inches above the dais as he peered down. His regal white robes glimmered with starlight. Incredible, he said, voice reverberating across the silent expanse. They push each other to the brink of oblivion. Never did I imagine a fused mortal could rival my chosen champion. A mix of excitement and concern churned in his ancient heart. He clasped his hands behind his back. The outcome of this duel would reverberate far beyond this realm. If Vegeta triumphed, he would step into Sect 3, the final trial, carrying unimaginable power and the hard-won experience of defeating a god-killer. Xylarian knew what awaited there, and it made even him uneasy to picture Vegeta in that ultimate confrontation. If Rimuru fell, the Omni King's greatest champion had been surpassed. A new variable, a rogue element, would advance beyond his design. Still, Xylarian could not deny the thrill coursing through him. A part of him, the warrior prince buried beneath the Omni King's duties, quietly cheered for the spectacle. This was the kind of battle song in cosmic legend, the kind that only occurs once in countless millennia. Vegeta. Xylarian spoke the name softly, tasting its weight. Show me the resolve of the warrior who wants to defeat my brother Zeno. Rimuru, show me the might of the one who devours gods. Let's see whose conviction truly stands supreme. His words faded into the void, but the sentiment hung heavy. Far below, amid the ruins of Tempest City, two blazing auras faced each other for the final exchange, unaware that the Omni King's gaze was fixed upon them and that the fates of worlds hung on their victory. Xylarian slowly sat back down upon his throne, heart pounding in tandem with the distant pulses of energy. The climax was at hand, and even the Omni King dared not predict who would emerge the victor. Vegeta and Rimuru floated amid the ruins, facing each other under a sky torn by storm and seething with energy. The city around them was almost completely obliterated, craters and rubble stretching out in all directions. Sparks of ki crackled in the air, and droplets of condensed energy rained down like a glimmering drizzle. Both warriors were breathing hard. This was the climax, one final exchange to settle the battle. High above, Xylarian watched with bated breath. The cosmos itself seemed to hold still. Rimuru closed his eyes for a heartbeat, gathering every last reserve of strength into his core. Ciel's voice sounded in his mind one final time. Master, releasing all remaining energy. Proceed with ultimate skill. Void, God Azathoth. Full discharge. Caution. This will consume nearly all stored magicules. Rimuru acknowledged with a subtle nod to himself. There was no other choice. If Vegeta survived what he was about to unleash, Rimuru would have nothing left. Far below, Vegeta planted his feet firmly on a chunk of shattered pavement that hovered mid-air, bracing himself. His Saiyan senses tingled. Something monumental was coming. He grit his teeth and powered up his aura in response. Golden and purple flames swirling around his battered body. Cuts and bruises littered his arms and face, and his armor hung in charred scraps from his frame. Blood trickled from a cut on his forehead, trailing past one eye. But Vegeta stood tall, eyes alight with unwavering resolve. The combined pride of Vegeta and determination of Goku within him refused to falter. He would meet whatever Rimuru unleashed, head on. Rimuru opened his eyes. They shone now with pure white light, and his form began to rise higher, magicules spiraling around him in a fierce maelstrom. Above his head, a sphere of utter darkness began to condense. Small at first, then growing rapidly as more and more of his energy poured into it. It was like a black sun, rimmed with an eerie purple glow. The very air died within its radius. Chunks of ground and debris were lifted upward and disintegrated as they touched the expanding orb. Vegeta felt the hairs on his arms stand up. This attack, it wasn't merely energy, it was void, a nullification of reality itself. A primal instinct warned him. This is simply astonishing. His muscles coiled, and he centered his ki, concentrating every ounce of power into both offense and defense. With a voice that echoed across the shattered realm, Rimuru spoke the name of his ultimate attack, Nihility Collapse. In that instant, the black sun of void energy collapsed inward and then exploded outward in a massive wave of annihilation. A dome of darkness surged forth from Rimuru's position, expanding relentlessly to swallow everything in its path. The fabric of space-time itself screamed as the void wave tore through it, erasing ground, air, and light in its wake. From Xylarian's throne, it looked as though Sect 2 had been consumed by a black hole. The Omni King stood once more, eyes wide as the colossal sphere of darkness devoured the battlefield. Down on the ground, Vegeta had less than a heartbeat to act. With a guttural yell, he poured every ounce of Kai into a tight barrier around his body. "Ki prison!" he shouted, as using his ki, a ball of prison surrounded him. This was one of Gohan's techniques, and a powerful one. It was mostly used for offense, but this time its use on the defensive attack. Layering divine energy. Ki, one of the fundamental energies he could draw upon. A sphere of blinding purple aura, tinged with the Hakai power of destruction, erupted around him, just as the void collapse crashed down. A soundless shockwave of darkness swept over the entire area. What remained of buildings and earth were simply wiped from existence as the void energy passed. Vegeta's form was completely engulfed in the impenetrable black flood. At the epicenter, Rimuru hovered with arms outstretched, pouring every last drop of power into the attack. His face was contorted with exertion, and for a fleeting moment, hope. No opponent had ever withstood this technique. Not Veldora, not the strongest of demon lords. None had survived direct contact with Azathoth's full wrath. The black void raged for several endless seconds. At last, Rimuru's reserves were exhausted. With a final pulse, the dome of darkness began to dissipate. The void shrank and faded, leaving behind a massive hemispherical crater etched into the landscape. Where once a city stood was now an enormous bowl of nothingness, its edges sizzling with residual distortions. The very ground had been erased down to smooth glass. Rimuru hovered above the center of the crater, chest heaving, vision swimming. A cold dread crept into his heart as he scanned the utter desolation below. Is it over? He wondered, desperately seeking any sign of life. Ciel was silent. The AI had gone dormant, having expended all processing power to execute that final move. As dust and darkness cleared, a silhouette slowly emerged at the epicenter. Rimuru's eyes widened in disbelief and despair. "No, that's impossible," he whispered. There, standing amid swirling smoke, was Vegeta, battered, burned, but undeniably alive. His armor was completely obliterated, save for a few charred scraps clinging to his shoulders and waist. His left arm hung limp at his side, blood dripping from fingertips. One eye was swollen shut, and steam rose off countless scorched wounds across his body. Yet, impossibly, he stood upright. A faint aura of violet energy still crackled around him, the tattered remnants of his ultra-ego-fueled shield that had barely, just barely, kept him intact. Vegeta's head was bowed, his chest heaving with ragged breaths. Every fiber of his being screamed in agony. Rimuru's ultimate attack had been beyond devastating. Vegeta felt as though his blood had turned to fire in his veins and his bones to molten steel. But as the agony threatened to consume him, something else swelled from deep within, a ferocious power roaring to life. Every wound, every burn was fuel for the blaze inside him. Ultra Ego, one of his passive abilities, converting pain into strength. Simultaneously, tendrils of dark divine energy, lingering traces of Rimuru's attack, drifted in the air, and Vegeta's innate dark siphoning drank them in like a parched man tasting rain. The very void energy that had nearly killed him was now being absorbed, its godly essence flowing into Vegeta's ki reserves. Rimuru could only watch, stunned and drained, as Vegeta slowly lifted his head. The Saiyan's one good eye blazed with renewed power. He straightened his back, squaring his shoulders. The fractured ground beneath his feet cracked further from the sudden spike in his energy. Vegeta then threw his head back and screamed. A raw, victorious cry that shook the air. Rah! Purple and silver aura erupted around him in a raging inferno. Chunks of rubble nearby disintegrated under the pressure. His hair, once black and even singed away in places, now regrew and shifted hue, flaming into a deep royal purple and silver, the unmistakable sign of a fully realized Super Saiyan infinity. The wounds across his body began to cauterize and close, burnt flesh flaking off as new, stronger skin regenerated beneath. Vegeta's power was skyrocketing, ascending to a level far beyond even what he'd displayed moments ago. It was at the moment Vegeta had finally, for the first time since Xeno unleashed 50% of his true strength. The Saiyan just needs a fight that can truly push him, and here it was, in a gift killer like himself. Rimuru's heart plummeted. He had poured everything into that last gambit, and it had not been enough. Now Vegeta stood ascendant, wounded, yes, but more powerful than ever. The slime's arms dropped limply to his sides. It took all of his will just to stay aloft, his wings of energy flickering weakly. His magicules were nearly depleted. Even his prodigious regeneration was slowing to a halt, with nothing left to fuel it. CL options? He whispered internally. There was no reply. CL remained silent, unconscious within him. Rimuru was truly on his own, exhausted and facing a warrior who had surpassed godhood. Vegeta's primal yell faded, and he fixed his fierce gaze on Rimuru. There was no hatred there, only resolve, respect, and an undeniable dominance. That was your best, Rimuru, and it almost ended me, Vegeta called out across the gulf between them, his voice a deep, resonant growl. He wiped a smear of blood and soot from his face with his still functioning right hand. I got too careless. I underestimated you, and I held back, and for that, I almost got caught lacking. You lived up to your title, God Killer. For a moment, despite the adrenaline and Saiyan battle lust coursing through him, Vegeta's tone was almost appreciative, acknowledging the champion's incredible might. But now, it's my turn. Rimuru drew a shuddering breath and summoned the last vestiges of his strength. Shaking, he raised his arms and formed a final, multi-dimensional barrier around himself, a fragile, translucent shell of layered energy. Cracks appeared across it as soon as it formed. Rimuru simply lacked the power to maintain it. Even so, he refused to roll over and accept defeat. A warrior to the bitter end, he gathered a tiny sphere of blue energy in his right hand. A last desperate attack, nowhere near what he once could muster, but all he had. High above, Xylarian leaned forward once more, knuckles white as he gripped the edge of his throne. This was it, the final, decisive moment. Vegeta inhaled deeply, centering himself. Despite the throb of pain in his limbs, he felt the ocean of Kai now at his command, surging higher than ever. He brought his hands together at his side, fingers splayed wide. Immediately, whirls of incandescent energy began gathering between his palms, a brilliant mixture of sapphire blue and golden yellow, interlaced with crackling purple and silver energy. This was a mixture of all of his previous forms. The air around Vegeta vibrated with raw power. The very sky above took on a flickering glow from the intensity of the ki swelling in Vegeta's grasp. Debris and dust lifted off the ground, drawn into the swirling aura around him. A high-pitched whine built up, heralding the attack's impending release. Within Vegeta's soul, the voices of his components harmonized in purpose. Goku's steady confidence guided the familiar stance. Vegeta's fierce pride fueled its intensity. Gohan's keen focus kept the raging energy stable, and Broly's savage might made it roar. Vegeta's eyes locked onto Rimuru's distant, wavering form. He wasn't going to give the slime any chance to recover or escape. Rimuru recognized that stance, as Lord Xylarian had shown him the fight Vegeta had with all the gods, including the one with Zeno. His fading golden eyes went wide, with a mix of awe and resignation. Kamehameha, or is it something more? The energy Vegeta was amassing was colossal, far beyond anything Rimuru could counter in his state. Still, the champion of Tempest gritted his teeth and narrowed his eyes with defiance. If this was to be his end, he would meet it head on. Rimuru steadied himself within his failing barrier, pouring every drop of willpower into the thin shield and the weak azure beam forming at his fingertip. It was a gesture of resolve as much as anything. Vegeta felt the energy peak, the sphere between his hands now a blinding star of combined ki. His voice echoed across the ruined land, thunderous and final. Final! Kamehameha! He thrust his palms forward, and the gathered energy erupted in an overwhelming torrent. A titanic beam of swirling blue and gold, ki, wrapped in veins of crackling purple destruction, tore through the air like the wrath of a god. The final Kamehameha streaked toward Rimuru, illuminating the night sky with its brilliance. The ground beneath Vegeta's feet shattered from the backblast, fissures radiating outwards as he poured everything into the attack. Rimuru mustered a last cry and released his own meager counter, a thin ray of blue energy lancing out from his hand. The beams met in midair for the briefest moment, a tiny spark of resistance, before Vegeta's final attack utterly consumed Rimuru's effort and slammed into his barrier. But then Rimuru wasn't finished. Beelzebub Rimuru should, as a wave-off black energy, erupt from his hand as it started to consume the energy while it rushed a Brogito. Rimuru was trying to absorb Brogito just like he did with the dragon. He wanted to be able to absorb and mimic Brogito's abilities as his own. This was indeed his most powerful ability. Instantly, Brogito was absorbed. "What is this?" said Brogito, as had yet again been caught off guard. "Analysis started," said Ciel. "Analysis fails. In expected energy, energy can't be analyzed." In that moment, Brogito had immediately released 100% of his energy. "Big Bang Attack!" he shouted as a dimension-level energy radiating out from his body, consuming the darkness. He held nothing back. All the powers of all his transformation, all power up from Hakai, and angelic divine energy. His energy kept rising higher and higher. There was no ending to it, as once his energy had reached his limit, he tapped into the 5 fundamental energies he now has access to. Rimuru ultimate skill, Beelzebub, had failed. The excess of Hao was simply too much. Not even him in his Demon Lord state could absorb this level of divine energy. As Broom, the darkness, there was no light. Ah! Rimuru's scream was drowned in the roar of the beam as the colossal wave of Kai engulfed him. The multi-dimensional barrier held for less than a heartbeat before shattering like glass. In that instant, Rimuru's world became only light and unimaginable pain. His consciousness flickered, a final thought crossing his mind. "Forgive me, everyone. I have failed you all. He's simply too powerful. Forgive me." The final Kamehameha detonated in a blinding column of energy that surged high into the sky. It was as if a second sun had ignited over the realm as the entire planet. No, the entire world was inside his energy. There was no planet, no one in the second sect that could escape. It looks as if Brogito was about to destroy an entire realm, not a universe, nor multiple, but dimensions. However, Brogito could carry such mass genocide out, so he bullet all in, using his absolute energy control. He inherited that's to Gohan, being a part of his fusion. It was now concentrated around a single being, and that being was Rimuru. The very air vibrated with the impact, and the Demon Lord simply vaporized as he turned into light, and then pure negative energy floating above the ground in one place before it crystallized into a red core, a demon core to be exact. After a long moment, the light faded. Brogito lowered his smoking hands, chest heaving with exertion. Where Rimuru had made his last stand, there was now only a deep crater. Brogito hovered in the air, adrenaline slowly ebbing. He scanned the crater, ensuring no trace of Rimuru's energy remained that could threaten him. It was then that the demon core, the negative energy inside it, called to him. This core, a core formed from the millions of souls Rimuru had killed, the negative energy formed from the resentment each soul felt when they died. Rimuru Tempest, the Godslayer, Xylarian's mightiest champion, was defeated, but upon his death, he had left the Saiyan a gift. As Brogito caught his breath, he noticed the floating motes of azure light coalescing and drifting toward him. He recognized this phenomenon. It was the release of Rimuru's essence, the divine magicules and life energy that comprised the slime's being. In death, a being as powerful as Rimuru didn't leave a corpse. He left energy, knowledge, power itself, set loose as it was starting to radiate out of the crystallized core. Normally, such energy would dissipate harmlessly into the atmosphere, but Brogito knew he needed that energy. He had grown stronger because of the battle, but he could tell that this energy would transcend him to the next level. Kai Thread, he called out as the Kai Thread came out from his shadow and attached itself to the core as he drained it of all its energy, making it his own. And with that, he received instant gratification from this. All his abilities had grown much stronger. He literally has enough energy to power an entire multiverse, just like Xeno, if only he had the creation abilities to do so like the Omni King, even though he himself was an Omni. Brogito closed his eyes and opened himself to the influx. Soft tendrils of azure and gold light flowed into his body, spiraling into his chest and merging with his own ki. It was a gentle sensation. He could feel it. The essence of Rimuru, centuries worth of power, knowledge, and experiences intermingling with his. There was no sudden, overwhelming surge, just a deepening, a broadening of the ocean of power within him. And then it happened. There was a voice in his head, but this time it wasn't Wukong, it was Ciel. System analyzing. Analyzing completed. New master, Vegeta. Race, unknown. The host is a mixture of demon, angel, and Uzuru race, now known as the Saiyan race. Hello, master. My name is Ciel. How can I access you? What in the hell? Said Vegeta, as he was freaked out by the voice in his head. Wukong, said Vegeta, but he remembered the entity called himself Ciel. Who are you, and how? What are you doing in my head? The Saiyan was in total shock. Even though he was used to another being been in his head, thanks to Wukong, who was in Broly's psyche, but he was just in a battle. He wonders if he's gotten Rimuru's death wrong, and this was an attack by him. Ciel, who can now understand his thoughts, spoke. I am, or was, a sentient system that aid my former master Rimuru. I helped him get as strong as he did. Now since Rimuru had died, and you have absorbed his essence, you have also absorbed mine. So how I exist in you. I'm here to help you get even stronger. My existence is to be your command master. All of this puzzled Vegeta, and he couldn't help but think that this was somehow connected to Zephyr's. It's no coincidence that he was able to gain a significant influx of power after defeating 2 of the 3 beings I was told to fight. First, I quit the chaos energy from Kratos, and now this system thing, or woman, from Rimuru. However, the Saiyan wasn't complaining. He was indeed gaining strength at an alarming rate. His only goal is to save his family. He could worry about where his power conforms. If he wanted to defeat Zeno, he would need all the help and power he can get. High above, Xylarian observed this unexpected turn with silent awe. Vegeta was quickly becoming something far greater than even Zephyr likely anticipated. Within moments, the last sparkling wisp of Rimuru's power was absorbed. Vegeta exhaled, a long breath that sent a small swirl of dust spiraling below. He slowly lowered himself to the ground, his boots touching down at the edge of the enormous crater. For a long beat, he stood there, eyes closed, feeling the newfound depth of his strength. The flames of his aura gradually dimmed, settling into a stable glow around him. After another, said Ciel, based on your previous strength at the beginning of the fight, after defeating Rimuru and absorbing his energy, your strength has increased drastically. Your power has increased by 80%. Your current strength, immeasurable. Your current speed, immeasurable. Your current power level, immeasurable. All attributes are beyond their intended limits. You are now an all-powerful being. You are now in the ranks with Lord Xylarian. Vegeta opened his eyes and looked at the space. To the normal eyes, Vegeta was looking up into space. However, all the level of divinity Vegeta was at, he was looking beyond such confinement. He was observing his family, his wives and children in Universe 7 from another dimension. This feat was no ordinary feat, as this asserts Vegeta's title. The Saiyan was on the edge of becoming an Omni-King, a king just like Zeno, who thanks at the top of all Omni beings. A king who rules over dimensions. What Vegeta was using was the all-seeing eyes, however, with limitations, as he was not yet a full-fledged Omni-King. The Saiyan's smile as his vision came to a close, as he could use this new ability for 5 seconds. Their families were worried about them based on how they left, but they were alive and well, and that was the most important thing. Slowly, the dust began to settle over the annihilated landscape. Vegeta surveyed the ruin that had been Tempest City. The mighty metropolis was gone, reduced to an expanse of craters, shattered foundations, and flickering fires. Only a few broken pillars and archways remained at the far edges, standing like lonely gravestones in memory of the battle. The nation of monsters was destroyed, and in the middle of the destruction was Vegeta, who started to heal rapidly. Using Gohan Ki techniques, he started to heal himself, using all the life energy in the atmosphere. However, what Vegeta started to realize was that the more he heals his body, the more powerful he gets, thanks to his passive ability, his Zenkai boast. Usually, there would be a backlash for a mortal for having so much power. However, unlike before, Vegeta's body could handle it and more. After all, he's no mortal. His mortal stays have been burned away. Vegeta was now an Omni-King, a newborn. Although there were Omni-Kings before him, like Zephyr children, Vegeta was the first mortal to attain this rank. And all the deities could feel the birth of the new Omni-King, as all of them started a connection. For a minute or two, Vegeta simply breathed, letting his racing heart gradually slow. The second trail is over, only the third remains, he told himself again, with equal parts relief and disbelief. Sect 2's champion had fallen. He had cleared another trial that by all rights should have been impossible. A ghost of a smile tugged at his lips, part pride in his achievement, part anticipation for what lay ahead. As if on cue, a gentle hum began to resonate through the air. At the center of the colossal crater, space itself started to warp and shimmer. He watched warily as a circular portal flickered into existence. Its edges crackled with multicolored energy, slowly stabilizing into a smooth, mirror-like surface of pure white light. Through it, nothing could be seen yet, only the brilliance of whatever realm awaited beyond. This could only be the gateway to Section 3, the final realm of the trial. High above, the turbulent skies had calmed to a dark, star-studded canvas. From that calm, a resonant voice echoed down, amplified by divine will to reach Vegeta's ears. It was youthful, yet authoritative. The voice of Xylarian, Omni-King of the multiverse. "Well done, warrior." Xylarian's words rang out over the silent battlefield. "Consider you trails over." "Huh, what do you mean?" said Vegeta. This confused him, as he thought he had to complete 3 trails, not 2. However, what Vegeta failed to realize was that his ascension to Omni-King rank had alerted all the Omni-Kings and higher rank in existence. Every single one knew that a new Omni-King was born. While they don't know who, a few will have an idea as to who. And Xylarian knew that his brother Zeno will figure it out and come looking. Xylarian tilted his head up toward the heavens. He couldn't see Zephyr from here, but he could sense that omnipresent gaze. "Father," he spoke, "it seems that you've miscalculated. You didn't expect the former mortal to achieve this rank until the 3rd trial. Well, he did, however. Although he's now an Omni-King, I still don't think he's as strong as my brother." As Vegeta was about to say something to Xylarian, he was pulled through the portal by an unseen force. Far above the stars, beyond the heavens themselves, the scene shifts. The endless void parts to reveal the new palace of the Omni-King, a structure so vast that its boundaries vanish into infinity. The walls shimmer like liquid crystal, pulsating with divine rhythm, while at the center rises a throne carved from living light, both radiant and terrible. Upon it sits Zeno, the Omni-King. His form is tiny, childlike, yet from him radiates a pressure that could silence galaxies. But tonight, his face is dark with frustration. He has only just returned from Wukong's mountain, and though he left victorious, his fury lingers. That old guard, his former creation turned greatest enemy, had returned. Wukong still remained sealed, yet Zeno knew the truth. The Saiyan deity had been plotting his escape from the very beginning. The creation of the Uzaru race, which later became the Saiyans, was no accident. Wukong had sown that seed long ago, gambling on the chance that one day a vessel strong enough to contain his overwhelming power would emerge. And indeed, one had. Broly, the legendary Saiyan. Wukong had come so close to freedom, only for Zeno to snatch it away once again, crushing his hopes beneath divine law. Zeno's thoughts twist in frustration. He realizes bitterly how little true control he holds over his creations. Once, there had been 18 universes, then 13, and at the peak of rebellion, none at all. His enemies, those rebellious Saiyans, had forced his hand. After his victory, he had been compelled to launch the Great Reset, recreating the 13 universes destroyed in that war, now known as the Uprising. This reset was his attempt to reforge a cosmos in his image, one where he saw and knew everything, where free will itself was reduced to an illusion. But such a vast command required time for the rules of his design to fully manifest. The law of creation demanded patience. For the multiverse to function independently, it must obey rules, and those rules required 10 full years to settle. Now, only 6 remained. As he sits upon his throne, Zeno stews in silence. His mind gnaws at his lack of control. He needs more order, more obedience, more power. With a frown, he reaches for his god pad, preparing to scan the newly birthed cosmos. And then he feels it, a detonation. Not a simple flare of divine ki, but something far greater. A sudden burst of energy that sends ripples screaming across the void. Its presence is undeniable, made up of all the fundamental essences woven into creation itself. The energy travels through the three sects, Xylarian, Zarathos, even across the hidden expanse of Zephyr's domain. The aura is so sharp, so absolute, that only beings on Xeno's level could even notice it. This wasn't normal Kai. This wasn't godly power. This was tidal energy, the kind that only manifests when one ascends to the rank of an Omni King. No, beyond even that. This was the power of someone who had joined the ranks of the kings of everything. Xeno's eyes widen, his small body trembling as the force rattles through him. Shock freezes him for a moment. Then he leaps from his throne. His eyes blaze with blinding white as he activates the all-seeing eyes, their light piercing through layers of time and space, tearing across the multiverse in desperate search of the source. But even this vision, the greatest power he wields, fails him. He cannot peer into the sects of his brothers. They are outside his reach. He is not yet a king of everything, like his siblings, nor like his father. Frustration twists his face again. Yet another wall, yet another reminder of what he cannot control. At his side, the Grand Priest stands silently, watching his master with unease. He has seen Xeno's anger before, and ever since the failure against the Saiyans, he has walked carefully, fearful of kindling that wrath again. Unlike Xeno, the Grand Priest cannot sense this terrifying new energy. In fact, none outside Xeno, his father, and his brothers could. To him, the multiverse appears stable, calm, untouched, no great disturbance, no cracks. But his master's expression, confusion, even fear, troubles him deeply. He dares to speak, his voice careful, respectful, almost trembling. "My lord, is everything well? You look troubled." This simply can't be. Xeno's voice was tight, trembling. His tiny hands shook as he stared into the void with those blazing white eyes. He didn't even register the Daishinkan's words, too consumed by what he had just felt. "This energy, it's mine. Exactly like mine. The birth of a new Omni King." His voice cracked, laced with disbelief and dread. "That hasn't happened since me. It cannot happen. No being, no god, no deity, no mortal, no one outside of my family can attain this title. It's not something that can be trained for. It isn't earned through strength or wisdom or divine rank. It's impossible, literally impossible." Unless his words trailed off as a thought, jagged and unbearable, slashed across his mind. His small frame stiffened, his pupils narrowing. "No, it can't be. He wouldn't," Xeno whispered, though the tremor in his tone betrayed his doubt. Because something about this energy, sharp, unyielding, impossibly vast, felt familiar. The memory slammed into him like a fist. That battle, the one from 2 years ago, his last fight, his most difficult fight, the one still etched into him, raw and unhealed. Xeno's jaw clenched. "What did you do, father?" he suddenly roared, his voice shattering through the infinite palace. His all-seeing eyes flared brighter than suns as he ripped through the fabric of the multiverse, searching, confirming. His vision darted across countless worlds until it locked onto a small blue planet in Universe 7, Earth. There, his gaze swept across every living being in a single blink. Mortals, gods, beasts, it didn't matter. His sight pierced them all, and then his eyes froze. His tiny mouth fell open. Children, Saiyan, children. 2 boys darting across a field, playing tag, Trunks and Goten. A girl with laughter bubbling from her lips, Pan. And there, another, Vegeta's newborn daughter, Bra, alive and breathing. They shouldn't exist. Xeno's chest tightened, as if squeezed by invisible chains. His voice came out like poison, dripping venom into the air. "So, it's true. Father has intervened." He remembered it vividly. When he reset existence, he had not merely destroyed the Saiyans, he had erased them. Past, present, future, wiped clean from reality. Not a trace, not a whisper, not even the possibility of them returning. And yet here they stood, laughing, alive, undeniable. With a scream of rage, Xeno's hand came crashing down like a hurricane. The force split the palace in 2, the infinite halls shattering with a sound like breaking worlds. But the new palace, forged from Reishi, the living essence of divine resilience, glowed and regenerated. In seconds, Every wall, every spire, every light was restored to perfection. "Father!" Zeno howled, his small body trembling with fury, his voice ricocheting across infinity. "I killed them. All 4 saints died by my hand. I erased them. I destroyed their race. I rewrote reality itself." His tone dipped into a harsh whisper, shaking with rage. No one remembers them. No one even knows their name. So how could their children still be alive? He didn't need the answer. He already knew. His siblings had power. Yes, each a king of everything in their own right. They could override him, shape reality beyond his command. But no, this stank of something older, something higher. This had his father's hand all over it. From the beginning, father had been meddling. His interest in the Saiyans had grown and festered, and now his interference was undeniable. "My father is no longer a man of reason," Zeno seethed, his teeth gritted. "He does not honor tradition. By law, I defeated the Saiyans. I should have inherited the title of king of everything." At his side, the Grand Priest's eyes narrowed. He still could not sense this new energy, but Zeno's words were enough to chill him to his core. The Saiyans. Those same beings who had humiliated his master, who had scarred even him, were alive. Raikou and Kairu, Zeno's personal guards, stood rigid in the chamber, their faces paled. They too had suffered defeat at the hands of the Saiyans. To hear that those monsters still lived, it was like reopening an old wound that had never healed. "What enrages me most," Zeno growled, his small frame trembling with barely contained wrath, "is that this reset was nearly 2 years ago. 2 years. And still, I've heard nothing. No word from Universe 7's god of destruction. No warning from its angel. They should have noticed. They should have told me." His eyes snapped toward the Grand Priest, blazing like suns. "Dai Shinkan!" Zeno barked, his voice sharp enough to cut the air. "Summon all the gods of destruction. Summon all the angels. Bring them to my chambers. Now!" The Grand Priest bowed instantly, his head low. His staff pulsed with divine light, sending threads of thought surging outward through the multiverse. Every angel, every destroyer, all called at once to the throne of the Omni King. The multiverse itself shuddered. Thunder rolled through the palace skies. Lightning raked across the infinite ceiling, splitting the heavens in blinding flashes. The call was absolute. None dared to delay. And then they came. One by one, tearing through dimensions, ripping through realms, they descended. Every angel, every god of destruction, their speed at its absolute peak, their power burning at its highest, until the vast throne room of the Omni King was filled with gods, all summoned to witness their ruler's fury. Their speed is unmatched, their arrival absolute. In a single instant, the grand hall of the Omni King floods with gods. The space bends beneath their collective presence, their combined power so immense it could unravel galaxies if unleashed in full. The weight of their aura hangs heavy in the air, suffocating, undeniable. Yet the urgency on their faces speaks louder than any display of strength. Every god of destruction, every angel, bears the memory of their defeat at the hands of the Saiyans. Each one had been crushed, humiliated, and then dragged back to life by Zeno's will. And in that resurrection, they had learned the truth. They had not fallen by chance. They had been used. The planet they themselves created, the prison world forged for Goku, the decision that began the war, had been nothing but another step in Zeno's design. From the start, he had manipulated them all like pawns on a cosmic board. Even the angels, beings who prided themselves on neutrality, now knew they had been forced into a game none of them agreed to play. And though resentment burned within them, none dared show it. Not here, not now, not before the one who could erase them with a thought. None, except one. Among them, a storm still raged. One god's fury refused to cool. His teeth ground together, his fists clenched at his sides as his golden eyes narrowed on Zeno, Beerus. Unlike the others, he could not let it go. For while the rest had been reunited with their angels, Beerus had not. Whis was gone, still dead, and that wound had never healed. Every day, it ate at him. And now, standing in Zeno's hall, forced to answer his summons, that fury boiled. "You dare replace my angel with this thing?" Beerus thought, his anger thick as smoke. "And now you have the gall to summon me as if nothing happened?" But he said nothing. He could not. No matter his strength, before Zeno, he was an insect that could be stepped on at any time. The silence lasted only a breath. Zeno spoke without hesitation, no greeting, no ceremony, just accusation, sharp and cold. "You! Beerus!" His tiny voice cracked like thunder. "Why did you keep this from me?" Beerus blinked, feigning ignorance. "What are you talking about, my lord?" His tone was flat, even bored, but Zeno's glare cut deeper. Before they arrived, Beerus's new angel, Marino, had already warned him. His secret was exposed, his deception undone. Marino had gestured subtly, silently, that Zeno had discovered the truth. The Saiyans still lived. Beerus remembered the day clearly. Weeks after his revival, Marino had confessed what he sensed, that Saiyans still roamed Earth. Trunks, Goten, Pan, Bra. They had survived. Marino was no ordinary angel. Once, he had been a supreme angel, an equal to the Grand Priest himself, before his imprisonment. Now, as punishment and humiliation, he was bound to serve as Beerus's attendant until a permanent replacement could be appointed. Around his neck lay an invisible chain, binding him to his new role, stripping away his dignity. And though Beerus resented Zeno, Marino despised him even more. That hatred had made him loyal to Beerus's command. When Beerus had ordered silence, Marino had obeyed gladly. He had no desire to serve Zeno, no desire to alert the Grand Priest, no desire to expose the Saiyans. Beerus knew this day would come, and strangely, he found he no longer cared. He had lost everything. Whis, Frieza, the fragile bonds he had once held. All gone, all erased in the reset. The only shred of connection he still had was with the Saiyans themselves. And because of that, he would never help Zeno again. "Play dumb with me again," Zeno hissed, his small body trembling with fury. "And see what I do to you." His voice lowered, sharp as a blade. "I know you knew the Saiyans were alive. What I want to know is how long." Beerus remained silent. His golden eyes, for once, did not waver. He no longer feared Zeno, nor did he respect him. That silence was defiance. In an instant, the air cracked. Before Beerus could even twitch, his head was slammed to the ground with force enough to crater the floor. The palace itself groaned as his arms were wrenched behind his back. The mighty god of destruction, pinned like a child. Reku and Kairu, Zeno's personal guards, stood over him. Their movements had been so fast, so precise, that Beerus hadn't even heard them coming. One moment upright, the next face first in the polished floor of the Omni King's grand hall. The silence that followed was suffocating. Every god, every angel, every being in the chamber knew what they were witnessing, the breaking of Beerus. "How dare you meet the Omni King's gaze?" Raikou roared, his voice booming through the hall. His tone was sharp, desperate, fueled by a need to prove himself. He had failed Zeno before, but this was his chance to show loyalty, to claw back into his master's good graces. He pressed Beerus harder into the floor, forcing his head down, but Beerus spat blood, forcing out words through the pain. "I'll tell you, on one condition." His voice cracked, but his resolve held. His golden eyes glared upward, defiance still burning. "Bring back Whis." The hall fell silent. The gods turned their heads, hearts tightening at Beerus's request. A god of destruction asking for his angel, demanding it before the Omni King himself. Beerus strained, lifting his head against Raikou's grip, blood streaming down his mouth. "Bring him back," he growled, "and I'll speak." Raikou snarled, shoving harder. But before he could finish his insult, Zeno descended. The Omni King floated down slowly, his tiny form glowing faintly, his expression unreadable. Yet as he neared Beerus, his voice cut through the silence like a blade. Never one word, but it carried the weight of eternity. Beerus froze, his entire body bound instantly by invisible force. He couldn't even twitch, his lips sealed against his will, his chest constricted as though the very air denied him breath. Zeno's small hand wrapped around his throat, lifting him effortlessly into the air. The mighty god of destruction hung helplessly like a doll. "I don't need you," Zeno whispered coldly, his eyes blazing with fury. "I'll just have to find them and kill them again." Chains of light burst from the walls, spearing through Beerus's arms. They pulled him violently backward, stretching his body against the palace wall above Zeno's throne, pinned, bound, crucified like a spectacle. His body sagged, his power sealed, his mouth clamped shut. Beerus, the once mighty god of destruction, was made into an example, a warning. The other gods turned their faces away, unable to watch. their hearts heavy with grief and shame. Their companion, their equal, humiliated beyond measure. With a wave of his hand, Zeno dismissed them. Instantly, every god of destruction and every angel vanished from the chamber, their heads hanging low as they returned to their universes. All but one, Marino, remained, Beerus's new angel. His face was a mask of stone, emotionless, detached. To him, Beerus's suffering meant nothing. Yet as the silence lingered, his mind turned. Was Beerus now inactive? Would his role end here? Before the thought could stretch further, the Grand Priest's voice snapped like a whip. "Go, servant! Find and train Beerus's replacement." The word servant struck deep, like a poison. Rage flared in Marino's chest. He had once stood equal to the Grand Priest, a supreme angel, now reduced to this humiliation. "How dare you!" he began, his voice trembling with fury. But the invisible chains around his neck tightened instantly, choking his words, forcing him into silence. Marino's eyes burned with fury as he clutched at his throat. His mind screamed, "This isn't over!" With a bitter glare, he vanished from the hall. The vast chamber grew silent again. Only Zeno and the Grand Priest remained, Beerus crucified above like a grotesque ornament. Daishinkan finally broke the silence, his voice careful, measured. "What is the next move, my lord?" Zeno's expression darkened. His eyes glinted like cold fire. "I'm going to pay my father a visit. I'll get to the bottom of this." The Grand Priest tilted his head, his tone cautious. "Forgive me for repeating the question, my lord, but what are you planning to do?" His words carried deeper meaning, a quiet warning. Zeno's eyebrows lifted slightly, understanding the implication. "It's impossible," he admitted. "As much as I wish to rid myself of that man, as much as my raw power may surpass his, he is still far more powerful than me. That title isn't just for show. If he wished, he could command me, bend me completely, and my siblings would never stand by. They too are kings of everything." His small fists clenched. "So I can't kill him. Not yet. I need him to pass his title to me first. That means I must eliminate my competition." A wicked gleam sparked in his eyes. "But this time, I will be prepared." He leaned forward, whispering to himself, as if the thought alone was forbidden. "There is a place, beyond time, beyond even the reach of eternity, a realm that can rewrite even the decrees of the kings of everything, a place so dangerous that when you, Grand Priest, stumbled into it, you were forced to lock yourself in a time loop just to erase its memory from your mind." The Grand Priest's eyes widened. His breath caught, but he said nothing. Zeno smirked. "Perhaps I can make it so that when I kill the Saiyans, they stay dead." The air chilled at his words. The scene shifts. Universe 18. Inside a pocket dimension belonging to Zeno, 4 titanic beings stand guard over a mountain that rises like a spear into the sky. Zeus, Thor, Poseidon, and Temuku, each one a god of terrifying strength, the strongest in their respective realms, each assigned a single duty: to guard this mountain, to make sure not a trace of the being imprisoned within could escape, not a whisper of his power, not a sliver of his influence. None of them truly knew who lay sealed inside, only that he was dangerous enough to warrant all 4 of them. Their curiosity lingered like a storm in their minds, but curiosity would soon turn to dread, for the mountain stirred. The first drop of blood struck the seal. It hissed against the ancient stone like molten fire on ice, then spread outward, weaving into the etchings that bound the mountain. Instantly, the symbols burned crimson, igniting the circle that had held for millennia. The air trembled, heavy with dread. A low hum built into a roar as a fog burst outward, spilling into the skies like a tidal wave. It was thick, suffocating, a veil of death itself. Something had opened, something that had been sealed since the dawn of creation. The chains of eternity rattled, and the being within stirred. Inside, Wukong, the Monkey King, felt the shift. His golden eyes opened for the first time in what felt like countless ages. His aura crackled, his fury absolute. He remembered, just days ago, from within his prison, he had watched with helpless rage as Zeno slaughtered his people, innocents, families, children. The blood of the Uzaru spilled without mercy. Their great ape forms had risen in desperation, yet it had meant nothing, snuffed out in seconds by the Omni King's hand. It was genocide, and Wukong, chained within his mountain, could do nothing but feel it, feel their screams, feel their blood soaking into the earth. To his knowledge, he had been the last, for when Broly, the final hope of their bloodline, had perished, Wukong felt his life force return to him. That was the moment he knew. The Saiyans had gone extinct. The Uzaru race had died with them. He was truly alone, until now. The seal shattered. The mountain cracked like thunder as Wukong stepped forward, bare feet touching the surface for the first time in millennia. The prison that had chained him now crumbled behind him. His chest rose as he breathed real air. The weight of freedom settled on him like fire. But there was no peace, only purpose. 4 gates tore open in the sky, light cascading down. From them descended 4 titans, Zeus, Thor, Poseidon, and Amuku. Their arrival shook the Pocket Realm, the earth splitting beneath their divine presence. Each one had been stationed here, guardians tasked with a singular mission to ensure nothing within the mountains stirred. Now, with the prison broken, they stood as executioners, their gazes locked on the Monkey King. They landed simultaneously, their combined power shaking the ground into molten cracks. They circled him, ready to strike. But Wukong showed no fear, no hesitation. He reached to his ear and pinched, drawing out what looked like a small twig. But as it slid free, it uncoiled like a living serpent. The twig stretched, extended, and grew into a massive crimson pillar, its surface glowing with divine runes that pulsed like the heartbeat of the cosmos. The Ruyi Jingu Bang. He twirled it with one hand, the sheer wind pressure cracking the ground, rivers of molten light splitting beneath his feet. His face was blank. No emotion, no hesitation. Only one thought filled his mind. Zeno must die, and if these 4 stood in his path, then they would fall. "I'll give you until the count of 3, Wukong said flatly, his voice rumbling like a storm. "Move, or suffer," Zeus sneered, his lightning eyes narrowing. "You don't expect us to simply let you pass. We were placed here to guard you, to keep you in." But Wukong ignored him, his voice cut cold. Thor growled, lifting his hammer, sparks cascading around it like meteors. "Arrogant fool!" But again, Wukong didn't even look at him. 2. The tension thickened, ready to snap, when suddenly one of the 4 faltered. Amuku. Without warning, his knees buckled. He dropped, forced into a kneel as though mountains weighed upon his back. His arms trembled, his head lowered, his entire body betraying him, his face twisted in panic. My body? I can't move. I have no control," he shouted, horror in his voice. Wukong finally paused. For the first time since stepping free, his eyes shifted, locking on the kneeling figure. A faint smile tugged at his lips. "Oh, you're a Saiyan." His voice softened, tinged with something almost pleased. "Strange, why couldn't I sense you before?" For the first time in eons, Wukong smiled, not with joy, but with recognition. He had believed himself the last spark of a dying race. But here, kneeling before him, was proof that he was not alone. Perhaps there were more. "Tell me, Saiyan," Wukong commanded, his voice carrying divine authority. "Where am I? My detection fails here. This realm, it feels familiar yet foreign. It is not Universe 7. So where have they hidden me?" Amuku's mouth opened against his will. He tried to resist, but the compulsion was absolute. The command of his god could not be defied. "We are inside Zeno-sama's pocket dimension." The words spilled out like blood, and Amuku's eyes widened in shock. He hadn't meant to speak. His heart pounded as he realized what just happened. "What? Why did I just say that?" he gasped. Wukong's gaze sharpened. His crimson staff pulsed. "Who are you?" Amuku asked desperately, his voice trembling. He needed to know, because not only had this being controlled his body, he felt something deeper, something worse. It was worship. His soul screamed to kneel, to bow, to offer himself entirely to this being. He had been sent here to watch, to fight, to kill if needed. Yet in Wukong's presence, the thought of raising a hand against him was unthinkable. He would cut off his own head before defying the Monkey King. Why? Why was he compelled so absolutely? The answer burned in his heart, because before him stood not just a warrior, not just a prisoner, not even just a god. Before him stood his king. "It's only natural to have questions when standing before your creator," Wukong said, his voice dripping with pride, golden eyes narrowing on Amuku. His tone was not loud, but it echoed like truth carved into stone. See, creator? Amuku muttered, his mind spinning, his heart raced, confusion flooding through him. Wukong's grin widened, fangs flashing. Yes, I am Wukong, the Monkey King, the deity of the Uzuru, the progenitor of the bloodline you now call the Saiyan race. My blood runs through your veins, through every Saiyan that ever lived. That's why you kneel. That's why you feel compelled to obey me. Defiance is impossible, because I am the root of your existence. The words cut deep, both revelation and burden. Amuku's body trembled, his spirit resisting, but some part of him knew it was true. It wasn't reason. It wasn't logic. It was instinct, carved into his very soul. He wanted to deny it, but he couldn't. He realized something terrifying. If the Monkey King willed it, he wouldn't just kneel. He would die without hesitation. Amuku lowered his head. In this fight, he was useless. Now, Wukong said casually, spinning his staff as the ground cracked beneath his feet. Where was I? He raised a finger. Ah, yes, counting. All lies. Zeus spat, rage igniting. His body slimmed into his most honed form, lightning searing across his frame, his divine muscles coiled, his aura sparking with raw violence. But Wukong's voice drowned him out. One. He moved, not just speed. He skipped time. His shadow couldn't even follow, his image dissolving and reforming in an instant. Zeus reacted first. Lightning poured from his hands, splitting into 1,000 bolts that became spears of pure destruction. Adamus. Lightning judgment! He roared, casting the storm. The dimensions screamed as countless divine spears tore through the void. Reality buckled, the ground splitting into rivers of white-hot plasma. But Wukong didn't flinch. He twirled the Ruyi Jingu Bang once, its crimson glow erupting like a miniature sun. The spin birthed a dome of raw force, and every lightning spear shattered harmlessly against it, sparks scattering like rain on steel. You're all noise, old man, Wukong said flatly, his voice carrying over the storm. Thor's roar followed. His veins bulged as he swung Mjolnir, now swollen into its true size, so massive it eclipsed the battlefield, its presence heavy enough to crush galaxies. His aura surged, red hair whipping wildly, as his godly power shook the pocket dimension. Gyrud, Thor's hammer! He swung. The hammer came down like judgment itself, the sound of its descent tearing holes in the dimension. Wukong met it with one hand on his staff. Boom! The collision ripped reality apart. Craters opened like black holes, swallowing entire landscapes as shockwaves shredded the realm. The other gods shielded themselves, their eyes wide. Thor's face twisted in shock. He had put everything into that swing, every ounce of divine strength, and yet Wukong hadn't budged. You swing heavy, Wukong muttered, tightening his grip on the staff. But strength without precision is wasted. With a flick of his wrist, he shoved Thor back. The Thunder God stumbled, skidding across the battlefield, carving trenches into the stone as sparks flared wildly around him. Poseidon moved in silence. He raised his trident, his hair flowing like waves in a stormless sea. He thrust once. The ground transformed into ocean. Endless waves surged upward, swallowing the battlefield. The entire realm became a sea, and from it rose serpents of water, each larger than mountains, their maws open wide. Tide of destruction, Poseidon intoned. The serpents lunged from every direction, snapping, crushing, flooding. Wukong only laughed. Cute trick. He stomped once. A pulse of golden energy burst outward. Instantly, the water froze mid-motion, every serpent locked in place as though time itself had stopped. With a swing of his staff, the entire ocean shattered into mist, raining back down as harmless drizzle. Poseidon's eyes narrowed. For the first time, his perfect composure cracked. Doubt flickered. Don't hold back! Zeus barked, lightning sparking violently around him. We strike as one! Thor roared, raising Mjolnir high as its glow intensified. Poseidon steadied his grip, aura churning the air into a storm. The three gods lunged together. Zeus blurred forward, fists hammering like meteors. Each strike carried the weight of collapsing suns. Thor swung downward, arcs of lightning tearing the ground apart wherever his hammer passed. Poseidon weaved between them, trident carving whirlpools in the very fabric of space. Together, they unleashed a storm of divine might, flawless rhythm, impossible to predict. Their coordination born from eons of battle, no room to escape, no opening to counter, and yet, clang, crack, bang, every strike met the Crimson Staff. Every blow was parried, redirected, deflected. Wukong danced between them, his movements flowing like water, his counters precise as death itself. Lightning shattered against his guard. Oceans broke beneath his steps. Thunder was silenced in his palms. One man, one staff, holding back 3 gods in their strongest forms. And Wukong wasn't even breathing hard. Wukong twirled the Ruyi Jingu Bang like it was no more than a reed in the wind. Yet each motion carried the weight of eternity. His body flowed between the 3 titans, weaving effortlessly through blows that could erase galaxies. To him, their desperate storm of power was no more than a dance, one he led with perfect rhythm. A tap of his staff to Zeus's chest sent the lightning god skidding backward, sparks flying from his body as blood ran from his lip. With a flick, he redirected Thor's mighty hammer, Mjolnir, the force rippling outward in shockwaves that carved trenches into the battlefield. He spun, the staff catching Poseidon's trident mid-swing, twisting it out of the sea god's hands for a heartbeat before it returned. Pathetic, Wukong said flatly, his voice carrying above the chaos like a drumbeat. 3 gods, and not one strike lands. Zeus's pride flared, his fury burning through his wound. Arrogant beast, he snarled. He threw his arms skyward, summoning a storm so vast the skies themselves split into black voids. From the darkness, bolts wider than mountains cascaded downward. Karaunos wrath! Thor spun Mjolnir until it became a storm of its own, faster and faster, until the hammer blurred into a cyclone of raw destruction. With a roar, he hurled it forward, and it split into countless copies, each one a hammer of divine judgment. Hammer rain! Poseidon raised his trident high, the weapon glowing with the full majesty of the seas. The ground beneath them vanished, swallowed by a roaring abyss as an endless whirlpool opened, dragging everything toward its black maw. Ocean's End. 3 gods, 3 ultimate techniques, a cataclysm that could erase multiverses in an instant. And Wukong smiled. Now this, he said, his aura exploding outward in a sunburst of golden light. This is at least interesting. His staff lengthened endlessly, piercing through the storming heavens above. He swung once, a motion so simple it looked casual, yet it carried a force that defied comprehension. Ruyi Jingu Bang! The swing shattered reality. The lightning storm disintegrated into harmless sparks. The rain of hammers burst apart into dust. The ocean itself split down the middle, frozen for an instant before evaporating into mist. The 3 gods were hurled back by the impact, their bodies crashing into the ground, hard enough to crack the dimension itself. Thor spat blood, coughing as he forced himself up on one knee. How is this possible? Poseidon's composed mask shattered, his teeth clenched in frustration, his perfect calm drowned by disbelief. Zeus trembled, his fists shaking, not from fear, but from the wound gouged into his pride. Wukong walked forward slowly, the massive staff resting lazily against his shoulder. His eyes glowed with the same calm fury that had carried him through millennia of imprisonment. You're not fighting gods, he said evenly, each word like thunder rolling through their bones. You're fighting the one gods kneel to. And then he was gone. Thor's eyes widened, Mjolnir raised instinctively. Too late. Wukong's knee buried itself into his stomach, the impact forcing the breath and blood out of him in a violent spray. Before Thor could even fall, the staff whipped into his back, sending him face first into the dirt, with a detonation that carved a crater into the battlefield. Zeus roared, his entire body cloaked in divine lightning. His fists became meteors, his strikes shattering the ground. Wukong leaned aside, weaving between each blow with mocking precision. Every punch missed by inches, Zeus's power wasted in the empty air. Then, crack! The staff slammed into his ribs, the sound of bones splintering echoing across the battlefield. Zeus was sent flying, only for Wukong to appear above him in a blink, staff raised high. Boom! The strike sent Zeus crashing down into Thor, the 2 gods crumpling into a heap of broken pride and battered bodies. Poseidon lunged, trident gleaming, its tip aimed straight for Wukong's heart. But the Monkey King twisted, his staff wrapping around the trident like a serpent. With a single yank, Poseidon stumbled forward, leaving himself open. Wukong's kick slammed into his chest, bending the sea god like a bow. Blood sprayed from his mouth as he was hurled across the battlefield. "Is this it?" Wukong asked, voice calm, staff spinning idly in his hand, his golden eyes cut into them, sharp and unyielding. "These are the strongest defenders, the guardians of my prison?" His words hit harder than his strikes, but the gods refused to fall. They stood again, bloodied, bruised, battered beyond reason, yet still standing. Pride and fury burned hotter than their wounds. "Again!" Zeus roared, lightning sparking wildly around him, his body shaking, but his will unbroken. Thor's aura erupted once more, Mjolnir blazing as bright as the core of a star. He slammed it against his chest, bellowing, "For the gods!" Poseidon's trident shimmered as the air around him bent into a roaring storm, his voice steel. Together, the three gods stood shoulder to shoulder, battered but defiant, their divine energies intertwining into a singular storm. Lightning fueling thunder, thunder guiding tide, the ocean roaring with the sky. They charged as one, a flawless storm of gods, every move in harmony, every strike supporting the next. It was beautiful, perfect, a rhythm of destruction sharpened across millennia. Their pride, their honor, their wrath, woven together into one last desperate stand, and Wukong danced through it. His staff flowed like a river, his body moved like wind, every strike of his own like the fist of a collapsing star. He dismantled their rhythm, broke their harmony, shattered their storm. Each clash only made the truth clearer. They weren't fighting for victory anymore. They were fighting for survival. Wukong laughed, a deep, wild laugh that rolled across the shattered battlefield, echoing through the hollow dimension like a war drum. "You fought well," he said, spinning the staff with a fluid motion, his aura blazing brighter than ever. "But the gap between us," he slammed the Ruyi Jingu Bang into the ground. The entire battlefield splintered under the pressure, reality groaning as cracks spread outward in rivers of light, "is infinite." The gods staggered, barely keeping their feet beneath them. Rage burned in their eyes, disbelief weighing heavy on their chests. And Wukong? He stood tall, unscathed, his staff resting lazily on his shoulder, golden eyes glowing with merciless light. The Monkey King had returned, and no god alive could stand in his way. The moment the last echo of one faded, Wukong stopped holding back. He didn't roar. He didn't flare brighter. He simply moved, clean, sharp, final. His staff slid along his palm with a whisper, then blurred. The tip carved a straight line through space, splitting the very pressure around them like a blade parting water. Zeus was first to meet him. He didn't blink, couldn't afford to. His right arm snapped forward, muscles coiling like steel, unleashing his greatest technique. Meteor jab! The air caved in around his fist. Lightning coiled tight, sharper than a drill, screaming toward Wukong fast enough to erase an army. Wukong lifted the staff half an inch. The jab hit red gold metal and died. Not softened, not redirected. It simply stopped. Zeus's eyes widened in shock. He roared, pushing more power into it, body screaming as he stacked another technique over the first. "True God's right!" Bone groaned under the strain. Lightning burned white hot. Zeus forced everything into the strike, and Wukong rolled his wrist. One tiny motion, a perfect circle. Zeus's arm spun offline, his shoulder ripped wide open. The Monkey King stepped into the gap and tapped him across the jaw with the butt of the staff. It was only a tap, yet the sky folded. Zeus flew sideways like a comet, his body carving a trench through the broken ground. Thor filled the opening instantly. Mjolnir pulsed in his grip like a living star, awakened to its truest form. His swing came from the hip, short and sharp, a killing blow with no wasted motion. Geirrodr's hammer. The hammer clashed with the staff. The horizon cracked. Thor pressed harder, chaining strike after strike, each swing layered over the last. Mjolnir blurred into a storm of afterimages, sparks ripping outward in burning sheets. Awakened Mjolnir. The battlefield drowned beneath the hammer storm. Wukong's feet shifted like a martial artist weaving through taijutsu, each step exact, precise, effortless. He let the storm pass by his skin, feeling the heat, letting the hammer breathe down his nose. Then his staff slid along Mjolnir's spine. Tap. The strike clipped Thor's wrist. His grip faltered. In that breath, Wukong hooked the staff behind Thor's neck and yanked him forward. His knee snapped up, exploding into Thor's chest with a sound that shook the realm. Thor's eyes bulged, his mouth opening in silent agony. Wukong spun him down, dragging his body like a rag doll, and slammed him face first into the dirt. The shockwave split the battlefield in two. Poseidon lunged in silence. His trident gleamed like the ocean's edge, his movements small, clean, and lethal. Heart, throat, skull, 3 thrusts, 3 kills. Wukong bent like a river, his spine twisted, letting the trident scrape fabric, but never flesh. Then he slid inside Poseidon's guard, locking the shaft between his staff and forearm. A sharp twist. The trident screamed. Poseidon rolled, trying to change the line. Crack! The heel of Wukong's staff smashed down on his hands. Bones splintered. Poseidon didn't cry out. His face stayed calm, his stance sharp. He shifted, gripping the trident with only 2 fingers and willpower, stabbing again despite his shattered hands. That was his respect for battle. No quit, no fear. Good form, Wukong said softly, eyes narrowing with something close to admiration, but form means nothing against truth. He lifted his knee and brought it down with deliberate finality. Crack! The trident split cleanly in half, not bent, not warped, but broken outright. Poseidon froze, staring at the broken weapon in his hands for a fraction too long. Wukong punished the hesitation immediately. His forward step was sharp. His staff swung in a level arc that caved into the sea god's ribs. The strike folded Poseidon like paper, blood and breath torn from him in the same instant as his body spun end over end, crashing violently across the ground. But Zeus was already there. His lips split, cheek bleeding, pride unbroken. He appeared from the blind side, his fists blazing with everything he had left, every ounce of his ancient fury. True gods left. Fist that surpassed time, his knuckles blurred faster than cause and effect. A strike meant to land before it began, but Wukong's palm was waiting. His hand caught Zeus's left fist like it had been waiting since the birth of the cosmos. The right blow came an instant earlier than now, bending the laws of time itself. A punch no man should block, but the Rui Jingu Bang rose, impossibly timed, and met it clean. Metal kissed knuckle. The backlash tore through Zeus's arms, shattering his shoulders and sending him crashing to a knee. His gasp broke from his throat unbidden. Do you see it yet? Wukong asked. His tone was steady, not cruel, not gentle, just truth. Power is not the crown. Truth is. I am the truth of your body. Thor's roar broke through the silence. He ripped himself free of the crater, chest raw from the strain, both hands gripping Mjolnir. His whole spine turned, body twisting into a single, absolute strike. No tricks, no feints, just everything. Hammer of the gods! Wukong stepped into it. The staff tapped the hammer's head a finger's width off-center, precision carved from a million lifetimes of drills. The rebound ripped the hammer sideways, dragging it back through Thor's own guard. The handle slammed into his collarbone with a sickening crack. Wukong followed instantly with a straight thrust to the sternum. The staff didn't pierce. It sent a killing ripple through Thor's core. His eyes dimmed at once. His feet stumbled back once, only once, before the hammer slipped from his hands, and he collapsed lifelessly onto the shattered ground. Poseidon rose on one knee, half a trident clutched in his battered hand. He inhaled deeply, exhaled, then stood tall once more. His calm had returned, dignity unbroken. With perfect footwork, he slid forward and attacked again. Short, clean thrusts, every line flawless despite broken bones. His aim never wavered, throat, chest, eye. Wukong met him head on. The broken shaft caught in the crook of his staff and forearm. He turned his hips, redirected, pulled. Poseidon stumbled 2 steps forward, and the staff's tip was already waiting at his sternum. I respect your silence, Wukong said quietly. He pushed. Poseidon's body stiffened, then fell backward like a toppled statue, crashing into the rubble. Zeus staggered to his feet one final time. His body barely obeyed him. Lightning crawled sluggishly over his frame. His hair smoldered, his pride the only thing holding him upright. He planted his heel, dragging one last jab into the air. No thunder now, no storm, just a fighter's will refusing to die. Wukong let him throw it. He batted the punch aside, slid behind him, and rested the staff across Zeus's throat. His other hand came down lightly on the old god's shoulder. "For your pride," Wukong said. Then he pulled. The movement was clean, quick, merciful. Zeus fell forward, silent, his lightning flickering once before fading out, and Wukong stood alone, 3 gods broken at his feet. He spun the staff once, not as a flourish, but to bleed the tension from his arms. His exhale rolled across the broken dimension like a warm breeze after a storm. Then his eyes fell on Amuku. The staff lifted. Amuku tensed, ready to meet his death with what dignity he could hold. But the blow never came. The staff touched his shoulder. Light, steady, like a father guiding a son to stand. "Rise," Wukong commanded. Amuku tried. His legs shook violently, the compulsion pulling him down. He fought against it, every heartbeat like a war. The staff's weight held him steady, but never lifted him. 1 heartbeat, 2, 3. At last he stood, wobbling but upright. He locked his knees, his eyes fixed forward. "Good," Wukong said. His expression was calm, unreadable. "You are not trash. You may live." Amuku let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. His throat felt dry, his heart hammering in his chest. Somehow, he managed to speak, though the words came ragged. "Why? Why spare me?" Wukong didn't stop walking. He didn't even look back. His golden eyes fixed only on the painted sky above, his staff resting across his shoulder as naturally as an extra limb. His voice came steady, absolute. "Because I do not kill what is mine." There was no boast in it. No pride, just a rule, something deeper than words, a truth carved into the bones of the world. "And because I have work," he raised his chin toward the false heavens of the pocket realm and smiled, a cold, humorless thing. "The cage is neat," he murmured. "Strong, but it was built for those who forgot what freedom was." Amuku swallowed hard, his chest rising and falling. His voice was small, uncertain. "Can you break it?" Wukong's laugh was low, bitter, carrying centuries of defiance. "I can break anything I decide to break." He planted the tip of the Rui Jingu Bang against the ground. Slowly, deliberately, he rolled his wrist once, twice, 3 times. Each circle traced a symbol in the air, ancient and raw, each one humming with a resonance that sank into the marrow. The hums layered together, chord upon chord, until the false sky quivered. Cracks spidered across the heavens like frost racing across glass. The dimension pushed back, the air thickened, pressing down like lead. Invisible walls closed in around them, trying to compress Wukong back into stillness. They had held him once, for ages untold. They remembered his shape. They wanted him bound again. "Sit," the prison whispered without sound. "Stand," Wukong answered. His stance shifted, feet set firm, knees loose, hips square, a fighter's stance, eternal and unshakable. He drew the staff to his hip and swung upward, a clean arc from earth to heaven. The strike didn't break a wall, it defined one. The line itself told the realm where its limit was. The dimension shook in refusal. Open, another strike. Same arc. Harder, faster, deeper. The seam widened. Light bled through, raw, bright, unfiltered. Amuku shielded his eyes, squinting against the blaze. His voice cracked in awe. "Such power!" The third swing came. Nothing graceful, nothing divine. A worker's strike. Shoulders and hips turning together. No wasted motion, no arrogance. Only a life's worth of drills, of battles, of lessons burned into bone long before gods learned to dress power in titles. The staff met the seam. Tear, not like paper, like law itself unraveling. The pocket dimension screamed. A sound too high for mortal hearing, too vast for gods. And then, silence. Absolute silence. The sky tore from crown to soil, a door, clean and wide, carved by truth itself. Wukong didn't look back. "Live," he said, voice steady. "Carry on my bloodline." And then he stepped into the light. The tear drew inward, its edges snapping closed like jaws. The realm clawed at itself, desperate to heal, but it couldn't. The wound stayed. It would always stay. A scar carved into eternity. A mark that whispered, something greater passed through here, and it could not be denied. Amuku stood alone. Around him lay gods, broken, silent. His knees wavered. His throat was tight. He stared at the rent sky where Wukong had vanished, at the afterglow of that crimson staff carried by a king who called himself Truth. He lowered his arms slowly and looked at his hands. They shook, not with fear anymore, but with the weight of a name returned, and far beyond the broken horizon, past false skies and quiet walls, a single streak of wild golden will moved toward the Omni King without slowing down. Palace beyond all gods breathes as though it listens. The third dimension, a place hidden even from the boldest angels, holds silence like a sacred law. Rivers of time curl and whisper through constellations that form the living walls, their light soft but endless. Nebula mist rises from the floor, curling around ankles like smoke from eternity itself. Above, the ceiling is no ceiling at all, but a slow-turning night sky where comets drift with the unhurried grace of old thoughts. Upon a throne carved from the first star, Zephyr sits in effortless command. His very presence bends the chamber around him, not with violence, but with inevitability, like gravity tugging at light. On his right stands Zalarian, aura bright enough to blind, yet restrained beneath a father's shadow. On his left, Zarathos, composed, regal, but brimming with the curiosity of a ruler who has seen too much to be easily startled. They are kings in their own right, each sovereign over vast dominions, but here they are sons, anchored in their father's stillness. For a long moment, no one speaks. The silence is heavy, full, like a held note that trembles but does not break. When the words finally come, they carry across more than the throne room. They ripple into realms, into lives, into futures. The trial must be cut short, the reason beyond comprehension. The Saiyan warriors, thought to be bound forever beneath certain ceilings of power, have shattered every chain. Through fusion, through desperation, through will, Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, and Broly birthed something unheard of. Brogeto. And Brogeto has climbed where even gods fear to stand. He has reached the rank of an Omni King. Too soon, too early, earlier than even Zephyr, the father of everything, had prepared for. And such a birth cannot be hidden. The moment it happened, Zeno felt it, as surely as a hand feels flame. He will follow the thread, he always does. Zephyr reclines against the starlit throne, his voice soft yet absolute, a voice that carries the calm of someone who has held universes in his palms and let them go. I have given them every chance I could, he says. The words feel less like speech and more like truth being unveiled. Now they must stand on their own. They will prove whether breaking every rule I set was foolish. His eyes half close, not weary but quietly amused, or whether my gamble was worth it. Zarathos' mask slips. For once, the composed sovereign cannot hide the flicker of surprise in his gaze. He had expected more twists, more veiled protections, more threads of contingency woven through their father's hands. Zephyr, who had dared to do what none should, defy his own son's decree, had interfered in creation, carving a trial of his own. Such rebellion could not be casual. Why build such a path unless the end was already written? Father, Zarathos says, his tone low, respectful, but edged with the hunger for understanding. Why did you do it? Zephyr turns, slow as a star shifting its place in a sky that does not change. His gaze, sharp and distant, falls on Zarathos. Do what? Why not simply give him the title? Zarathos presses, the echo of sincerity breaking through the usual stillness of his voice. Why force him through your trial at all? Zephyr's laugh rumbles through the chamber, velvet thunder, timeless and knowing. Why should I? He asks, each word patient but unshakable. He failed. He failed to see the shape of the lesson. I did the same with both of you. His eyes linger on them, and in that lingering lies a truth too simple and too heavy to ignore. No one is all-knowing, not I, not you. A crown does not make omniscience. A title is not the same as truth. Zalarian's gaze flickers, his silence not dismissal, but the silence of someone turning the weight of those words over and over in his mind. Zephyr continues, his tone steady, unhurried, the way galaxies turn, slow but unstoppable. I shaped this trial so that my son would reach the conclusion with his own steps. Understanding handed to you does not belong to you. He wanted certainty, but certainty born of force is nothing but a cage. His aura shifts just slightly, enough that the constellations along the palace walls ripple. Look at his latest whim, Zephyr says, voice low yet resonant. He believes if he strips his creations of free will, he can be truly all-knowing. He thinks if he decides their every move, then there will be no unknowns left. The chamber itself hums, as though disagreeing, or perhaps mourning. Zephyr's aura swells, not in wrath, but in a gravity that draws thought into understanding. It is an illusion, he says at last. The words fall like iron into still water. If he dictates every step, of course he knows where the feet will land. But then, he has not learned anything. He has only arranged a puppet show and called it truth. The throne room exhales, as though the palace itself leans closer to catch its master's words. Zephyr's eyes soften, and for the first time in ages, his children glimpse something foreign within them. Distance, vulnerability, a memory older than any history they had ever been told. Even I, he begins, his voice a current pulling them backward through eternity, had a beginning I did not author. I was the first king of everything, yes. And before I crowned the two of you kings in your sectors, yes. But I, too, had a creator. Galaxies stir with the faint motion of his hand, glowing across the chamber like sparks from an eternal fire. His tone lowers, intimate and unshaken. I do not know its name. I have never seen its face. I can only infer it. The way you infer a planet not by seeing it, but by watching the wobble of its star. The palace darkens, and the air grows weighty, as though time itself is listening. There was nothing, Zephyr says. His words fall like stones into the abyss. A silence so absolute it scraped at the soul. A field of black, where even the idea of light had no place. I did not awaken. I appeared, first as a thing without thought, then as a listener to my own silence. Ages uncounted passed before I truly thought. The stars around him pulse. Trillions of years later, I spoke matter into being. I breathed time into motion. With those tools, I shaped the worlds you rule. His voice now is softer, like memory pressed between pages. And so I know. Something does not spring from nothing without cause. I cannot prove it, but the way I came to be implies a hand before mine. A thought before mine. Zephyr's gaze sharpens. His words suddenly wait. This is what I tried to teach him. Countless worlds exist, each authored by countless beings, each flawed, each blind in places. You cannot perceive all things. You cannot erase free will. You can only choreograph a performance. Control is not insight. Rule is not knowing. The chamber holds stillness like a verdict. Xylarian and Zarathos share a look, an unspoken exchange of revelation and reluctant amusement. For all their father's cosmic depth, perhaps his motives are simpler than they wish to believe. Perhaps, beneath the galaxies and grandeur, he is still only a father trying, desperately, to guide a son who refuses to listen. Xylarian is first to break the quiet, lips curving with the ghost of a grin. It's obvious Zeno is your favorite. You never went this far for us. We failed, and you told us that was that. No second chances. Zeno bends and breaks your laws, and still you hand him grace after grace. Zarathos' smile is drier, sharper. I actually thought you cared for the Saiyan warrior, he says, his tone laced with disbelief. For a time, I wondered if you were grooming him to replace our brother. A low chuckle follows, the kind that cuts instead of warms. Using him like a tool. Who says I'm not? Zephyr's reply comes swift, unbothered, the corner of his mouth lifting in a shadow of amusement. At first, he was only a reminder. He resembled a being I once watched with interest. Then, I learned there were descendants. The Saiyan race is promising. They toppled Raiko and Cairo, after all. The stars ripple as his gaze drifts beyond his sons, toward the edge of the throne's light. A figure emerges, tall, featureless where eyes should be, yet with a smile stretched wide and unbroken, as if painted on with serenity too sharp to be kind. Zephyr's voice, playful now, lingers in the vastness. What do you think, Truth? Could you subdue them? The smile deepens, radiant yet unnerving, like a candle burning where it should not. I don't know, Truth says simply, the peace in his voice dissonant with the weight behind it. Do you want me to find out? Zephyr laughs, a sound warm, startling, and utterly timeless. No need. Things are about to become interesting without you lifting a finger. The living star walls dim. The nebula floor thickens, curling like smoke waiting for fire. Zephyr tilts his head, and the whole palace seems to tilt with him, as though reality itself bows to the motion. As of 3 minutes ago, he says, his voice echoing with a clarity that rattles constellations. I sensed an old guard of mine, the very one I mentioned, flare back to life, a signature I have not felt since the instant he revealed himself. The throne trembles faintly, as though remembering. Zephyr's eyes narrow, the weight of eons behind the focus. He has reappeared in Universe 7, and he is moving toward my Xeno. His gaze settles on his sons, heavy as gravity. You felt it too. Yes, Zarathos answers without hesitation, his voice clipped. Sure. Wukong, the mortal who once waged war on gods themselves. It's been, what? A millennium since he last drew breath in our sight. Yet, here he stands again. The trickster survives, and he is not what he was. His power has swollen far beyond the curve I remember. Xylarian narrows his eyes, his gaze distant, like a predator feeling the tremor of prey in unseen winds. Our brother is stirring, he murmurs. Xeno's all-seeing eyes are open. His tone sharpens, then bends into a smirk. Wait, he stopped. He felt it. He sensed Wukong as well. How could he not? Zephyr's voice warms with a trace of amusement. Wukong has never cared for subtlety. He isn't even pretending to hide. Typical Wukong. Xylarian tilts his head toward his father, curiosity coiling around the words before they leave his mouth. And the Saiyan? Where has he been since you dragged him through the portal from my sector? Zephyr's reply is smooth, like a blade drawn across silk. The instant Brighetto touched the Omni King's threshold, I tried to veil him, to hide his ascension from Xeno's sight. It failed. Xeno felt him immediately, so I placed Brighetto in the temporal realm. Even now, he presses against its edges. He has learned that force will not break it. He waits. He conserves his strength. Zarathos' expression darkens, though his tone is quiet, edged with finality. It's time you let him out. This is his fight, the final reckoning. Whoever stands victorious will take your title, and be given a new one. Correct, Zephyr says, and for the first time since existence learned what it meant to kneel before a throne. His voice holds no trace of interference. No secret tether hidden in the folds of eternity. I will not move again. Behind the throne, space exhales. A seam of light appears, so thin it could be mistaken for a crack, yet so bright it rivals a sun. Slowly it spreads, parting like silk pulled by unseen fingers. Reality bends, and the temporal realm folds back. Through it steps Brighetto. He is taller than the memory of him, steadier than rumor, vaster than the whispers dared to say. The fused Saiyan's presence rolls outward like a tidal wave, no longer wild, no longer reckless, but a tide that has learned to carry cities on its shoulders instead of drown them. His hair stirs in a silent wind that belongs only to him. His aura sings as a layered chorus, the calm of Gohan, the iron pride of Vegeta, the primal fury of Broly, the boundless heart of Goku, all braided into a single flame, defiant, eternal, impossible to smother. He touches nothing, yet everything bends to the weight of his being. Where am I? His voice rumbles low, heavy enough to scrape across creation's edges and echo back again. He closes his eyes. When they open, his irises blaze, alive with a technique that pierces even truths meant never to be known. The all-seeing eyes bloom, and the third dimension unveils itself, its rivers of truth rushing toward him, unable to resist his call. Brighetto gazes through throne, through walls, through the palace of constellations, his sight cutting farther, deeper, until it lands on a memory etched in pain. The second dimension, he whispers, soft yet carrying like a bell rung over worlds. The place I fell, the last time. A stillness follows, one that feels like preparation, like sharpening. Resolve etches itself into his words. So it's time, he says, not as a choice, not as defiance, but as inevitability. A tolling bell only the doomed will hear once. The last stand. The sky above Zephyr's palace tightens, then splits. Space itself distorts, writhes, loses definition. Even direction shudders and turns pale. A wound yawns open across the night. No mere rift, but a decision in the shape of a scar. It stretches wider, wider, until the heavens themselves seem to recoil, and through it, another palace stares back, another throne, another will. On the far side, Xeno sits. For a heartbeat, He looks almost human, surprise flickering across his face. Then, delight blooms. The Saiyan's presence slams into him, flooding his senses with a force impossible to misinterpret. It is near. It is unhidden. It is unavoidable. Did he just appear? Zeno mutters, voice sharp with disbelief that shifts too quickly into hunger. His lips peel into a small, cutting smile. No matter. This is the moment. I end him. Now. Zeno reached inward for calm, for control, for his anchor, his private refuge. A pocket dimension small enough to rest inside his palm, perfect enough to remind him he was master of all things. But instead of reassurance, he felt it splinter, not shatter. Splinter, as if a finger had flicked the surface of a mirror and sent cracks spiderwebbing across its face. Hairline fractures racing like ice splitting on a frozen lake. His breath escaped him, soft, startled, edged with fury. Impossible! His pupils narrowed, and then he knew. He knew who had touched it. Wukong. The name landed in him like a meteor, heavy, undeniable. He escaped. Zeno's will flared outward, searing through the pantheon he had scattered across the cosmos as watchers. His voice cut across realms, snapping for answers. Zeus, he called into the current. Thor, Amuku, Poseidon. Old names carved into thunder, storm, and tide. Old vows sworn before the stars could even name themselves. Nothing answered. He reached sharper, his words turning to blades that sliced through silence. Zeus, still nothing. Only the faint pulse of something like a heartbeat in the dark, far away, distant, refusing him. Amuku, he barked, the command cracking with wrath. This time, something answered, a voice ragged, loyal, strained with devotion. I'm sorry, my lord. And then the voice was gone, not fading, not ending, severed, cut clean, as if mocked by something that knew how to laugh at gods and eat their strings. For the first time, the calm of the Omni King frayed. Problems gathered like storms do. One cloud at first, then 5, then a wall blotting out the horizon. Wukong was moving. The fused Saiyan was close. His sanctuary had been touched. His servants had been muted, erased. His jaw clenched, sharp as the hinge of a guillotine. Enough! He growled, and power, bright, impatient, lethal, answered at once. They're weaklings, all of them. I will not waste time with squares on a board. I will have them both come to me. Zeno reached, not with hands, but with the part of himself that writes laws. With a glance, he locked onto 2 locations. One, the fused Saiyan, blazing in the open sky of the second dimension. The other, a trickster godslayer threading the seams of Universe 7 like a needle, daring the loom to break. Reality hissed. 2 portals irised open. Tidy, efficient gates stamped with Zeno's certainty. Confidence slid over him like a cloak. Of course he could handle both. He was heir to the title, king of everything. Small fires do not worry the sun, but he had not yet learned the difference between a small fire and one that knows how to eat a world. And so, at the same instant, from 2 wounds in space, from 2 separate histories, 2 presences answered the call. The edges of the portals flared. Reality bent low, leaning in, listening. From the first gate, a figure stepped forth with the weight of a dimension coiled in his stride. From the second, another answered, carrying a millennium of defiance sharpened into a single, knowing smile. Wukong and Brogato stepped through together. Symmetry so perfect it seemed fate itself bowed to the inevitability of their arrival. Space distorted, groaning as though too frail to contain 3 titans in one sky. The second dimension shook under their weight. On the far side of that trembling horizon, Zeno stood waiting, his expression unreadable, carved from shadow. But his eyes burned with hunger. Hunger to prove himself. Hunger to claim what he believed destiny owed him. But before he could shape the first word, both newcomers turned. Their gazes met. And for a heartbeat, the battlefield remembered silence. Brogato froze. The fused soul trembled, and though his voice carried the tones of 4 warriors woven into one, it was Broly's heart that surged first. His voice came reverent, raw. My lord! The words slipped out like awe in its purest form. Wukong, you live. It wasn't just reverence, it was recognition. When Wukong's essence had once brushed Broly's mind, the Saiyan had tasted truths buried in the marrow of his race. The secret line carved into their blood, the Uzaru, the primal race, the source from which the Saiyan bloodline spilled diluted by eons, but never extinguished. Wukong was not myth, not legend, not echo. He was the progenitor, the ancestor, the first roar from which all Saiyan veins still thundered. And now, here he stood, not in whispers, not in fleeting visions, but in the flesh. The fusion stirred like a great ocean under many winds. Vegeta's sharp, disciplined memory resurfaced first. Mountains, whispers, fragments of truth unearthed when he and Broly had stood side by side, seeking their origins. Then came Goku's wide-eyed thrill, a boyish awe that could not help but beam, even before the gravest revelations. Gohan's quiet wonder threaded through it all, steadying, reflective. Together they understood in unison what none could deny. Every Saiyan carried Wukong's spark, and here was that spark, blazing whole, undeniable, staring back at them from the body of their ancestor. Wukong himself faltered. His smirk faded into silence, his eyes narrowing, storms rolling behind them. He had seen their deaths, felt them. He had watched Saiyan warriors fall, their blood staining the stars, their bones scattered across forgotten fields. That was why he had severed his spirit from Broly, why he had vanished into the mountains to grieve. A hermit king, exiled by despair. He had resigned himself to solitude. And yet, here they were, alive, breathing, standing before him, not ghosts, but fire reborn. For Wukong, Zeno had always been the quarry, the butcher of his people, the jailer of his eternity. Every step he had taken since was a step toward vengeance. He had walked that road with certainty, believing himself the last spark of his race. And yet, it was because of them, because of their defiance, because of the blood they shed in Zeno's grasp, that his cage had broken. Their fight, their sacrifice, had become the key. His voice came like a quake cracking open a mountain, deep, rough, disbelieving, and edged with anger. "You fools! You live? Impossible! I watched you die." Vegeta's aura flared at once, rising like a sun against shadow, conviction burning through him. His head shook slowly, his voice calm but firm. "It's a long story, but tell me, how did you escape? We tried to free you, and we failed." For a moment, Wukong's face was stone. Then, slowly, his mouth curved into a smile, sharp as a blade, grim as a scar. "And yet, you did free me." His tone was iron, his pride not for himself, but for what they had done. "Your struggle, your blood, shattered the seal that bound me. It is a long story as well, but remember this, I would still be chained if not for you." As his eyes fixed on them, Wukong felt something he had not expected, a shift, a growth. Once, his presence alone had bent Saiyan spines to the ground. Even fused, Vegeta had struggled beneath the weight of his aura. Blood recognizing master, progeny bowing to ancestor. But now they stood tall, unbent, unbroken. The bond remained, yes, but no longer as chains. His will no longer ruled them. They met his gaze as equals. A low chuckle rumbled from Wukong, rolling out like distant thunder, almost proud. "I see you've grown in my absence. Before, even in this form, you were hardly stronger than the echo of me that wandered the world. But now," his grin spread, teeth glinting, "now you stand beyond that. And here I am, whole, unbound, flesh restored. My full power, at last." His eyes narrowed, gleaming with challenge and curiosity. "I cannot tell who stands taller, me or you. Tell me, how did you climb so high in such a short span of time?" Vegeta laughed softly, the sound warmer, lighter. Goku's familiar warmth slipped into his voice, that sheepish grin tugging at his face as he rubbed the back of his head. "That's also a long story." The moment held, ancestor and descendants, pride and respect, threading into the vast silence. But it shattered, sharp as glass under a hammer, when another voice cut through. "Do you two need a room?" Zeno's tone lashed the air like whips, venom coiling through the sound. His small frame stretched his arms wide, but the weight of his smirk filled the skies. His words came not as questions, but as decrees. "I am the one who summoned you here," he hissed, his eyes blazing with hunger. "My past enemy, my present threat. Both of you, before me." His aura crackled, spiking with impatient certainty. "If I am to ascend, if I am to seize the true title of King of Everything, then I must purge the shadows that trail me and the obstacles that bar my path." He pointed a small hand, the gesture deceptively childish, the intent devastating. For that reason, you both must die. Brogito, you are finished. And you, Wukong, his grin split wider, cruel and confident. You return to the mountain. There you will rot until I decide how to pierce that cursed immortality of yours. And when I take the throne, make no mistake, I will find a way to end even you. Wukong's laughter cut the air like steel, sudden, wild, and dangerous. He thrust a finger at Zeno, as if leveling a blade, his grin feral, his eyes alight with the fury of 1,000 fallen suns. No throne will save you, he declared, his voice booming with the weight of eternity. Immortal or not, king or not, even you can die, and today you will. Zeno sneered, the sound like venom dripping. I'd like to see you try. With a snap of his fingers, the world cracked open. In less than a second, the skies filled. Armies unfolded like cursed pages from a book written in blood and shadow, blotting out the very concept of light. Gods of destruction appeared, 11 of them, their auras heavy enough to grind whole planets into dust, each one a nightmare, a tyrant of galaxies. Beside them shimmered their counterparts, the angels, divine judgment woven into 11 forms, wings radiant and merciless, and above them all, descending slow, terrible, solemn, the grand priest himself. His staff glowed like a spear poised to end all creation, and behind him, titans. 2 colossal figures, their bodies armored in divine fury, Raiko and Cairo, Zeno's personal enforcers, living weapons, guardians forged for war. The air suffocated, reality buckled, recoiled. Even space seemed to retreat. Brogito's chest locked tight, his all-seeing eyes widened, dread flashing like lightning in his fused soul. His voice broke through his disbelief, jagged and raw. Oh, shit. His gaze swept the battlefield, tracing faces that were once nightmares, once foes already conquered. I fought them all. I defeated them. And now they're here again. Every single one. Wukong's grin slipped, the weight of battle tightening his jaw. Even he could not laugh now, not at this. The air was heavy with killers. But Zeno only laughed, his arms stretched wide, his smirk venomous, his eyes glinting with the certainty of arrogance. Do not tremble, you weaklings. They are not here to fight for me. They are here to witness me, to watch my triumph. I am Zeno, Omni King. I need no help to crush monkeys beneath my boots. And then, another ripple, another arrival. Not soldiers, not pawns, something greater. The heavens bent. The skies rippled like water under a giant's hand. And then, thrones appeared, where there had been only void. Thrones vast enough to shame galaxies. Thrones that radiated the weight of eternity itself. Zephyr, Zarathos, Xylarian. The kings of everything descended. Not by walking, not by falling, but by willing themselves into being. Their thrones hovered, seated still, their presences alone enough to silence armies. Their eyes were galaxies older than any god's breath. And at once, everything froze. The destruction gods, the angels, even Zeno. For the first time, he had not foreseen this. Zephyr's voice thundered, calm, vast but steady, washing across the battlefield like the tide of an eternal sea. Do not be alarmed, children. We are only here to observe, nothing more. Carry on. Father! Zeno's cry cracked with both fury and desperation. He rose to his feet, arms trembling as his rage broke free. Why do you persist in meddling with my affairs? And you bring my fool brothers as well? Is this honor or is it mockery? Zephyr's eyes locked onto him, silencing all sound. Quiet, boy. I said we would not intervene and we will not. Whatever the outcome of this battle, we will accept it. His gaze shifted, heavy as the cosmos itself, onto Brogito. Hear this, Saiyan. No more second chances. If you die today, you stay dead. Whatever the victor decides, will stand. Zeno's lips curled into a smile, sharp as a blade. Then so be it. When I kill them all, you will hand me the title, and I will become king of everything. Zephyr's eyes narrowed, calm but edged with steel. Only if you pass the trial. Zeno's composure cracked, his voice pitched high, shrill with rage. That cursed trial again? I surpassed it long ago. I have built dimensions, populated them with gods, mortals, angels, worlds that breathe, run, and sing without my hand. But that was not enough for you. You twist the rules. You change the goal. You mock me. His scream split the very fabric of the sky. I am finished with your tests. One way or another, I will claim that title. The air thickened like a storm made flesh. Zarathos surged to his feet, his throne bursting into black gold fire. Beside him, Xylarian rose, his aura a tidal wave of starlight and fury. Together, they released only a fraction of their power, and the second dimension itself tore. Space crumbled. Time cracked. The battlefield reeled, as if the world itself could not bear their wrath. "Say that again," Zarathos thundered, his voice an earthquake that rattled reality. "Say it again, and regret will choke the sound from your throat." "Enough!" Zephyr's hand rose. Nothing more. Yet all destruction halted. Flames froze. Space stitched itself shut. Time steadied. Reality itself obeyed. "Calm yourselves, my sons," Zephyr intoned. His voice was a still ocean, a command gentler than thunder, yet stronger than law. "He is in his rebellious stage. I will discipline him when the time comes. For now, I want only to see how this fight ends." Silence fell, brittle, heavy, suffocating. Then Zeno grinned again. Sharper, crueler, his aura surged, tyrannical, cutting the air with promise. He leveled a finger at Brogito and Wukong, the gesture as sharp as a drawn sword. "Come at me," he hissed. "Together or apart, it makes no difference. The outcome is the same." His voice dripped venom. His finger stabbed like fate itself. "You will both lie beneath my boots." "With pleasure, Saiyan Wukong." Zeno's voice dripped contempt, his grin feral as his aura flared outward, tearing the sky with sheer intent. He leaned forward, ready to strike, when a hand pressed firmly against his chest. Not Zeno's, Brogito's. The fused warrior stood tall, his gaze unwavering, his aura steady but burning with hidden fire. His hand braced against Wukong's chest, like a wall against the storm. His face, usually a mix of warmth and pride, now carried only solemnity, a seriousness carved deep. "My lord," Brogito's voice rumbled, the tones of four warriors braided into one. Yet it was Broly's conviction that rang loudest in that moment. "Let me handle this." Battlefield trembled, reality itself quivering under the clash of divine destinies. Wukong's piercing eyes locked onto the warrior standing before him. His chest rose and fell slowly, but his mind raced as the weight of the Saiyan's presence poured over him. That aura, no, that colossal force wasn't just energy. It was existence itself bending. He knew immediately who it was. Brogito. The Monkey King's lips curled into a smirk, sharp and knowing. To think, these boys lost everything once. Their strength, their pride, even their very lives were ripped away without mercy. And yet, he tilted his head, balancing effortlessly atop his golden staff, as if he were perched above heaven itself. His voice softened, though awe carried beneath his words. Here they are, clawing their way back, rebuilding it all in the blink of eternity. He spun the golden staff in his hand, planting it firm beneath his feet. From above, he gazed down on the Saiyan like a divine patriarch, watching his bloodline rise from the ashes. "All right then, my descendants," he declared, his grin widening into something dangerous. "Show me what you forged this time." Pray history doesn't repeat itself, the way it did when Zeno's hand erased you before. But Brogito only smiled, a quiet, calm smile that spoke more than words. And then his aura erupted. Silver light exploded around him, searing the battlefield like a newborn star. Steam hissed from his skin, and waves of unbearable heat poured outward, bending the horizon itself. Space cracked like shattered glass. Dimensions tore open like paper curtains, exposing galaxies twisting beyond the veil. Existence itself seemed to shudder beneath the scope of his being. The gods of destruction froze, their divine confidence faltering for the first time in eons. Belmod, god of destruction of universe. 11 staggered back, his painted face twisting in shock. This is immortal? Impossible. This weight, this pressure, it rivals us." His voice cracked, trembling with disbelief. Others whispered harshly among themselves, fear leaking into every tone. How could mortals reach this height so quickly? This defies the order of everything. Even the angels, serene and untouchable for all of time, found their calm broken, their eyes narrowing with unease. For Vegeta's aura wasn't merely the energy of a warrior, it was eternal, vast, something only the Omni King himself could radiate. And this wasn't even his peak. The realization hit like cold iron in the chest of every god present. Above them, the three kings of everything leaned forward on their radiant thrones. Their small forms shimmered, eyes sparkling with childlike wonder. They weren't watching just a battle. To them, this was destiny itself. A fight that would carve itself into the marrow of history, one that could collapse dimensions, unravel universes, and reforge the laws of creation. Yet far away, in the dim, echoing halls of Zeno's palace, a figure hung in silence. Shackled in divine chains, his body broken, his skin bruised and bloodied, he looked like a martyr nailed to a cosmic cross. His frame swayed just behind Zeno's radiant throne. In that moment, Beerus's golden eyes snapped open. His chest heaved as the tidal wave of energy coursed through him like lightning, burning every nerve. He knew this key. This power, Beerus whispered, his voice trembling. His ears twitched, his fangs bared. It feels like Goku? No. Vegeta? Wait, it carries Gohan's spirit too. And Broly? But no. His claws dug into his palms. He growled low, his body trembling. It's all of them. Every Saiyan I've fought, trained, or feared, they've all become one. His chest tightened, his eyes widening in horror as the truth hit him like a blade. Fusion! They've fused together! But doubt gnawed at him, crushing his certainty. His voice cracked, wild with desperation. No, Gogeta was strong, but never this strong. Not even close. This surpasses angels. It shouldn't be possible. His roar shook the chamber. Murno! Murno! His chains rattled as he thrashed. I know you hear me. I am still your god. Answer me! The air rippled, and then, from the silence, a figure stepped forth as if he had always been there. The supreme angel, Murno. His presence carried no weight, no fury, only an eternal calm that bent the world around him. You called, my lord, Murno said softly. His voice carried no emotion, only timelessness. Beerus's fangs bared as he snarled, eyes blazing. What took you so long? No, forget it. Just tell me, what's happening? Who dares fight with power that shakes creation itself? The fight of the century, Murno replied evenly, folding his hands in front of him. Grand Zeno himself prepares to face the Saiyans you once swore to protect, the ones who were disgraced, humiliated, and erased. Beerus's throat tightened. The words cut deep, slicing away his composure. Show me. I don't care how. Just show me. Murno lowered his gaze only slightly, then tapped his staff against the floor. As you wish. But understand, what you're about to see is no simple vision. To peer into that battlefield requires connection to every fragment. Beerus snapped, jerking against his chains. Fragments? Speak plainly. Unmoved, Murno continued. You already know, Lord Beerus. The angels of the multiverse are not true beings. They are fragments of the Grand Priest. To pierce into the second dimension, I must call upon them all. The silence that followed was heavy, suffocating. Then Murno's staff pulsed with blinding light. Energy weaved into a sphere, slowly expanding until it revealed a vision within. The battlefield came alive before their eyes, every detail sharp and clear. Beerus's jaw slackened. His chest rose sharply as he beheld the sight. Gods of destruction lined the field. Every angel stood at attention, and among them his own brother Champa. Above them sat three beings he did not know, their thrones glowing with the radiance of living stars. And then, his gaze fell upon Zeno. His heart sank. Fear tore at him like claws. But then, his eyes locked onto the Saiyan below. That isn't Gogeta, Beerus roared, the echo of his fury shaking the chamber. Murno's calm voice slipped in, smooth as glass. Well, yes and no. You see, Gohan and Broly fused first, becoming Brohan. At the same time, Goku and Vegeta performed the fusion dance, birthing Gogeta, and then he raised a hand as if explaining a simple trick of light. Those two fusions combined once more, this time with Potara earrings. The result is the being you see before you. He calls himself Brogito. Beerus's jaw hung open, his throat tight, as his entire body shook against the divine chains. His voice cracked with raw disbelief. A triple fusion? Is such a thing even possible? Murno's calm gaze never wavered, though his eyes glowed faintly with quiet power. Possible or not, it has happened. Brogito now stands before the Omni King himself. Though some might claim he has ascended to that same throne in name, the truth of his strength will be revealed only in this battle. Beerus's humiliation, his pain, his chains, all of it vanished in that moment. His golden eyes burned with primal focus, locked entirely on the shimmering vision inside Murno's staff. And within the second dimension, the moment finally came. Brogito moved first. The fused warrior's form vanished, his speed surpassing everything mortal senses could comprehend. No velocity, no measurement could define it. He was beyond numbers, beyond light itself. His dust trailed behind like a comet as he launched forward, spinning his body for maximum torque. A world-shattering punch tore through the void. His face was carved in steel. No grin, no hesitation, only seriousness. Boom! The collision detonated like the birth of a star. The entire second dimension screamed as his aura spread outward, pouring across countless universes like a tidal wave. The void itself quivered. As the view pulled back, the truth was revealed. Brogito's massive fist was caught, stopped clean in the palm of Zeno's tiny hand. The force of their clash ripped the skies and ruptured the void beneath their feet. Back-to-back shockwaves burst across the realm, forcing every god of destruction and angel to shield themselves. They couldn't believe their eyes. Even the angels, beings designed to show no emotion, were visibly shaken. Vados's eyes widened as she flung her arm outward, shielding Champa from the collapsing shockwave. Her expression cracked with disbelief. "But Zeno?" Zeno smiled. That smile only deepened as Brogito unleashed countless rapid strikes. His body blurred as he drove forward with relentless precision. The two streaked across the sky, trading blows faster than thought. In less than a millisecond, over 1,000 strikes had been exchanged, each one with enough force to annihilate creation. Zeno dodged, weaving through Brogito's fury with childlike calm. Yet slowly, that innocent smile slipped. The air grew heavier, his movements sharper. For Brogito was no longer holding back. His fists blurred beyond vision, each strike landing faster than the last, his power climbing with every blow. And then it happened. A fist broke through. Brogito's knuckles slammed against Zeno's small face, sending the Omni King crashing down to the planet's surface below. The void trembled as the impact tore a crater into existence. Brogito refused to let up. His body glowed as he thrust both hands skyward. Rapid Ki barrage! Energy flared and split into a storm of countless blasts, raining down like stars upon the surface where Zeno lay. Each blast cracked with the force of a collapsing sun. Boom, boom, boom! The battlefield became a sea of explosions, but none touched Zeno. The Omni King rose through the storm of fire like a ghost, his body weaving effortlessly between the blasts. His speed was monstrous, so far beyond even the fused Saiyan that it bent reality. Slowly, calmly, he levitated upward, drawing closer and closer to Brogito, dodging every last explosion with ease. Brogito's teeth clenched. He poured more energy into his blasts, his aura flaring brighter, shaking entire galaxies through the second dimension. Yet still, Zeno remained untouched. Then, suddenly, he was there. So close Brogito had to leap backward, his instincts screaming at him that his assault was useless. But it was too late. The instant he pulled back, Zeno was already behind him. "What the?" Vegeta gasped, eyes wide. And then came the strike. Zeno's small palm pressed against the Saiyan's chest. Boom! The shockwave ripped outward with impossible force. Vegeta's body shot backward like a comet, blazing through the second dimension before crashing into the distant ground. The sound cracked through the void, shattering the monochrome skies as if reality itself protested. High above, Zeno hovered with one hand still raised. Wisps of energy curled from his palm. His childlike face remained calm, but his eyes gleamed with something colder. Regal, untouchable, absolute. Dust and cosmic debris billowed upward from the colossal crater below. The gathered gods of destruction gasped, their eyes wide. Even their divine shields shook from the aftershock. Vegeta had driven Zeno on the defensive with his impossible storm of attacks, but with a single strike, the Omni King had shifted the tide. The Grand Priest's lips parted. For once, the serene angel betrayed his composure. "That impact," he murmured, eyes narrowing. Even I barely saw it. Vados lowered her arm slowly, her breath uneven as she shielded Champa. Her usually elegant face showed rare shock. Champa himself had gone pale, his mouth open as if he'd forgotten how to breathe. Sidra clenched his hands together anxiously. Belmod of Universe. 11 whispered, his voice shaking. He actually hit him." One blow. The deities muttered amongst themselves, horrified. None of them had ever seen Zeno fight, not truly. And now, the sight of him exerting effort, delivering a strike with real force, left them shaken to their very cores. In the radiant viewing booth above, 3 small figures leaned forward on shining thrones. Zeno's siblings, the other kings of everything. They usually smiled without care, yet even their eternal expressions wavered as Vegeta's body lay in the crater. Zephyr clapped his hands gleefully, feet kicking in delight. "Wow, so strong!" he squealed, eyes sparkling. Zarathos giggled beside him, though a flicker of unease glinted behind his laughter. Zyralian leaned forward, his tone calm but edged. "Father, you're a little too excited." "Huh?" "Surprised you aren't," Zephyr chirped, his grin unbroken. "The fight's just getting started." He tilted his head curiously. "Surely you don't think the Saiyan is finished from such an attack?" The other two fell quiet, their gazes drawn back toward the battlefield below. Far away in the endless silence of Zeno's palace, 2 golden eyes flared wide. Beerus, the god of destruction of Universe 7, writhed in his restraints. The divine chains clinked against each other, each movement sending sparks of godly energy into the air. Suspended just behind the Omni King's radiant throne, he had felt it, the tremor that rattled through his bones when Zeno's palm strike landed flush against Vegeta's chest. The vision sphere conjured by Murno shimmered in front of him, replaying the impossible exchange. Beerus's ears twitched, his heart pounding so loudly it nearly drowned out his own thoughts. "Vegeta!" Beerus hissed through clenched fangs. His chest heaved with every breath, his body tensed against the chains. And then, to his own surprise, he realized something. He was rooting for him, rooting for the fused Saiyan, this being born of those reckless warriors he once despised. The very same beings he had once set out to kill. The same bloodline he had blamed for Whis' death. And yet now... "Get up!" Beerus growled under his breath, his voice low but urgent. He leaned forward as far as the restraints would allow. "Come on, you brats! You've come too far to die here. Get up!" At his side, Murno floated in calm silence. The Supreme Angel's silver-blue aura bathed him in unearthly light, reflecting across his pristine features. His face was unreadable, though a glimmer faintly lit his eyes as he studied the vision sphere. "That strike," Murno said softly, his voice like the whisper of eternity, was approximately 30% of Grand Zeno's full strength. His hands folded behind his back, posture as calm as ever. If Vegeta cannot withstand even that, then this battle will not last much longer. The words froze the chamber with their casual finality. Meanwhile, in the void of the second dimension, the battlefield began to reveal its scars. The dust lifted, the crater sprawling across endless miles of blackened ground. Fractures ran like glowing veins across the surface, spilling tiny motes of starlight into the void. Shattered galaxies, broken constellations, the remains of universes crushed by that single blow, seeping through reality itself before the wounds stitched closed. And then, movement. From the depths of the crater, a gloved hand burst free, gripping the cracked earth. Another followed. Slowly, Vegeta rose. Dust rolled down his shoulders as he shoved a slab of broken reality aside. He stood tall, his silver aura flickering faintly, his chest rising steady. A thin trickle of golden blood ran from the corner of his mouth. He wiped it away with the back of his hand, his head bowed so his spiky hair shadowed his eyes. The silence was suffocating. Above him, Zeno floated. His small body glowed against the fractured sky, his eyes sharp and curious. His childlike voice chimed through the void. He tilted his head as though regarding a strange toy. I expected you to stay down longer. Vegeta lifted his head, his eyes locked on Zeno's, glowing with fierce resolve. Slowly, deliberately, a grin spread across his face. His lips curled back to reveal one sharpened canine, a feral, unshakable smirk. Not bad, he said, his deep-fused voice resonating across the battlefield. It carried Goku's unyielding confidence, Vegeta's royal pride, Gohan's steady calm, and Broly's primal fury, all speaking as one. That actually hurt, a little. He pounded once on his chest where Zeno's palm had struck. Silver energy rippled outward from the point of impact, dancing across his torso before fading. You've got some real power, Your Majesty. On the sidelines, Wukong sat atop his staff, his golden eyes gleaming with amusement. He had been still until now, but the sight of Vegeta's defiance tugged a grin across his face. That cursed ability, Wukong muttered under his breath, his voice a mix of disdain and fascination. I never liked it. An ability that endlessly absorbs divine energy without limit. For most wielders, the flaw is obvious. There's only so much power a body can contain before it shatters. His grin sharpened, his tail flicking. But in the hands of a Saiyan? Ha! The Monkey King laughed aloud, his booming voice echoing across the void. Now I'm interested. He rose to his feet atop the staff and cupped his hands around his mouth. Vegeta, show me the full extent of your strength. For the first time, Zeno's expression faltered. He cast a sidelong glance toward Wukong. Be quiet, monkey man, Zeno said simply, his tone light but carrying ancient command. Sit still. Watch, without sparing him further attention, the Omni King turned back toward Vegeta. But Wukong's golden fur bristled, his hands clenched around the staff, his body trembling with barely checked rage. How dare you, he snarled, rising as if ready to leap into the fray. Before he could act, a sudden laugh cut through the void. Vegeta. The sound was bold, fearless, a laugh that rang like a challenge, breaking the tension. Wukong froze mid-step. He stared at the Saiyan fusion, then slowly relaxed, lowering himself back onto his staff. His lips curled into a half-smirk, half-snarl. Fine, he muttered. If the brat fails, my chance will come. Vegeta's laughter continued, shaking the void. Boring? He shouted up at Zeno. Yeah, I'd hate to disappoint. He crouched, boots grinding into the fractured surface. Silver-white tendrils of aura spiraled around him, gathering denser and denser until his body glowed like a newborn star. We're just getting started. Boom! He launched himself skyward in a flash of light, the void trembling beneath the acceleration. One instant he was grounded, the next he was before Zeno, his fist cloaked in burning silver energy. The punch streaked toward Zeno's face. The Omni King's eyes glinted, his small form blurring into streaks of multicolored light. He tilted aside at the last possible moment, letting the blow carve through empty space. But Vegeta never stopped moving. He flickered after Zeno, appearing and vanishing in rapid bursts as his fists and feet struck in endless succession. Each strike was a world-ending blow, yet Zeno evaded them all, his tiny frame darting through the storm like a phantom. To the gods and angels watching, the battlefield had dissolved into chaos. The two combatants were no longer bodies. They were streaks of raw power colliding in midair, flashes of light rupturing the void. Even the most refined senses struggled to keep pace. Margarita's eyes narrowed, her voice hushed with disbelief. Even for us, it's almost too fast. Vados turned, her usually calm features tense as she shielded Champa once again. She exchanged a sharp glance with Margarita, silently acknowledging the truth. Few, if any, among them could truly comprehend the speed of this battle. High above, Raiko and Kairu, the twin guards of Zeno, stood with their arms folded, their eyes narrowed. Their silence was heavy, their gazes fixed with unblinking intensity on the Saiyan fusion who dared to push their master this far. Fists and feet clashed with the power to tear worlds apart. Each collision sent ripples racing across the void, the impact waves twisting into swirling vortices that vanished into the dark abyss of the second dimension. Zeno's tiny figure flowed effortlessly around Vegeta's relentless barrage, dodging and deflecting punches that could wipe galaxies clean and kicks that bent the very laws of space-time. His childlike face betrayed no strain, only focus and uncanny grace. For all his innocent demeanor, the Omni King's mastery in combat was undeniable. Every motion was smooth, efficient, and impossibly fast, like the universe itself was bending to his rhythm. Yet Vegeta pressed harder. His grin had vanished, replaced by grit and fierce determination. This wasn't just a fight, it was a war of limits, a duel of speed and skill that creation itself had never witnessed. Crack! Zeno's foot lashed out, a high kick meant to snap Vegeta's neck. The fused warrior blocked with his forearm, and the collision thundered like a collapsing star. The shockwave alone flattened the crater below, scattering shards of broken reality upward as if existence itself had shattered like glass. Zeno spun gracefully backward, twirling through the air. For the first time, excitement colored his face. He clapped his tiny hands together and let out a delighted laugh. Good, very good. With a flick of his wrist, a prismatic orb of energy appeared above his palm, swirling with impossible colors. Its very presence shook the void realm, as though the second dimension itself feared what it contained. Then, without warning, Zeno hurled it. The orb expanded in mid-flight, swelling from a pebble to a disk larger than a planet, spinning with cosmic force. Its edges shimmered with annihilation. Everything behind it vanished, erased as though it had never been. This was not just Kai, it was authority, Zeno's power to reduce anything to nothing. Vegeta's eyes narrowed. His instincts screamed. No time to charge, only act. Both hands thrust forward, fingers splayed. A roaring beam surged from his palms, spiraling purple and silver, twining around each other like twin dragons. Big Bang Destruction Kamehameha! The beam collided head-on with the disc. Boom! The impact detonated in a blinding explosion. The second dimension quaked, the void skies tearing as light and darkness erupted together. For a heartbeat, nothing could be seen but a massive sphere of blinding white. Shockwaves ripped across the stands. Deities cried out in alarm. Gods of destruction braced together, their auras flaring as the gale force winds tore at them. Kaioshin shrieked, some shielding their eyes, others cowering behind their destruction gods. Even the three kings of everything raised their small arms to shield their faces from the glare. When at last the light subsided, a gaping wound scarred the void below. A smoking chasm yawned across the battlefield, as if a piece of existence itself had been scooped out and erased. Floating above its center, Vegeta and Zeno remained, both standing, both unharmed. The Omni King tilted his head. A faint smile lingered, but his eyes gleamed with intrigue. "You canceled it out," he noted softly, watching the last wisps of energy fizzle away between them. Vegeta exhaled, lowering his steaming hands. Sparks of residual ki crackled across his palms before fading. "I've picked up a trick or two," he said with a smirk, his tone light despite the battlefield's devastation. His voice deepened, carrying a razor edge of memory. "But things won't go like last time. Back then, you completely overpowered us. We were nothing to you, just children playing at gods, and our inexperience cost us our lives." His chin lifted, silver eyes blazing. "But now?" His aura flared brighter, wrapping him in a storm of silver fire. "If that's how you want to play, Your Majesty, then how about this?" He vanished. Zeno's bright eyes darted. Vegeta's energy signature flooded the battlefield from every direction at once. Suddenly, dozens of afterimages flickered into being, surrounding the Omni King. Each phantom charged mid-strike, punches, kicks, knees, elbows, closing in from every side. Zeno blinked, his expression tightening for the first time. The illusions moved with such speed that time lagged, their echoes overlapping. Vegeta's voice echoed from every direction at once. "Where are you looking? Here!" The images shouted in unison, their voices a chorus of defiance. Zeno's lips pressed into a thin line. His irritation flickered like a shadow across his face. With a sharp exhale, he thrust out his hands, swiping at the mirages. One by one, they evaporated into mist under his strikes, only to be instantly replaced by more closing in. The true Vegeta stayed hidden, his ki carefully suppressed beneath the cacophony of clones. This was not just Saiyan ferocity, it was strategy, misdirection, a tactic drawn from shinobi arts, fused with Saiyan instinct. And then, the moment came. Above him, upside down in midair, the real Vegeta appeared. His legs spread wide for balance, his hands weaving intricate patterns so fast they blurred. Trails of glowing energy spiraled around his fingers like calligraphy written on reality. "Try this on!" Vegeta roared. From his fingertips erupted sizzling tendrils of ki, threads of pure light that cracked like whips. They shot downward in an instant, wrapping around Zeno's arms and legs. The Omni King's eyes went wide. His small form jerked as the threads cinched tight, glowing electric blue. Every twitch made them constrict harder, as though alive, animated by the Saiyan's indomitable will. The battlefield gasped as one. He's restrained the Omni King?" A supreme Kaioshin cried, his voice breaking. On the sidelines, Liqueur bared his sharp teeth in disbelief. "Impossible!" Margarita leaned forward, her staff trembling. Her eyes narrowed as she studied the threads. "Incredible," she whispered, astonished. "He's manipulating his ki into living energy threads." A technique bordering on creation itself. She turned to the others, her voice rising. "The Saiyans had nothing like this when they faced us before. In death, they've evolved beyond anything we could have foreseen." Around her, the angels nodded grimly, their silence confirmation enough. They all knew, the warriors who once perished had returned carrying power beyond comprehension. The three kings of everything gazed downward, their mouths curved with interest. Two of them remembered this technique very well. Zarathos and Xylarian had seen Vegeta unleash this move on their champions in ages past. In truth, they themselves could perform the very same technique, though their version differed. Each outcome depended heavily on the individual's mastery of Kai, and the way one's essence could bend it to their will. Zephyr spoke with a spark in his tone. "It's been 15 minutes, he said with anticipation. "Last time, the fight was already over. My son Zeno had crushed his opponent in this very form without breaking a sweat. But now, look at him." His eyes widened, glowing with pure delight. The deity, once burdened by boredom, was finally tasting the excitement he had craved for an eternity. His grand plan had unfolded perfectly. Suspended in the sky, Zeno struggled against glowing threads that bound his limbs. He tugged at them, but the luminous bonds only constricted tighter, searing with sparks of raw energy that singed the edges of his royal robes. A faint frown crept across the Omni King's small face as his body jerked helplessly against the restraint. "Hurr!" Vegeta snarled, muscles tightening like drawn steel cables. With a vicious yank, he swung Zeno overhead like a captured prey and slammed him down with devastating force. The Omni King's body blazed through the air like a meteor, crashing into the ground below. The impact rattled the entire second dimension. Jagged mountains of crystallized matter cracked and splintered. The ground split into massive fissures, each one tearing outward like the rings of a massive quake. Before the dust even began to settle, Vegeta pulled back on the burning key threads. Zeno's body was ripped upward from the crater, debris trailing in his wake. Halfway up, the fused Saiyan greeted him with a brutal knee strike to the midsection. The blow drove deep into Zeno's core. For the first time in eons, pain flickered across the Omni King's face. It was fleeting, but real. Vegeta pressed the advantage. With a savage growl, he spun and brought both fists down on Zeno's back in a crushing double hammer strike. The smaller deity shot downward again like a ragdoll. Just before the ground could claim him, Vegeta snapped the threads tight. The Omni King's body whipped violently in midair, his form flailing against the constricting bonds. "Don't think you're above the fight just because of who you are," Vegeta roared. His aura ignited in a brilliant blaze of white, surging like a storm. He raised both hands, dragging Zeno's bound body into the air. Then, with a mighty heave, Vegeta began to spin him around like a weapon. Faster and faster, the Omni King's body blurred in wide circles, orbiting Vegeta like a star ensnared by gravity. "Take this!" Vegeta bellowed. With one final spin, he released the energy threads. Zeno was launched like a comet through the void, smashing through a colossal monolith of black stone in the distance. The monolith shattered, crumbling into stardust, while Zeno's body kept going, slamming into the side of a barren mountain. The force cracked it open as though the mountain were made of fragile glass. A silence fell over the battlefield. Only the crumbling echoes of the broken monolith remained. Vegeta hovered, chest rising and falling, the fading glow of the key threads still burning faintly at his fingertips. His eyes stayed locked on the smoking ruin where Zeno had vanished. "Did he just do it?" Champa's voice cracked in disbelief. He peeked out from behind Vados, his fur standing on end, his ears twitching nervously. Every angel, every god of destruction, stared at the smoking crater with stunned faces. "He landed direct blows on the Omni King," Gawasu whispered, adjusting his glasses with trembling fingers. "A mortal has actually struck down Grand Zeno." Even the Grand Priest's mask of composure cracked. His calm eyes widened a fraction, and his hands clasped behind his back tightened as he hovered silently above. Back in the palace, Beerus erupted in laughter, unable to contain himself. "Yes, that's it!" he shouted, chains rattling as he yanked against them. His golden eyes gleamed with manic satisfaction, sharp fangs bared. For once, the Destroyer God didn't care that his cheers were for rivals. All that mattered was seeing the arrogant Omni King brought low. "Show him, Vegeta. Show that spoiled tyrant what you're made of." Murno cast him a side glance, raising a silver brow at Beerus's wild reaction. Yet even the Supreme Angel's lips curved in the faintest smile. His voice was steady, but beneath it beat a rare pulse of excitement. "Remarkable," he said softly. "They've actually managed to subdue Grand Zeno, if only for a moment." His gaze lingered on the viewing sphere. Now, how will the Omni King respond? From the ruined mountain came a low rumble, like the growl of a sleeping beast awakened. Pebbles trembled, then began floating upward as unseen energy gathered. With a deafening blast, a shockwave of pure power erupted, disintegrating the debris in an instant. Zeno rose from the wreckage, glowing with a corona of crackling multicolored energy that shimmered like fractured universes colliding. His body bore no true damage, save a faint bruise on his cheek and the dust clinging to his royal garb. But the bruise was proof Vegeta had succeeded in drawing blood from the untouchable. Hovering above, Zeno brushed glittering stardust from his sleeve. His usual cheerful aura was gone. In its place lingered a sharp, cold intensity radiating from his prismatic eyes. Slowly, he lifted his gaze to Vegeta, who hovered across the void, chest rising steadily, every muscle coiled like a predator awaiting its next move. The Omni King's lips pressed into a line. His voice, stripped of playfulness, carried a dangerous weight. "I must admit, that surprised me," he said. "It's been eons since I've felt pain." He touched the bruise gingerly, studying Vegeta with narrowed eyes. "That ability of yours? Nasty indeed. Could it be the Kaioken 101 technique?" His tone sharpened, as if speaking to himself. "That's mine. My creation, yet your technique diverged. It feels different." Zeno's brows lowered. He could sense it clearly. His life energy had been drained, not just from the threads, but from every strike Vegeta landed. Each impact pulled a piece of his very essence away. It was then Vegeta remembered the Saiyan fusion no longer carried only their mortal abilities. He now bore the curse and gift of a demon's art, dark siphoning. Unlike the Kai threads, which leached away life energy, this sinister ability siphoned something far more divine. God Ki, once called divine energy. Zeno's eyes narrowed as realization dawned. "What a nasty combination," he muttered, voice cold and sharp. "But today isn't your day. You pestered the wrong opponent. I am the Omni King, and I have limitless energy." Without another word, his aura ignited like the birth of a star. Radiant tendrils of kaleidoscopic light burst from his small frame, flooding the dimension in waves of living color. Space buckled, gravity twisted. The void itself screamed as if it were alive, writhing in the weight of Zeno's rising fury. The spectators recoiled as crushing pressure bore down upon them. In the stands, several gods of destruction collapsed to one knee, sweat dripping from their brows. Vado swiftly conjured a barrier of glowing green light around Champa, but even her divine shield could not withstand what followed. Zeno's aura pulsed once, and the barrier shattered like thin ice. The two deities were slammed into the ground, their bodies pressed down so hard that craters opened beneath them. This power!" Belmod's voice cracked as he shouted over the roar of the Omni King's aura. His painted face twisted in awe and terror. "It's even greater than before." Is he finally taking this seriously? On the opposite side, Cotella, the mouse-like destroyer of Universe 4, gripped his twitching whiskers, trembling like prey cornered by a predator. "He's going to kill that blasted Saiyan now, and maybe all of us along with him." His voice broke as he inched backward, dread etched in every motion. However much the gods despised these mortals, none of them wished to be collateral damage to Zeno's fury. Even the angels, who rarely betrayed emotion, braced themselves. Margarita of Universe 11 tightened her grip around her staff, her pupils dilated. "Zeno-sama's output. It's reaching the upper bounds," she said through clenched teeth. 90%, perhaps more." Her words spread across the ranks of angels, and they all nodded grimly. To them, it felt like the pinnacle of existence itself was pressing down on them. None realized the truth. This was not 90%. This was merely 40% of Zeno's true power, still 20% less than what he had used to kill Vegeta before. Vegeta's muscles tightened as the crushing force descended on him. Every hair on his body stood upright, his instincts screaming danger. Yet the fusion clenched his jaw and refused to submit. His aura flared in answer, blazing in fiery purple and silver white, swirling together like colliding storms. The space between him and Zeno rippled violently as their energies clashed, sparks booming like thunder across creation. The Saiyan fusion knew he had only one choice: restrain Zeno even for an instant. He thrust out his right hand, focusing every ounce of will. Thin strands of blue energy shot outward, weaving around the Omni King with desperate speed. In seconds, Zeno was encased in a crackling key prison, a luminous azure sphere that hummed with layered seals and compressed force. Vegeta growled, sweat dripping from his temples. "Hold! Just hold!" But Zeno only glanced at the prison with faint irritation. His aura flexed, and with a single concussive pulse, the cage shattered. The walls of the prison burst apart into shards of glowing energy, falling like broken glass across the void. Vegeta staggered back, teeth clenched. Another plan, destroyed in an instant. Straightening his back, he wiped the sweat from his brow. "Fine," he muttered under his breath, narrowing his eyes. "If you want divine power, then I'll show you mine." A growl rumbled deep in his chest. He drew both hands to his side, cupping them together. A spark ignited between his palms, one side burning a fierce purple, the other shining a piercing blue. The two halves clashed violently, yet slowly began to merge, screaming with power as they fused into one. In the stands, the gods felt the charge prick at their skin. Their eyes widened. Gene, the aquatic god of destruction of Universe 12, leapt to his feet, pointing with a trembling hand. He's gathering energy. That stance. Could it be?" Vegeta's voice thundered across the battlefield, layered by the harmonics of Goku and Vegeta fused as one. Final Kamehameha! With a mighty thrust, he unleashed the attack. A colossal beam erupted, spiraling with blue and purple light, streaks of Hakai energy woven into its core. The blast tore across the void, annihilating everything in its path. The ground beneath it disintegrated into nothingness. The very dimension shuddered under its destructive might, reality bending like glass near the breaking point. Zeno did not move. He simply raised one small hand, his finger extended. A strange, infinite sigil bloomed in the air around it, etched with lines that seemed to stretch forever. His expression was almost bored. "Full counter." The words were spoken softly, but their weight shook the heavens. Gasps erupted from the spectators. Even the Grand Priest's eyes flickered with alarm. This will be a nasty one," Zephyr said with a smirk, as if announcing a match. "That's my son's technique. If I recall, full counter doubles the power of an opponent's attack and sends it right back." Zarathos nodded, lips curling into a grin. "Exactly, father. That beam was already capable of erasing universes. Now it's doubled. And Vegeta will have to stop his own attack at twice the strength. Can he survive that?" The three kings of everything leaned back, watching the carnage unfold as though it were sport. The clash of powers capable of ending existence itself was treated like little more than a parlayed bet, an extravagant show to debate and dissect. Vegeta's eyes widened in horror as the massive final Kamehameha halted only feet before Zeno's fingertip. The sigil glowed brighter, and in an instant, the colossal beam turned, folding back on itself. With blinding speed and doubled force, the attack roared back toward its creator. What? Vegeta barely had time to cross his arms in defense. His own attack, amplified to a terrifying degree, slammed back into him like the wrath of creation itself. The detonation was instant, an expanding sphere of cataclysmic light that lit up the void realm like a newborn star exploding into existence. Shockwaves rippled outward in colossal rings, warping reality, and even forcing Zeno back several paces through the endless air. In the stands, the angels strained with all their might, layering barrier upon barrier to shield their gods. Yet even their combined defenses quivered under the onslaught, shimmering violently as stray energy hammered against them. If not for every angel reinforcing one another, that stray force alone would have annihilated the galleries. Murno's viewing sphere shook uncontrollably, its surface fracturing with static light. Beerus narrowed his eyes, squinting through the inferno. For one dreadful heartbeat, Vegeta's silhouette vanished completely within the blazing inferno of his own reversed final Kamehameha. When the searing glow finally began to fade, Vegeta reappeared, alive, but far from unscathed. Smoke curled from his body. His GI was torn and scorched, one sleeve completely vaporized, exposing a muscular arm laced with burns and bruises. His left arm hung limp at his side, trembling, nearly useless from the backlash. Dark scars marred his forearm where energy had seared through flesh. His chest rose and fell heavily, teeth gritted against the sting of his own attack turned back on him. Zeno tilted his head, a small glimmer of amusement returning to his cosmic eyes. "Did you think you were the only one with tricks?" His tone mocked, recalling Vegeta's earlier use of Wukong's staff. The ethereal sigil faded from his fingertip as his hand lowered. Then Zeno's aura shifted. He raised his palm, and without warning, an unseen weight clamped down upon Vegeta. The Saiyan fusion gasped as a piercing agony stabbed through him, not in his flesh, but in his very soul. What is... Vegeta staggered, dropping to one knee, clutching his chest as an unbearable force wrenched at his essence. Spectators froze as a ghostly light flared around him. 4 faint silhouettes appeared within the aura, flickering violently. Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, and Broly. Their souls contorted in pain as Zeno tried to tear them from the fusion. Vados's eyes widened in shock. He's attacking Vegeta's soul directly. That technique, it's soul fragmentation. Zeno-sama is trying to rip the fusion apart from within. Gasps of horror swept the gods. Even the Grand Priest's fingers twitched behind his back, a rare crack in his composure. Vegeta trembled violently, every fiber of his being straining. Inside his mind, the 4 voices screamed in unison, refusing to be broken. "We won't be broken!" Vegeta roared aloud, voice thundering across the battlefield. His aura detonated in defiance, silver and purple energy exploding outward in a prismatic shockwave, bursting like a stardust breaker from deep within his chest. The ghostly images were pulled back together, reforging into one form. The bond that tied their souls knit itself tighter, blazing unbreakable. The shackles of soul fragmentation shattered like glass under the force of Vegeta's will. Zeno's cosmic eyes widened ever so slightly. Vegeta stood again, panting hard, sweat pouring down his brow, but his grin was fierce. He rolled his shoulders, brushing off the pain. "Nice try, but this soul stays united." A murmur of disbelief rippled across the stands. Even the omnipotent had to acknowledge it. A mortal fusion had just broken free of an Omni-King's direct assault on the soul. Annoyance flickered across Zeno's face, his childish calm cracking into something darker. His voice came cold and sharp. "Impressive, but you're not the only one full of surprises." His small hand opened. Light shimmered, bending into form. From the glow emerged a slender, ethereal blade, shimmering like liquid crystal. Its aura screamed with restrained devastation. The angels stiffened instantly. Recognition struck their hearts like lightning. "That sword!" whispered Cairo, one of Zeno's twin guards, his voice trembling. "It's his Shikai." A weapon that cleaves through dimensions. His brother Raiko clenched his jaw. Cairo asked in disbelief, "When was the last time you saw him draw it?" "What's it called again?" He scratched his head nervously before shouting the name. "Shumetsu no Ken, the sword of absolute erasure." "Millennia," Raiko replied, voice grim. His eyes narrowed. "But can this dimension even survive it?" Cairo's voice cracked as he barked to his brother. "Prepare the portal, just in case." "I don't feel like dying again." Before another word could be said, Zeno flickered and reappeared mid-air, blade raised high. With a resonant shine, he brought the sword down in a single, deceptively clean stroke. An arc of invisible energy ripped forward, tearing reality itself. Space shrieked as the dimension-cutting slash screamed toward Vegeta. The Saiyan fusion barely dodged aside. A heartbeat later, the ground behind him split diagonally for miles, a continent-wide fissure slicing through the land. a massive floating monolith in the attack's path slid neatly in half before collapsing into rubble. Even the ocean beneath evaporated instantly, the heat of the strike obliterating it. The gods could only watch, their faces pale. Had Vegeta moved a fraction slower, he would have been severed cleanly in two. But Zeno didn't stop. In the blink of an eye, he flickered across the battlefield, every motion a blur. Each movement brought another swing of the Shumetsu no Ken, each stroke releasing another cut through reality. Dozens, then hundreds of glowing slashes screamed from every direction, converging on Vegeta. Every strike was razor-thin yet infinite, each wave of energy carrying the power to carve through dimensions and erase all caught within it. Vegeta's mind raced, his arms shot outward, unleashing a storm of ki. Gallic guns, radiant Big Bang attacks, and even Gohan's iconic Masenko burst from his palms, colliding with the oncoming dimensional cuts. Explosions lit the void like supernovas as some slashes were nullified mid-air. But the sheer number was overwhelming. Hundreds, if not thousands, of reality-cleaving arcs descended like judgment from the heavens. The battlefield became a canvas of destruction, a storm of blades and blasts colliding in a spectacle no mortal eye could ever truly comprehend. Gritting his teeth, Vegeta braced himself. He crossed his arms tight just as the last two slashes of Zeno's sword howled toward him. Krack! The cut smashed into his guard with a sound that shook the void. The impact drove Vegeta back across the battlefield, his boots carving deep trenches in the ground, sparks flying from every step. Thin crimson lines appeared across his forearms, where the razor edges of Zeno's dimensional cuts had pierced even his god-forged durability. In the stands, the gods and angels could scarcely breathe. That slash, it cut through a continent the size of 2 planets, Belmont muttered, his painted face pale. And he still survived it. The truth stunned them all. The fact Vegeta wasn't in pieces was proof of his resilience, and maybe just a touch of impossible luck. This wasn't just a fight of the millennium, it was the fight of existence itself. The very sidelines were a battlefield of survival as gods and angels exerted everything they had just to withstand the aftershocks. Vegeta panted, sweat dripping as his forearms stung from the shallow cuts. Across from him, Zeno paused, his tiny form hovering effortlessly, blade still in hand. His eyes gleamed with surprise. To him, this was confirmation. The Saiyan fusion had indeed grown stronger. Strong enough to endure blows at 60% of his full strength, the very same level he had once used to annihilate them with ease. Not enough? Zeno murmured coldly, narrowing his cosmic eyes. He gave the faintest shrug, as though bored, and raised the Shumetsu no Ken above his head. Multicolored energy roared along its length, gathering into a humming storm of light. Then, try this, he said, his voice carrying lethal finality. With both hands, the Omni King swung down. A colossal vertical slash ripped free from the blade, dwarfing every attack before it. The shining crescent of destruction screamed forward, tearing the fabric of the dimension like silk. Every instinct in Vegeta's body went wild. He had no time to dodge, no choice but to meet it head on. With a primal roar, he drew deep into Goku's well of power. His right fist erupted in golden light, and from it coiled the spectral form of a mighty dragon. The air shook as the beast's roar echoed through the dimension. H-R-R-R-R-A-A-A-G-H. Vegeta lunged forward and punched straight into the incoming slash. The golden dragon wrapped around his fist, roared defiantly as it clashed with the Omni King's blade energy. Boo! The collision was apocalyptic. Light consumed the void, brighter than a sun being born. A shockwave thundered outward, erasing everything for miles. Mountains of crystallized matter disintegrated. Oceans boiled to vapor. The entire dimension buckled as if it might collapse under the sheer pressure. The gods and angels screamed as the stands convulsed, their protective shields shattering in an instant. The ripple of colliding energies crushed their bodies into the ground, forcing even gods to bleed. Blood ran down their mouths, staining their divine robes. Angels bent to their knees, their once unshakable poise broken under the crushing weight. Even the Grand Priest himself had to act. His expression sharpened, hands raised high as he reinforced layer after layer of barriers. Fissures still split across them. His reserves of ki drained instantly, forcing him to dip into his oldest, most dangerous well, his fundamental energy, his mana. For a moment, it looked as though a newborn star burned between Vegeta and Zeno, threatening to devour everything in its path. When the brilliance finally died, silence fell. Smoke coiled through the shattered battlefield. Two figures remained. Zeno hovered, his sword still raised, eyes narrowed. Vegeta stood, arm outstretched, blood dripping from torn knuckles. The golden dragon aura faded slowly from his arm. Zeno's slash was gone, dissipated into harmless motes of scattered light. Vegeta pulled his fist back, wincing as the skin split deeper from the strain. His hand shook, but his eyes still burned. He had done it. He had stopped the Omni King's dimension-rending strike through sheer grit and spirit. A stunned murmur swept through the stands. That was the Dragon Fist, Gowasu whispered, trembling, his glasses slipping down his nose. He knew that legendary move, the technique Goku once used against evil incarnate itself. To see it now, holding back an Omni King's blade, left even the highest gods without words. And not just them. Across creation, every Kaioshin turned their gaze toward the second dimension. Even those in distant worlds stopped everything to watch. None could turn away. This was history, carved into the bones of the multiverse. Zeno's expression darkened, cold fury seeping from his cosmic eyes. The playfulness was gone. The game was over. This mortal had endured far longer than even he had calculated. Without pause, he began to summon one of his most absolute powers. Beerus snarled, his fangs bared as he slammed his fists against the chains binding him. Damn it! Every trick they try, he has an answer. His golden eyes blazed, then shot toward Murno. Tell me, Supreme Angel, can they really win this? Murno's calm face wavered, sweat trailing down his temple as he stared into the arena. Their chances, he said quietly, increase with every minute they endure. Can't you sense it, Lord Beerus? Beerus blinked, then focused. He honed in on Vegeta's aura, bruised, battered, but still burning. And yes, he felt it. The Saiyan's ki was rising, slowly, steadily. Every clash, every strike survived. His power grew brighter. He's climbing, Beerus muttered, his voice caught between disbelief and dawning hope. He's getting stronger in the middle of this fight. Murno nodded once, his eyes sharp. Dark siphoning paired with ultra ego, he explained. And those key threads of his, they've been draining Zeno, both his life force and his godly ki. Every strike, every clash, Vegeta takes a piece of the Omni King's strength for himself. Beerus's eyes widened. He remembered. He had seen those threads bite into Zeno's flesh before. His lips pulled into a savage grin as realization hit. So that's why he's still standing, he growled. He's feeding off Zeno, using the Omni King's own power against him. He threw back his head and let out a sharp, exhilarated laugh. Ha! The longer this goes, the better it gets for Vegeta. Back within the arena, Vados's eyes gleamed as she, too, pieced it together. She raised her voice, addressing gods and angels alike. Look closely, she shouted, her voice ringing like a bell through the chaos. Vegeta's aura, it's swelling. Slowly but surely, he's absorbing Zeno-sama's energy. The gods of destruction traded stunned looks. Absorbing the Omni King's energy, Sidra, Universe 9's round-bellied god, stammered, his voice shaking. Belmod's eyes snapped back to the battlefield, pupils narrowing on the faint threads of light that flared each time Vegeta's blows met Zeno's. Tiny streams of brilliance bled from the Omni King's strikes and slipped into Vegeta's body, so faint you'd miss them unless you knew what to watch for. "Yes," Margarita announced, projecting her voice for all to hear. "It's exactly as I said earlier. Those key threads did more than bind Zeno. They drained his life force, and on top of that, Vegeta wields dark siphoning, a demonic skill that leeches divine ki whenever Zeno releases energy." A ripple of alarm rolled through the divine rows. Mule, Universe 3's mechanical destroyer, whirred in disbelief. That fusion is actually stealing the Omni King's power, bit by bit? "It won't be enough," Quitella squeaked, whiskers trembling as his eyes darted for escape. "Zeno-sama's energy is infinite." Right? Out on the field, Zeno finally paused. Hovering a short distance from Vegeta, he flexed his fingers and frowned. He hadn't pushed himself like this in eons, and yet he felt slightly winded. Impossible. His gaze sharpened. Yes. Vegeta's aura burned brighter than moments ago. His breathing had steadied. "You," Zeno said slowly, that cherubic voice now edged in iron. "It's true then. With every clash, you've been siphoning my strength." Vegeta didn't bother denying it. He smirked, wiping a thin ribbon of blood from the corner of his mouth. "I told you, Your Majesty, things won't go like last time." His voice carried across the shattered plain, steady and deep. "We learn, we adapt, we grow." He spread his arms. Twin currents of light, Ultra Instinct Silver and Ultra Ego Purple, coiled around him like two celestial dragons, their scales flashing with heat and purpose. And then the shift hit. Vegeta's power surged, detonating outward. He transformed, at last, into his ultimate state, Super Saiyan Infinity. His current might multiplied in an instant. Across the sky, countless stars dimmed, their light drawn into him like rivers feeding an ocean. His energy spread through the realm like a newborn dimension, vast, layered, unending, as if he carried enough fuel to sculpt an entire multiverse. The air around his frame rippled. His physique bulked slightly, but his movements didn't slow. If anything, his speed spiked beyond measure. This was Vegeta at maximum, though even now that maximum kept climbing, his ceiling marching upward with every heartbeat. Everyone felt it. The Omni King felt it. The crowd felt it. A few destroyers straight up fainted, their bodies overwhelmed by the poison of raw pressure saturating the air. Zeno, however, remained unbothered. A multicolored corona crackled tighter around him, annoyance finally carving a hard line through his small face. "Impertinent," he muttered. "Drain all you like, little Saiyan. It will avail you nothing. You may have stepped onto the rank of Omni King, but you're in the earliest stage, and you're still mortal. You will reach a limit." His eyes hardened, gleaming like twin galaxies. "Unlike you," he said evenly, "I am divine. I was born divine. Zeno-sama has no limits." He raised his arms. The kaleidoscopic aura behind him swelled, ballooning like a cosmic shadow. "I have power to spare." Zeno clapped his hands. The sound was soft, muted, almost playful. The effect was catastrophic. The space around Vegeta dimmed as if the realm itself forgot how to glow. His silver-purple blaze flickered, guttered, then began to die, like a candle starved of air. Vegeta's eyes widened. A crushing emptiness folded in from every side, pressing down on his ki, squeezing it out of existence. From the stands, the audience watched a dome of absolute night bloom around Vegeta, swallowing his light whole. Inside, the fused Saiyan thrashed, trying to hold his flame against the crushing dark. The void drank it anyway. Wukong lurched to his feet, eyes wide. That technique, could it be the monovoid? The monovoid, a fabled myth whispered across ages, negated energy inside its field. All energy, Kai, Reishi, chakra, aquafoam, every current, every spark, every source. "Yes," the Grand Priest answered, a rare edge of concern in his voice. Zeno-sama is trying to snuff out Vegeta's energy. Within that void, all Ki is nullified. His worry wasn't just for Vegeta, no, it was for reality. He knew the simple truth of existence. Everything we call world is built from matter, and matter is bound energy. If this void truly nullified all energy, it could, in theory, unmake everything, divine or mortal. It had never been proven. Now they were about to find out, and that answer could be fatal. Zeno's childlike giggle echoed while he watched the struggling silhouette inside the dark. "How do you plan to grow stronger if you can't use any energy?" he cooed, clapping his hands again as if playing a game, though the lethal glint in his eyes told the truth. Inside the monovoid, for the first time this battle, panic clawed at Vegeta's chest. His aura was almost gone, a weak shimmer draining from his skin as the field leached him dry. Without ki, even his fused strength faltered. He was a fortress with no power, defenses down to bare stone. He had broken limits so many times he couldn't count. He held power even he didn't fully understand. And still, he was one breath short of Zeno. The frustration burned. Then a voice, quiet, clear, familiar, touched his mind. "Calculating survival," said the voice. It was Vale, the companion he'd inherited after defeating Rimuru. Vegeta had almost forgotten she was there. Unlike Wukong, Vale seldom spoke. In fact, this was the first time she had spoken since then. "Error," Vale said calmly. "Calculation failed. You must go beyond." A pause. The dome pressed in tighter. Vegeta's breath hitched. "I am sensing a power beyond Super Saiyan Infinity," Vale continued, tone still glass smooth. "Shall I begin the process?" "What are you talking about?" Vegeta growled through clenched teeth as his body trembled inside the monovoid. "A power beyond Super Saiyan Infinity?" The voice of Vale, cold, calculating, unshaken, echoed back inside his mind. "Process starting," she began. Then her tone shifted abruptly. "Process failed. More divine energy required." And then silence. Vegeta's eyes widened in panic. "What?" he shouted hoarsely. "How useless!" He pressed his palms together desperately, trying to force out any scrap of ki. Nothing. The monovoid devoured every spark before it could even ignite. It was like reaching for smoke that vanished in his fingers. He tried again, this time calling on his newer ability, portal creation. He forced energy into the fabric of the void, clawing to rip a way out. But the attempt fizzled instantly. The monovoid erased it all without mercy. Zeno descended leisurely into the dark dome, his small form slipping through the shadow walls like they weren't even there. Inside, Vegeta could barely make out his outline in the ink-like gloom. "This is the end for you," Zeno's voice whispered, disembodied, strangely gentle, yet final. A tiny hand wrapped around Vegeta's throat from behind. The grip was deceptively small, but it clamped like an iron vice, cutting his breath off instantly. Then came the strikes. Crack! Zeno's knee smashed into his gut, once, twice, a third time. With his ki strangled, Vegeta couldn't reinforce his body. Pain tore through him raw, unshielded. The third strike cracked ribs audibly, the sound echoing even outside the void. The gods flinched collectively, wincing as if the blows had landed on them. Vegeta tried to fight back, swinging a desperate elbow into the darkness. It was slow, clumsy, weak. Zeno caught it like swatting a gnat, then hurled him across the dome. Vegeta smashed against the far wall, his body rebounding off the inky surface with a grunt. The void rippled like liquid tar around his form. Outside, Beerus had gone still. His golden eyes widened, his lips barely moved. "No," he whispered. Even the other gods, who had watched destruction casually before, were silent, their gazes locked on the quaking dome. Inside, Zeno loomed over Vegeta's kneeling frame. The fused warrior's breaths came in ragged gasps. Each inhale was a battle in itself. Zeno lifted his palm casually. From it, a swirling sphere of null energy coalesced. The very essence of the monovoid, condensed into a single point. It shrieked with the sound of 1,000,000 souls being pulled into vacuum. "It was a valiant effort," Zeno said softly, almost regretfully. His tiny hand pulsed with annihilation. "But playtime is over now." The orb fired, screaming toward Vegeta. In that frozen instant, images seared across Vegeta's mind. Chi-Chi, Bulma, Videl, Chelai. His family, faces he'd sworn to protect, the earth burning, their bodies gone, their voices silenced, all because he failed them. Failed as a father, failed as a husband, failed as a friend. Something broke. No, something awoke. His head tilted back. His eyes turned blood red, glowing through the suffocating dark. His face contorted, features reshaping, bones cracking, as a roar unlike any he had released before tore from his throat. Not the black Uzaru, not yellow, not silver. Violet, a celestial divine Uzaru. The birth of something new, something primal and godly. A beast beyond Uzaru, beyond infinity. Vale's voice spoke again, clearer, firmer. Divine energy acquired. The process of evolving beyond Super Saiyan Infinity has begun. All bodily functions will shut down. You will lose consciousness in 3, 2, 1. "No, wait!" Vegeta roared, his Uzaru voice echoing so loud it shook the void itself. "I'm in the middle of a fight." His massive aura surged, his primal power raging. How is this even possible? "My Uzaru, it died." Goku was right, but Broly's, Gohan's, even Vegeto's didn't. And now, fused, we've become one. Their Uzarus have merged into this. His massive violet form shimmered. A celestial Uzaru, an Uzaru beyond Uzaru. Even Wukong, the Monkey King, god of the Saiyans, felt his jaw drop. His knees buckled. He fought it, but it was useless. His body was compelled to kneel. I don't believe this," Wukong whispered, voice trembling with awe. "Me, the originator of all Uzarus, brought to my knees by my own creation." But he had to kneel. The creation had surpassed the creator. Yet something gnawed at him. He saw it, felt it. Something was wrong. "The process will now begin," Vale intoned. In an instant, the monovoid was devoured by light. Vegeta's body was consumed inside a radiant cocoon, suspended midair. Inside, his physical form broke down into raw molecules, reforming itself into something new, something greater. The cocoon pulsed with divine power, sucking the void itself inward, like it was feeding. Zeno blinked in surprise. Then his gaze narrowed. And in that instant, crack! A golden staff slammed toward the Omni King, forcing him to slip back. The Monkey King had arrived. Wukong planted himself in front of the cocoon, his aura blazing like a star. Up close, he felt it. Vegeta's body was evolving inside, his essence knitting into a being beyond comprehension. And while he remained like this, he was vulnerable. Wukong gripped his staff, golden aura radiating out into the blackened sky. His voice cut sharp and clear. "If you want him, Zeno," he smirked, leveling the staff, "you'll have to get through me." Zeno's prismatic aura flared, annoyance flashing in his eyes. "I guess it's my turn," Wukong laughed. He plucked a single strand of golden hair from his head. With a sharp breath, he blew it free. The hair shimmered, twisted, and in a flash became a perfect clone of himself, radiating identical power. "Brother," Wukong commanded, pointing to the cocoon, "guard it with your life." The clone nodded silently, standing tall before the evolving Vegeta. Wukong twirled his staff, golden energy sparking like lightning. His grin widened as his eyes locked onto Zeno. "Now then, let's dance." Second dimension quaked as though the very bones of reality were being rattled apart. At the heart of the trembling void, the cocoon pulsed again, a blinding eruption of prismatic light bursting outward like a tidal wave. The flare didn't simply shine, it consumed. The blast rolled through the battlefield, devouring shattered energy, fragments of mana, sparks of reishi, and even traces of divine ki, sucking it all in like a cosmic vacuum. The sound that accompanied it wasn't sound at all. It was a deep, vibrating boom, the kind that drilled straight into the marrow, shaking both space and flesh. Several gods recoiled as the pulse swept over them. Belmod, the clown-faced deity of Universe 11, stared at his trembling hands, his painted smile faltering into a nervous grimace. "What the—" Did anyone else feel that? His voice cracked, stripped of its usual arrogance. His aura, once vibrant and suffocating, felt thinner, as if something had torn a piece of his very essence away. "It's draining us," Margarita whispered, her angelic poise shaken. Her eyes, normally serene and eternal, narrowed with unease as she gripped her staff tighter. For the first time in countless millennia, her calm cracked. Every pulse is feeding it. Above, the three kings of everything leaned forward on their golden thrones. Zephyr's face lit up with manic delight, his booming laughter filling the trembling dimension. "Delicious!" he roared, eyes wide with hunger. "Never, in all of creation, have I seen such a phenomenon, a mystery even to me." His brother Zarathos folded his massive arms, his gaze sharp, unblinking. And yet, it drains from everything. Every breath, every ounce of power, even we feel it. That thing is stealing from us. Xylarian leaned forward as well, his tone more measured, almost cautious. His stare never left the cocoon. This should not exist. Not here, not in this realm. It reminds me of when Rimuru ascended into demon lordhood. But this is far beyond that. There isn't a comparison. His words faltered, as though even he could not name the dread gnawing at his chest. Zephyr, however, only grinned wider, which is why I must see what comes of it. At the base of the dais, Zeno's small frame stiffened. His deceptively innocent eyes glowed with reflected pulses from the cocoon. Each flare of light tugged at his robes, bending the air itself around him. His lips pressed into a tight, thin line. He could feel it. Something inside that cocoon was building, feeding, siphoning strength from all creation. "That damn Saiyan race," Zeno muttered, his childlike voice trembling with rare frustration. Could this be another transformation? His eyes darkened as fury flared. "Mortals, going beyond their limits again. How far can they go?" The thought burned inside him. This only reinforced the truth he had buried away. The Saiyan race, no, the Uzaru bloodline itself, was a mistake. A mistake that should never have been allowed to exist. His anger solidified into resolve. He would wipe them out, not just from Universe 7, not just from this dimension, from every universe, every reality, every sect, even those his siblings had carefully crafted. All Saiyan must die. Zeno's tiny hand rose, trembling with power. His voice, still childlike, but now stripped of all cheer, cracked through the chamber like a blade. "Destroy it! Now!" The chamber froze, gasps echoed. Even Reiko and Cairo, the twin titans standing at his side, snapped their heads toward him in surprise. "But you forbade us," Vados whispered, her tone uncharacteristically hesitant. "I forbid when I control," Zeno snapped back, his little fist curled tight, his cosmic eyes flashing with venom. "This is uncertain. I do not allow uncertainty." But then, something new. For the first time, his all-seeing gaze, the vision that pierced past, present, and future, was blocked. He could not see beyond this moment. Terror flickered behind his stern command. Who or what was blinding him? His gaze lifted toward his father, Zephyr, but one glance at that manic grin told him no, it wasn't him. Zephyr too was surprised, startled, yet delighted. Zeno's eyes snapped back to the cocoon, his voice thundered, echoing through eternity. "Destroy it before it hatches." The order rang like thunder. The gods of destruction flared with violent auras, readying themselves for annihilation. Angels raised their staffs, weaving rivers of divine light. Even the Grand Priest, whose stoic mask rarely cracked, lifted his hands, seals of reishi and mana spiraling into existence around him. And then, "Oi!" The single word slashed through the tension. Every head turned. Standing between the cocoon and Zeno was Wukong, his golden staff slung lazily across his shoulders. His cheek was streaked with blood, but his grin was feral, alive. He twirled the staff once, the end slamming against broken marble with a thunderous crack. His burning eyes locked on Zeno. "I thought you said no one was supposed to intervene," he said, his tone mocking, every syllable dripping with disdain. "What's wrong, little king? Afraid of your own shadows now?" Gasps exploded through the assembly. No one, no being in existence, dared speak to Zeno like that. No one, except Wukong. Zeno's cosmic eyes narrowed. His childlike head tilted slightly, silent, unreadable. He didn't need to respond. Wukong spat blood at the floor and grinned wider. Figures. Then, with deliberate slowness, he reached up, grabbed a thick handful of his golden hair, and ripped it free. He blew the strands into the air. The hair shimmered, fracturing into radiant threads. Each strand ignited, bursting into a blazing figure. One after another, the clones landed with earth-shaking booms, their staffs raised, their grins identical. 10 Wukongs. 10 gods of destruction now had challengers. Zeno had revived every god of destruction for this moment, all but Arak of Universe 12. For reasons only he knew, but the multiplication did not stop there. The angels, too, found themselves staring into their own mirrored opponents. Wukong, duplicates wielding staffs of blinding force. Even the Grand Priest blinked, momentarily rattled, as a clone appeared before him, staff raised in defiance. And opposite Reiko and Cairo, 2 more Wukongs materialized, golden eyes blazing with fire. Each duplicate radiated the same terrifying strength, the same cunning, the same cursed immortality. These weren't shadows or diluted fragments. Each one was Wukong, whole and complete. This was the power that made him feared across creation. The ability to birth thousands, millions of himself, overwhelming all who stood in his way. But even this gift bore a flaw. Even this power had once failed him against Zeno. The real Wukong rested his staff casually across his shoulders, fixing Zeno with that wolfish grin that dared the king to move. "You wanted them to destroy it?" He jerked his chin toward the cocoon pulsing behind him. "Then you'll have to get through me. All of me." The clones roared in unison, a primal sound that split the void, echoing like the bellows of 1,000 Uzaru beasts, shaking the very bones of creation. The war for the cocoon had begun. The second dimension screamed as the battlefield ignited into chaos. The ground didn't just crack, it melted into liquid vapor, erased by the sheer pressure of divine ki and Hakai energy, colliding with the roaring auras of 10 Wukongs. Each duplicate surged forward, with golden light blazing off their bodies, their staffs raised like lances of judgment. 10 gods of destruction met them head-on, their power tearing holes through existence itself. The skies above fractured into ribbons, reality folding in on itself from the very first exchanges. Belmont spun with a shriek of rage, razor-thin Hakai energy cards shimmering purple as they carved through the void. The cards whistled through the air, cutting even light itself as they closed in. One Wukong clone met them with his staff, twirling it in a blinding cyclone. Sparks burst in rapid succession as the staff split the cards, detonating them harmlessly in showers of purple embers. The clone's mocking grin widened. "You fight with toys, clown." He thrust forward, the staff's end smashing into Belmod's chest like a thunderbolt. The painted god wheezed, stumbling back as his chestplate cracked. For the first time, his eerie laughter was gone, ripped away by pain. Quitala screeched from the side, his shrill voice cutting through the battlefield. "I'll rot you from the inside out." His claws glowed as he unleashed a torrent of venomous ki blasts, each one capable of reducing planets to sludge. The clone spun his staff like a shield, weaving between the blasts with snake-like fluidity. One beam grazed his arm, sizzling flesh away. Yet the clone only grinned, biting down on the pain as though it fueled him. He lunged low, sweeping Catella's legs out from under him. The rat god shrieked as he smashed into the floor with a thunderous impact that crumpled the battlefield like paper. Each blow Wukong's doubles delivered wasn't just physical. The weight of a planet-breaking strike was behind every swing. Helis, her divine beauty twisted into wrath, summoned spears of destruction light, thousands of them, raining down like arrows from the heavens. A clone vaulted into the storm, flipping through the barrage with acrobatics that blurred him into streaks of gold. One spear pierced through his thigh, searing with Hakai fire. Yet he roared in defiance, ripping it free and hurling it back at her. "Your light's too dim to blind me," he bellowed. The spear struck home, skewering her shoulder. Golden ichor spilled down her arm as her shriek echoed across the battlefield. Sidra roared, gathering Hakai into a dense sphere, so heavy that space itself buckled and collapsed around it. The floor beneath him disintegrated under the weight of the orb. "Perish, demon!" he thundered, hurling the burning void straight at his Wukong counterpart. The clone braced, his staff glowing brighter than a collapsing star. With a battle cry that shook the horizon, he swung. Crack! The staff connected, and the Hakai sphere reversed course, screaming back towards Sidra like a falling sun. The destroyer's eyes widened in horror before the orb swallowed him whole. His scream was lost in the consuming light. And then the sphere detonated, erupting outward with annihilating force. When the light cleared, Sidra lay broken on the floor, his aura shattered, his body barely clinging to existence. Not dead, but utterly defeated. In less than 30 seconds, a god of destruction, one of the apex predators of the multiverse, had fallen effortlessly. The gap between Wukong and the gods was too great. It was as though lions were playing with mice. Elsewhere, the angels descended like falling stars, ultra instinct shimmering across their bodies. Their movements were blinding, every strike bending reality into perfect lines. Vados' staff whistled as she slashed arcs of folded space, each swing sharp enough to sever dimensions. Her opponent danced between them, laughing through the chaos. "You'll have to do better than lines in the air," the clone mocked. He feinted left, slid under a strike, and drove his staff into her ribs. The blow launched her across the marble floor, her body bouncing off shattered stone. For the first time in eternity, the serene angel coughed. Margarita conjured chains forged of divine law, shackles of cosmic judgment snapping around her opponent. The chains dug deep, biting into flesh with unbreakable might. The Wukong clone snarled, muscles tearing as he strained, and then, with a roar of raw defiance, his aura exploded. The chains shattered into fragments, scattering like broken glass. He seized her wrist mid-strike and growled through his teeth. "No chains can hold me again." He slammed his forehead into hers, a brutal headbutt that sent the angel staggering, her skull ringing. The Grand Priest moved with cold precision, reishi curling into blades at his fingertips, while mana seals bloomed like burning suns behind him. He descended on his clone, strikes sharp enough to erase entire universes. But the Wukong double spun his staff in answer, standing tall as though mocking fate itself. Their clash ripped through the horizon, every strike detonating like galaxies colliding. The Grand Priest's strikes were flawless, surgical, each one designed to erase. Yet the clone adapted with terrifying speed, parrying with more finesse, countering with more fury. The priest's composure cracked when a staff strike split his lip, turquoise blood dripping down his chin. For the first time, the Grand Priest bled. Never before had a mere duplicate drawn angelic blood. Across the battlefield, Reiko's halberd clashed with another staff, sparks bursting into streaks of meteor fire. Kairo's fists blurred faster than light, each punch carrying cosmic weight. Yet his Wukong clone slipped between the blows, punishing him with strikes that drew blood from the Titan's mouth. The twin gods of Xeno, unchallenged for eons, now found themselves contained. At full power, angels and gods alike were overwhelmed. Their special traits, their divine tricks, their unique abilities, none of them surfaced. They strained, but nothing came. The cocoon pulsed again, its influence wrapping around them like chains they could not break. In less than 5 minutes, gods and angels, beings who defined supremacy, were humbled, overpowered, and broken. And through it all, the cocoon pulsed. Boom! Each wave dragged in more power, shards of broken ki, echoes of divine essence, even the residue of Hakai itself. The battlefield quaked with every heartbeat of the cocoon. Belmod's aura sputtered, his energy cards dissolving faster than he could conjure them. Margarita's hands trembled mid-strike. Quidala's claws sparked weakly, his voice cracking in desperation. "What is this?" Quidala screeched, crawling back. It's sucking us dry." Above, Zarathos' cold voice rumbled. "Even gods are drained. I thought they were holding back their traits for a final strike. But no, they cannot use them. This is no mortal phenomenon." Xylarian's jaw tightened. It's like a demon's ascension, only greater. Far greater. Zephyr clapped his hands, his manic laughter booming across the dimension. "Yes! Feed it! Fight harder! Let it gorge on your power until it bursts." Zarathos scowled under his breath. Father enjoys this too much. At the battlefield's heart, the true Wukong clashed directly with Xeno. Their blows shattered dimensions, staff colliding against tiny glowing fists. Each strike cracked existence itself, ripples tearing through infinite space. Between strikes, Wukong's mind raced. He had studied Xeno's so-called immortality. He had turned it over in his thoughts during countless centuries in the sea. It wasn't infinite. It couldn't be. Immortality had to be anchored, fueled by some hidden core, tied to the very fabric of reality itself. Nothing was without weakness. Even Wukong's own cursed immortality wasn't infinite. There was always something that countered something else. As his staff slammed against Xeno's side, Wukong snarled into his face. "I'll tear out what keeps you breathing. You're no god. You're a parasite with a throne." For the first time, Xeno's eyes flickered. That infinite, childlike gaze dimmed with the faintest glimmer of unease. Boom, another pulse. Stronger. The cocoon throbbed like a living heart, greedily drawing in more and more energy. For a single frozen instant, everything stopped, even Xeno himself. The light pouring from the radiant shell painted the battlefield in a blinding glow, washing over gods, angels, and kings alike. And in that moment, no matter their pride, no matter their station, they all felt smaller. The war still raged around them, but the cocoon was the center now. None could turn their gaze away. The battlefield was already a graveyard of titans. Destroyers, once proud, lay scattered and broken, their divine auras sputtering out like dying stars. The angels pressed on, but their grace faltered, their staffs clashed weakly, their ultra instinct slowed beneath exhaustion's weight. The cocoon pulsed again. Boom! A tidal wave of prismatic light ripped through the ruined dimension. Shattered debris rose and fell, as if caught in invisible tides, swirling helplessly around the growing shell. Gods staggered, choking on their own gasps, their bodies weakened further still. The pulse didn't just strip their strength, it consumed. It devoured divine ki, celestial mana, chakra, even the faint threads of reishi lingering in the air, drawing all into its core. The cocoon swelled, feeding, gorging, growing beyond comprehension. On the dais above, Zarathos leaned forward, frowning deeply, his voice cut like a knife. It isn't just weakening them, it's silencing them, their very traits. Gone. Not one has used their unique abilities since this began. Xylarian's jaw tightened, his gaze locked on the blinding husk. It's eating what makes them divine, their divinity itself. What the hell is he becoming? Zephyr threw back his head and laughed, the sound booming across the ruined hall like thunder. Magnificent! Let it gorge itself. We are witnesses to the making of a new power. But is it enough to kill my son? Only time will tell. History itself trembles in this moment. His mad laughter echoed even as the clash at the center drew all focus. Wukong versus Zeno. The air cracked and screamed under their blows. Wukong's obsidian staff spun with terrifying speed, colliding against Zeno's small, glowing fists. Each impact detonated like a starburst, shaking the very bones of the second dimension. Shards of crystallized matter, mountain-sized, shattered and spun into the void with every collision. Zeno fought with eerie calm, his cherubic face unmoved, but his movements sharpened, faster, deadlier with each exchange. Wukong met him strike for strike, a storm of muscle, fury, and precision. His staff blurred, his golden eyes burned, yet even as he fought, his mind worked furiously. For centuries of imprisonment, he had studied, he had watched, he had theorized. Zeno's so-called immortality, worshipped as absolute, couldn't be absolute. Nothing was. Everything had a root, a flaw, a tether, and Wukong believed he had found it. A crushing strike landed, his staff cracking across Zeno's ribs. Wukong's snarl rumbled from his chest. "I know what keeps you alive." Zeno staggered back, his small eyes narrowing. Wukong pressed the assault, his staff sweeping through a savage combo, sparks blazing with each hit. "You're no eternal god. You're anchored, tied to your sect one itself. Destroy the entire sect, every dimension, every strand of that multiverse." He thrust forward, the staff blazing white-hot. "And even an Omni King can die." The staff pierced Zeno's chest. Time itself seemed to halt. Zeno's body jolted, eyes wide, cosmic light flickering like a failing star. A ripple of disbelief swept across the battlefield. The impossible had happened. The Omni King had been pierced through the heart. Even Zeno looked down at the staff skewering his small frame, prismatic blood spilling down his robe in glittering rivers. His voice came soft, almost childlike. "So? That's your theory." Then his head tilted, his small mouth stretching into a smile. "Interesting theory, but can you do it? Can you really destroy everything, even the universe that Saiyan is fighting so hard to protect? Can you kill his family, his entire world?" He laughed, sharp and high. "If you do, will he still call you comrade, or will his anger turn to you as well?" Wukong's golden eyes flared, fire blazing hotter. "Are you forgetting something, Zeno?" He twisted the staff, his voice a guttural snarl. "That's Saiyan. He's a Mind King now. He has the power to recreate the entire universe, even if he doesn't know it yet. I learned that long ago, back when I stood as your father's royal guard." Zeno laughed again, shaking his head. "Things aren't as simple as you think. Just because he's attained Omni King status doesn't mean he can create life. He's still immortal." His smile thinned, his eyes gleaming. "And as for your theory, are you sure it's current? Because if you're wrong, if you destroy everything for nothing, then you'll have killed his family for no reason at all." Wukong ripped the staff free. Zeno crumpled, his small form folding to the floor. The hall erupted in gasps. Angels faltered, gods stared with trembling disbelief. For one breathless instant, the impossible seemed real. But then, boom! Another pulse. The cocoon flared brighter than ever, its ravenous light swallowing the tension whole. And Zeno's aura surged back, the wound sealed, flesh knitting as though it had never been struck. The spilled blood shimmered into starlight before vanishing. When Zeno looked up, his face had returned to that cherubic mask. Only now it smiled, sharp and cruel. He raised his hand. For the first time since the battle began, the Omni King unleashed. Something shimmered into existence. A book, ancient, infinite, its countless pages glowing with script beyond mortal comprehension. The Book of Fate. The same cursed tome that had damned Wukong in their last war, back when he still stood at Zeno's side. Gasps swept through the battlefield. Even the Grand Priest, pinned beneath a clone's staff, widened his eyes in shock. "The book?" Vados whispered, trembling. "He's calling the book." Zeno opened the tome, endless pages fluttering until one glowed with a single name, Wukong. He jabbed a finger at the script, his eyes flashing with cruel glee. "Remember this. Your fate is mine." The words burned on the page, glowing brighter. Zeno's gaze locked, but then his face twisted, confusion breaking his mask. His eyes darted across the lines. An impossible thing unfolded. Infinite versions of Wukong flickered across reality, each one acting differently, countless outcomes branching and colliding, every future folding over the next. Zeno's voice cracked. "What?" Above, Zarathos lurched forward in shock. "His fate, it's ever-changing. The book can't pin him down." Xylarian whispered, awe filling his tone. "It's useless." Zephyr's laughter erupted again, manic and wild. He clutched his sides, eyes shining. "You cheeky bastard," he roared at Wukong. "Even after millennia, you still find ways to impress me." Zephyr's laughter died in his throat as his all-seeing eyes flared to life, golden irises spinning with eternal wisdom. He peered into the threads of fate, searching, determined to uncover how Wukong had defied the Book of Fate itself. But the smirk on his lips instantly vanished, replaced by shock. His eyes saw nothing. Beyond this very moment, there was only a wall of endless void. Zarathos noticed instantly, his voice sharp. "Father, what's the matter?" Zephyr's jaw clenched. He turned sharply. "Zarathos, Xylarian, Zeno, use your all-seeing eyes. Now." "What for?" Xylarian asked, irritated but confused. "Just do it," Zephyr snapped, cutting him off. Both sons obeyed. Their eyes flared with radiant light, only to flicker out as quickly as they had ignited. Silence gripped them as the glow died, leaving only stunned faces. They couldn't see anything. Their divine sight had been cut off. On the battlefield, Wukong tilted his head, lips curling into a smirk. His staff spun lazily in his hand, mocking. "What's wrong, little king? Can't read me anymore?" His grin widened, sharp as a blade. "Good, 'cause the next move's mine." He lunged, staff whistling through the air. The weapon clashed against Zeno's raised hand. Sparks detonated. Boom! Another pulse from the cocoon. Stronger, wilder. It flared with a ravenous hunger, tearing more energy from everything around it. The gods collapsed, groaning as their knees hit the ground. Angels gasped, their once proud auras sputtering like dying candles. Even Reiko and Cairo faltered mid-battle, fists trembling, eyes drawn helplessly toward the radiant shell. The cocoon throbbed like a second heart, beating at the center of all reality. With each pulse, the war grew more desperate, more meaningless. And that's when Zephyr and his sons realized it wasn't Wukong, it wasn't Zeno. It was that thing, the cocoon. A force so overwhelming that even their all-seeing eyes, the pride of three kings of everything, had gone blind. Zephyr's grin returned, wide and manic. His chest shook with excitement. "Fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. If it were up to me, I'd already crack that shell open and free what's inside. But no, that would spoil the surprise." Xylarian and Zarathos didn't share his enthusiasm. Their brows furrowed, unease gnawed at them. For the first time in their reign, someone had blocked one of their divine abilities. "Could it be," Zarathos whispered, "because we're outside our sects?" It was true. As kings of everything, their strength was tied to their respective sects. Leaving them weakened the bond. It had never mattered before. Their power was so absolute, they could still erase anything with a mere flick of a finger. But now it mattered. For the first time, they weren't certain. On the field, Wukong pressed harder, staff locked against Zeno's glowing palm, his teeth bared in a bloodied grin. "Time's running out, little king." The second dimension howled in agony. The void itself cracked open as staff and palms collided, shockwaves ripping across reality. Space shredded like fragile glass, splitting the empty skies into broken oceans of light. Zeno's cherubic smile faltered. His eyes gleamed with sudden malice. 5 spectral silhouettes shimmered into existence around Wukong, flickering shadows unseen by all but the divine. Limbo, Hengoku, invisible specters of Zeno himself, striking from every angle. They attacked in perfect unison, fists blurring toward Wukong's body. The staff spun like a wheel of suns. Wukong's golden eyes sharpened, senses flaring to their peak. He twisted, blocked one blow, ducked under another, then slammed his staff into the ground. A dome of raw defiance erupted outward. The shockwave revealed them, the 5 phantom Zenos, their invisible forms shattered into fragments of glass-like light. Wukong grinned, blood dripping down his lip. Nice trick. Got any real ones? Zeno's face hardened. Black wings of Rishi unfurled from his back, vast and terrible. His childlike voice layered with infinite tones, vibrating through every corner of the dimension. Mugetsu. Darkness devoured the skies. A single arc of infinite black slashed downward, erasing everything in its path. Land split in 2. Skies inverted. Reality itself trembled. Wukong roared, his staff blazing golden fire. He swung upward, colliding head-on with the abyss. The clash ripped the universe open, the wound carving deep through the second dimension itself. On their thrones, the kings of everything leaned forward, thrones trembling with the shock. Zarathos hissed, clutching his seat. He's tearing apart entire strata of the dimension. Zephyr laughed wildly, throwing his head back. Beautiful! Rip it apart, shake the void itself. The black wave shattered, broken by sheer force. Wukong stood tall, his body smoking, blood pouring down his arms. Yet his grin never wavered. That all you got? Zeno's face grew cold. Between them, the air shimmered. Space slowed. A faint hum resonated as infinity wrapped around him, the perfect, impenetrable barrier. Wukong snarled, thrusting his staff forward. The tip stopped inches from Zeno's forehead, frozen in endless stillness. He pushed harder, muscles bulging, but the staff refused to move. Zeno raised his hand, calm and merciless. Pathetic. But Wukong only smirked. Barrier, eh? Funny thing about barriers. He plucked a single golden hair, blew on it. Another Wukong appeared inside the infinity, staff raised high. You always forget what's already in. The clone's staff hammered down on Zeno's skull. The Omni King's tiny body slammed into the ground as infinity shattered like brittle glass. The explosion rocked the battlefield, gods and angels thrown to their knees. Gasps rippled through the void. Even the Grand Priest's eyes widened, disbelief painted across his face. Above, Xylarian muttered, his voice tight with awe. He counters everything, even absolute techniques. Zephyr leaned back on his throne, eyes glinting with amusement. Delicious, isn't it? The monkey adapts, even to infinity itself. I can suddenly remember why I took such an interest in him long ago. Why I shared fragments of my divinity with him. On the battlefield, Zeno rose slowly, dust cascading from his small frame. The playful smile that had marked his face was gone now. His aura flared outward, raw, crushing, infinite, bending reality itself. He lifted a single finger, and the very fabric of the second dimension twisted and shuddered. Words collapsed in midair, the world rewriting itself at his command. All fiction. The wound on his head vanished. Blood returned to its source, erased as if it had never existed. The shattered ground stitched itself back together in an instant. He turned to Wukong, voice cutting like obsidian. Pain, damage, defeat, all erased. That is the difference between us. Wukong twirled his staff, planting it against his shoulder. A grin spread across his bloodied face, fierce and wild. Erase all you want, he spat, eyes glowing golden. I'll just hit you harder. Let's see if you can erase fear. The clash renewed, black staff against omnipotent force. Each strike detonated entire horizons, echoes of sound and light tearing through the dimension. And through it all, the cocoon pulsed. Boom! A wave of prismatic light exploded outward, stronger than ever. Gods collapsed to their knees, bodies trembling under the energy drain. Angels faltered mid-strike, divine staffs flickering weakly. Even Reiko and Kairos staggered, fists trembling as their celestial power bled away. On the dais, Zarathos' voice sharpened. This isn't Wukong, it's the cocoon, it's protecting him. Xylarian's eyes narrowed. Not protecting. Instinctively defending. That's Saiyan inside. It's shielding the Monkey King. The kings of everything realized something terrifying. Every time Zeno unleashed an overwhelmingly powerful ability, like all fiction, the cocoon pulsed. Every surge of energy in its vicinity, divine or mortal, was absorbed. The more power released, the more it fed itself, growing stronger and closer to completion. Zephyr clapped once, laughter booming through the chamber. Yes, I see it now. The more energy released, the more it consumes. Somehow, it needs the fight to continue. The cocoon only pulses when an ultimate ability is used. My theory? It draws divine energy every time a technique is activated. All fiction are all-seeing eyes. Every godly skill, it siphons it for itself. Zarathos' eyes widened. You're saying, the longer the fight, the more powerful the attacks, the faster it absorbs and completes whatever it's doing? Exactly, Zephyr replied, leaning forward. But Zeno, he's too wrapped up in anger to see it. To end the fight, he just has to stop. Stop fighting, and the cocoon starves. That's easier said than done, Xylarian countered. The monkey isn't aware of this. He won't stop attacking simply because Zeno won't. And it's not just Zeno's energy. It absorbs everything. Every fighter's power, friend and foe alike. Every ultimate ability Zeno uses to end the fight, its energy is stolen, weakening the strike. It's as if the cocoon wants the battle to drag on. The three kings of everything debated furiously above the battlefield. Below, the fight raged on. Zeno's eyes flickered toward the cocoon, his smile twisting into a scowl. Enough. He thrust out his hand. Divine energy spiraled outward like a cyclone, striking the radiant shell. The cocoon shuddered violently under the force. A sound like cracking ice echoed, and a thin fracture crawled across its luminous surface. The dimension fell silent. Every god, angel, and king froze. Their eyes were locked on the spreading crack, every breath held. Wukong's grin faded, his staff lowering slightly. Shadows crossed Zeno's childlike face, and the air itself seemed to tighten. The cocoon pulsed once more, not defensively this time, but with raw, unrestrained power. The shell was breaking, and then a familiar voice echoed from within. The appropriate energy is sufficient, said Seal, calm, reverent. The process to become something beyond Super Saiyan Infinity is complete. The voice continued, resounding across every plane of existence. The Omni King title has been stripped. A new title is attained. Congratulations, you are now a king of everything. Seal's tone shifted, imbued with awe. Super Saiyan Infinity has evolved into Super Saiyan Transcendence. Cocoon pulsed, not once, not twice, but with a rhythm, like a second heart pounding at the very center of creation. Each throb grew heavier, louder. The sound was not just noise, it was a cosmic drumbeat that shook the battlefield itself, echoing into the marrow of gods, weaving through the veins of angels, and rattling across the endless strata of the second dimension. The void quivered in fear, as though creation itself dreaded what was about to awaken. Crack! A jagged fissure split across the glowing shell. From that wound bled a thin fracture of prismatic light, so brilliant it blinded every onlooker. The gods gasped in unison. Belmod stumbled back, shielding his eyes with a trembling hand. It's breaking! Boom! The cocoon erupted, not with shards, not with dust, but in a detonation of pure light. Its radiant shell didn't splinter like glass. It liquefied into a molten aura, streaming inward. Rivers of starlight cascaded into the figure within, feeding him until nothing of the cocoon remained. And then it came. The breath of divinity itself. A shockwave burst outward. It wasn't ki, it wasn't mana, it wasn't even reishi. It was raw divinity, compressed, unfiltered, unleashed in a single exhalation. The blast screamed across the dimension like judgment incarnate. Mountains of crystallized matter disintegrated into powder. Oceans boiled away into vapor. Entire layers of space peeled apart like torn parchment, exposing the gnawing void beneath. Every angel, every god of destruction, even the Grand Priest himself, their eyes stretched wide in disbelief. They had no choice. In a single, desperate heartbeat, they flared their power to the absolute limit. Divine auras roared to life. Hakai energy screamed purple through the void. Angelic staffs blazed like suns, their halos igniting. Even Reiko and Cairo, the twin titans, clenched their fists and poured their very life force into barriers. Every deity, every eternal being, was forced to burn 100% of their essence. To hold back, even slightly, was to die. The shockwave struck. It crushed them flat, ripping air from their lungs. Muscles tore, bones cracked, robes of the divine shredded like silk in a hurricane. The sound that followed was not thunder. It was dimensions fracturing, the groan of reality itself snapping under pressure. For one heartbeat they held. Two, then they collapsed. Vados's body hit the ground, her staff clattering from her limp fingers as she slumped sideways. Margarita, once the picture of poise, coughed violently, turquoise blood streaking down her chin. Belmod, Quitella, Sidra, Hellas, the feared destroyers who once shook universes with the mere mention of Hakai, now sprawled like fallen mortals, their auras flickering, sputtering out. Even the Grand Priest faltered. His shimmering halo dimmed and his knees buckled. He dropped to the floor, eyes rolling back as his strength drained. One by one, they fell, not dead, but broken, barely alive, a sight never before witnessed. All 22 of the strongest beings in existence lay unconscious, their bodies scattered across the ruined plain, overpowered by the emergence of one being. Even Wukong stood stunned. The shockwave hurled him back, his staff driven deep into the fractured floor to anchor him. Divine winds ripped at his fur, split his skin, but he endured. And as the gale finally passed, his golden eyes narrowed. He realized it. The storm didn't strike him as brutally as the others. Something deep inside whispered the truth. Brojito hadn't wanted to kill him. This was his way of saying thank you, an acknowledgement of Wukong's watchful guard while he slept inside the cocoon. Only Zeno and the three kings of everything remained upright. Zeno's small body shook. His tiny hands trembled, forcing him to push his prismatic energy harder than ever, spiraling around him just to hold back the storm. Above, Zephyr and his two sons sat on their eternal thrones. The wave passed through them without harm, as though they were chiseled from the essence of reality itself. Such was the power of a king of everything. And yet, even they looked shaken. The dais trembled as Zephyr rose. His voice thundered, cracking the silence like a divine judgment. "Impossible! How is this possible?" His golden eyes blazed, fixed on the figure below. He knew that energy. He could feel it, and yet his mind refused to accept it. Beside him, Zarathos and Xylarian stiffened. Their faces, usually carved in divine pride, paled. For the first time in countless eons, unease etched itself across their features. "Father!" Zarathos' words stumbled, his throat locking as though the truth itself resisted being spoken. Is he? Yes. Zephyr cut him off, his tone heavy, grim, absolute. His fists clenched at his sides. That power, That divinity, it is certain, the Saiyan is now a lesser king of everything. His head shook in disbelief, eyes burning with denial. A feat that should be impossible. Down below, the storm of light thinned. A silhouette stepped through. Brohito emerged from the blaze, his body steaming with cosmic fire. His long hair glowed white, cascading like rivers of starlight down his back. His eyes, no longer mortal eyes, burned with pure radiance, twin suns carved into his skull. His aura bent reality itself, warping time and space, tearing the void into ripples with each breath. He lifted his hands slowly, flexing his fingers as if they were strange, foreign tools attached to him. Every twitch, every subtle curl of his knuckles rippled power outward in violent waves. Lightning uncoiled along his arms, slithering across his chest like serpents of divine flame. His breathing was steady, calm, yet each exhale was a quake, a silent drumbeat that made the dimension itself shiver as though it awaited its own verdict. What is this power? Vegeta murmured. His voice was low, but it wasn't the voice of just Goku or Vegeta or Gohan or Broly. It was layered, harmonic, resonant, heavy. It carried the weight of something higher, no longer merely Saiyan, no longer merely mortal, something more, something greater. Congratulations, said a voice inside his mind, sharp and crystalline. It was Seal. You have attained the evolved form of Super Saiyan Infinity, Super Saiyan Transcendence. The name echoed inside his skull, fitting perfectly, as if creation itself had chosen the title. The aura surrounding him, indescribable and immeasurable, now had a name. Zeno's tiny body stiffened. For the first time, the childlike mask of calm cracked. His wide eyes narrowed, and the arrogance that usually drowned them flickered into something else, fear. Beneath that gaze, Brohito clenched his fist. The very air buckled around it, reality folding inward, bowing before his motion. His head tilted upward, his unreadable expression locked on Zeno. He didn't need to speak. His aura spoke for him. The void itself hushed, silenced by his presence. The three kings felt it too. Zephyr's lips curved into a sharp grin, more predator than king, his golden eyes burning with delight. Zarathos and Zalarian rose sharply from their thrones, immortal faces painted with shock, their seats rattling under the weight of their sudden movement. A mortal had ascended. Brohito's aura pulsed again, harder, brighter. The skies of infinity cracked, splitting with thunderless lightning. The entire dimension seemed to kneel under the force. Even the kings of everything, whose power dwarfed all else, felt small. He had become the impossible. He had become a king of everything. And yet the kings were unsettled. For there was only one way to inherit such a throne, one path written into the laws of existence. Zephyr alone knew it. Only one of his blood could ever reach such heights. This was not belief. This was not theory. This was absolute fact. And now, fact had been broken. Or perhaps there was something deeper, something hidden even from them. The void screamed as Brohito's storm dimmed into silence. The weight of his awakening settled like a suffocating blanket. Gods lay scattered across the battlefield, unconscious and broken. The angels' staffs flickered weakly, powerless in their fallen hands. The Grand Priest himself bled turquoise, his breath shallow, staining the cracked marble beneath him. Only 6 figures remained conscious: Brohito, Zeno, Wukong, and the 3 kings above. For a long, unbearable moment, no one moved. The white-haired fusion looked down at his glowing hands, flexing them again, still testing, still uncertain if they truly belonged to him. Lightning spiraled endlessly across his arms, wrapping up his shoulders, curling into his flowing starlit hair. Every breath he drew bent the dimension tighter, as though even the air itself was chained to his will. Finally, Zeno broke the stillness. Enough. His voice was soft, but sharp enough to slice reality itself. His tiny hand rose, fingers curling slowly, deliberately. Around him, 5 black orbs shimmered into existence, hovering in perfect orbit. Their presence crushed the battlefield with unbearable density, each orb vibrating with infinite weight. The wounded gods gasped weakly. Belmod's cracked lips moved, his eyes widening as he forced the words out. "Those are celestial truth-seeking orbs," whispered Margarita, blood streaking her turquoise lips. Her voice was faint, but filled with dread. Each one erases all it touches: matter, energy, even souls. They hold the very laws of the void. The orbs pulsed once, and Zeno pointed. They shot forward. Each orb streaked faster than thought, ripping trails of distorted space in their wake. They curved like predators, cutting off every escape, sealing Brojito in from all sides. But his body moved before his mind, instinct, sharper than thought. The staff of Wukong's manifestation snapped into his grip, golden fire bursting to life along its length. He spun it once, twice, then struck outward. Crack! The first swing smashed one orb, then another, their infinite cores shattering into explosions of null light that dissolved into nothingness. The third caught his shoulder. For an instant, existence itself tried to erase him. White cracks spread across his flesh, glowing wounds of reality tearing at his body. But Brojito's aura detonated, answering in defiance, shaking the effect free. His very being rewrote the wound, denying it, as if declaring, "I will not acknowledge oblivion." The last two came in fast, angling to crush him at once. Brojito twisted, staff blazing, and unleashed a double strike. Both orbs split apart like fragile glass, their infinite density unraveling into harmless motes of starlight. The kings leaned forward, Zarathos' brows furrowed, his voice low, taut with tension. He resisted the orbs. That is not possible. Xylarian's tone cut sharper. No mortal has ever survived them. No immortal, either. His eyes locked on Brojito's radiant form. Something in him is rewriting the laws themselves. Zephyr's smile deepened, eyes glimmering like suns. Or perhaps my essence has awakened in him at last. Both suns turned on him at once, their voices sharp. "What are you suggesting?" demanded Zarathos. Zephyr's gaze was steady, ancient, knowing. To prevent the fused mortals from ever diffusing, I gave them a sliver of my essence. Normally, it does nothing, only sustains their permanence. Yet, his golden eyes fixed on Brojito, radiating with impossible power. Perhaps that fragment reacted in ways we never conceived. I have never given my essence to a mortal before, not one with this much defiance. Xylarian's head shook, his disbelief clear. But such a method has never succeeded, not even among our kind. Zephyr chuckled low, dangerous, hungry. Indeed. Which is why this is so fascinating, whether it is my essence or their own rebellion. The impossible stands before us. But Zeno was not finished. His eyes shimmered with fury, his small frame trembling with divine wrath. He thrust out his palm, space itself bending, warping, folding under his will. His voice rang like a curse through the void. Shinra Tensei. A crushing repulsion exploded outward, an almighty push that ripped the battlefield into ruin. Towers of crystallized matter didn't just collapse, they atomized in an instant, turning to glittering dust. Oceans convulsed into tidal waves, only to vaporize as the pressure ripped their molecules apart. The very horizon bent and folded, collapsing inward as though the second dimension itself were paper in Zeno's hands. The shockwave slammed into Brojito with merciless force. His body shot backward, a blazing comet smashing through mountain ranges of black stone that crumbled into nothing at the touch of his energy. His staff spiraled away, spinning off into the void as he crashed into the ground. The impact carved a trench so wide and deep, it split the battlefield like a scar across creation. For a heartbeat, silence. Dust choked the air. Then, boom! A pillar of white and violet flame detonated from the trench, piercing the heavens. Brohito rose, floating effortlessly back into the void, his aura now a storm of unrelenting fury. His hair glowed brighter than starlight, his eyes white fires of will. With a calm stretch of his arms, he seized the torn horizon itself and bent it back into place. Reality trembled as it obeyed him. He mended creation with nothing but willpower. He smirked, his voice low, mocking.
Nice shove. My turn. He raised a palm. Energy gathered, not just Kai, but something older, heavier, beyond divine. His aura blazed, and within his hand bloomed a sphere unlike any other. One half burned with radiant blue, the raw force of creation. The other pulsed deep violet, the consuming aura of destruction.
His layered voice thundered, echoing with infinite resonance. Creation! Destruction!
He thrust the orb forward.
It expanded instantly, a colossal wave rolling out in all directions. Debris was annihilated, landscapes shredded. Yet where the force traveled, reality reformed, inverted and remade in Brohito's own image. Mountains stood where oceans once were. The void reshaped itself under his strike. It was annihilation and Genesis fused into one, the end and the beginning. Zeno's eyes narrowed. His childish grin was gone. He flickered, vanishing into light, and reappeared before the attack, his fist glowing with infinite black. Hollow purple! The fusion of void and infinity screamed from his hand, a torrent of erasure that disintegrated everything in its path. Brohito answered in kind. His voice roared like the call of eternity. Big Bang Final Kamehameha! His beam erupted, surging white with creation and violet with destruction. It met Zeno's hollow purple head-on. Existence and non-existence clashed. The collision tore open the skies. The second dimension itself unraveled as if peeling away its own flesh. Rivers of fractured time spilled into the battlefield. Lightning storms of every color screamed across the heavens. Space opened to the raw void beneath, only to be crushed shut again by the unimaginable pressure of their duel.
On the dais above, Zarathos clenched his fists, his voice sharp with warning.
Their fight is breaking the second dimension apart. Xylarian's expression darkened. If this continues, even we may be forced to intervene. But Zephyr only laughed, his voice booming, his golden eyes alight with dangerous joy. No, let them tear it all down. This is history, the rise of a new king. The beams shattered, the explosion swallowed everything, a burst so violent it erased light and sound alike. Brohito and Zeno were hurled apart, only to reappear midair, facing one another once more. Both hovered, their auras blazing like colliding suns. Zeno's chest heaved. The grin was gone. For the first time, the Omni King panted, lips curling into a scowl. Beneath him, Brohito flexed his fingers, his eyes widening as radiant sparks danced around his hands. His body was adapting, learning, even in the midst of battle. His power wasn't stabilizing, it was climbing. His dark siphoning and ultra ego were still active, feeding him, leeching fragments of Zeno's power. And beyond that, he felt it, not just his body. He himself was becoming immortal. His new form had elevated everything he was. Even as they fought, he was stealing away Zeno's own immortality, fragment by fragment, and weaving it into himself. The impossible was happening. The Omni King's eternity was being stripped away. Zeno's eyes flickered. He felt it too. For the first time, he realized something was unraveling him. The silence shattered with a roar.
Brohito vanished, flickering into pure light. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Zeno, his staff snapping into his grip. It whistled downward in a crushing arc. Zeno caught it with one tiny hand, the impact detonating sparks that tore the battlefield apart beneath them. Their auras collided, gravity collapsing, the sky folding inward like crushed steel.
Then they were gone. The void erupted in shockwaves as the two blurred across infinity. Their movements outpaced the eyes of gods, each strike detonating like the birth of a star. Fist met fist, knee slammed against elbow. Staff clashed against bare hands, glowing with infinity. Every collision bent time, cracked reality, shattered space. Crack! A knee buried itself into Zeno's chest. For the first time, his body recoiled. Vegeta followed with a savage back fist, then twisted midair, driving a kick across the Omni King's jaw. The shockwave ripped fissures across the horizon. Zeno touched his mouth, staring at the smear of blood on his fingers. His cosmic eyes narrowed. 70%, he whispered. The void itself screamed. His aura flared multicolored, flames of eternity that devoured the dimension. The dais above trembled as the kings leaned forward. Reality's temperature shifted under the weight of his power. Zeno's speed doubled. In less than a blink, he was behind Vegeta, his palm glowing like a black hole collapsing. Kamui severance. The air shattered, space fractured like glass and caved inward, chunks of reality erasing themselves into oblivion. But Vegeta's staff blazed white with transcendent fire. He spun it into a cyclone, smashing the void itself aside, shattering the collapsing nothingness before it could devour him. The fusion grinned, savage and fearless.
Such power. Yet it feels like you're just warming up, even at 70%. His golden white eyes flickered toward the thrones above. And those three, I know how strong they are. I pray I won't have to fight them too. Whatever happens here, I hope they don't carry a grudge. His aura ignited, burning in hues of purple, silver, gold, and blue at once. He vanished, reappearing at Zeno's chest, hands cupped together as energy screamed between them. His roar split the dimension. Ultimate Hakai infused Masenko barrage. A storm of golden blasts erupted point blank, detonating in endless rapid fire. Each strike boomed like a collapsing star, shredding the marble plane beneath them into vapor. Dozens of explosions per second rattled the void, their light blinding, their shockwaves battering the skies. Zeno crossed his arms and stood against the barrage, his small form unmoving even as the second dimension howled. Beneath his feet, the ground dissolved into nothingness, erased by the pressure. When the barrage ceased and the smoke cleared, he lowered his arms. His robes were scorched, cosmic sparks flickering across his skin. His lips pressed into a thin line. 80%. The dimension itself wailed. Reality buckled under the weight of his aura as it erupted anew, thicker, heavier, suffocating even the void. He raised a single finger. A crimson spear ignited, humming with cursed inevitability. Gay Bulg Absolute. The weapon hurled forward, tearing not toward Vegeta's heart, but rewriting causality so it already had. Beneath Vegeta's chest, a phantom wound split open, blood spraying across the battlefield. His eyes widened. Ch! But his aura detonated in defiance. Lightning raced across his body, knitting the wound shut, forcing causality itself apart. He snarled, his voice ragged, disbelieving yet savage. Can I not die anymore? His glowing eyes flickered with shock. Am I becoming immortal? It wasn't just instinct. His siphon abilities had evolved. He was no longer stealing God Ki alone. He was siphoning godly divinity itself. With every clash, with every exchange, Vegeta was unraveling Zeno's immortality and binding it to himself. It was as though this form, his abilities, his existence, had always been preparing him for this. Ascension. Yet the question lingered like a curse. If Vegeta stole Zeno's immortality, was it shared? A portion transferred? Or would the Omni King himself eventually be rendered mortal? After all, Zeno had not been given eternity. He was born with it. Vegeta didn't know. He understood nothing, save one fact. His power now felt endless. The more Zeno climbed, the more his body adapted. Every escalation from Zeno forced open a new door inside him.
I don't follow your rules anymore, Vegeta growled, voice carrying across the ruined battlefield. He was speaking not just to Zeno, but to the laws of creation Zeno had written when he first forged mortals. His hand rose, blazing with dual energy. Ultimate final flash! The beam roared outward, titanic and spiraling, burning purple and gold as it ripped the skies into ribbons. Zeno flicked his wrist. Before him manifested a black wall of infinite kanji, words of reality itself. Each symbol pulsed with divine command, frozen, absolute. The beam struck, crash. The kanji shattered, exploding into fragments of raw truth. The void screamed as light swallowed everything. Boom! The explosion lit the battlefield in apocalyptic brilliance. Above, the three kings braced themselves. Their thrones rattled, the dais trembling beneath their feet. Zarathos scowled, his armrest cracking beneath his grip. He's forcing Zeno higher, with every strike. Xylarian's gaze was grim. 80% will not be enough. But Zephyr laughed, his voice deep and delighted, golden eyes alight. Good. Let him climb. I want to see how far he can go.
His gaze sharpened as he observed closer. Brohito's aura, his movements, they were no longer random. The fusion had unlocked one of the primal passive abilities of a king of everything, absolute adaptability.
It meant that from this point forward, Brohito would adapt to anything. Every technique Zeno used could only wound him once. Use it a second time, and it would fail. This proves it, Zarathos muttered. He is one of us. Tell me, do you think Zeno still has a chance?
Zephyr's grin widened.
Yes, a big one. Have you forgotten? Zeno was not just given authority. He was blessed with nearly every ability within his dimension. Trillions of mortals and deities, their arts and powers, all folded into him. His arsenal is nearly endless. He doesn't need to repeat himself. He leaned back, tone rich with excitement. And don't forget, Brohito has only just ascended. He doesn't yet know the abilities at his disposal, nor the limits of what he can be. He fights off instinct alone, against Zeno, who has methods to deal even with immortality. The outcome is still undecided.
The scene snapped back to the battlefield.
Beneath the fractured skies, the combatants clashed again, reappearing in midair as their fists collided with a deafening thunderclap. Zeno's grin was gone. His expression was carved in cold fury. He flickered above Brohito in an instant, his small foot crashing downward. Brohito crossed his arms, catching the blow, but the force sent him hurtling through miles of shattered stone and empty void. Before he could recover, Zeno was there, fists glowing with infinite heat. Amaterasu collapse. Black flames erupted, clinging to Brohito's form, flames that screamed with the cries of dying dimensions. They burned deeper than fire, eating into his very essence. Brohito roared, his aura exploding outward. His key threads lashed into the air, glowing white. They wrapped the black flames, siphoning their power, draining their destruction. He ripped the fire from his body and consumed it into his aura. His grin returned, wild and unyielding. It seems you failed to kill me again, O great Omni King. For the first time, Zeno's eyes flickered. Doubt trembled across his face. Brohito lunged, staff blazing with golden light. He struck Zeno's chest, then spun, smashing his jaw, his ribs, his back. Each blow cracked the skies, thunder echoing like eternal drums. A kick sent Zeno soaring upward. Brohito vanished, reappeared above him, and hammered both fists down in a brutal strike. The Omni King crashed into the ground. The floor exploded, a crater the size of continents ripping open in the void. Silence fell. Then Zeno rose slowly. He brushed stardust from his shoulders, his chest rising once. His cosmic eyes locked on Brohito. His lips curled. 90%! The second dimension screamed.
The skies split open, tearing into endless black, as if the heavens themselves were being peeled apart. Oceans of raw energy spiraled upward, twisting into storms that devoured infinity. Bolts of divine lightning lashed across the void, each crackle louder than worlds colliding.
Zeno's aura flared, taller, heavier, a living monument of pressure. His small frame stretched, elongating into a more regal, humanoid form. His childlike shape melted away into something sharper, refined. His shredded robes disintegrated in the storm, leaving him cloaked only in pure light. It was not an eruption of power, but a concentration. Every particle of his existence was perfectly controlled. No wasted movement, no wasted energy. His transformation radiated not rage, but mastery. A form he had never used, not even when he battled Wukong. Above, Vegeta floated, hair blazing white, aura bending everything into impossible angles. He smirked, his staff manifesting into his grip, before resting casually across his shoulders. "You finally got serious," he said, his voice laced with excitement. "Good, because I'm not satisfied yet." His grin widened, the Goku side surfacing. "I can tell my body's capable of much more, and I need your help testing it." But beneath the smirk, the Vegeta side burned. That half didn't want a test. It wanted an end, decisive, efficient, merciless. And Vegeta's instincts were right. Brohito's body pulsed violently. His heartbeat slowed. Blood spurted from his mouth, spattering across the void. His golden white eyes widened in shock. Pain cracked across his face, visible to all. "What's happening to me?" He clutched at his chest, his pulse fluttering. His heart stuttered again. "Seal!" he roared in his mind. "What's happening?" "Yes, my lord," came her voice, smooth and steady within him. Another cough of blood burst past his lips. "Then what is this? Why am I—" "Nothing to worry about," Seal interrupted calmly. "Your body is in perfect health, but it is changing. You are in the process of shedding your mortality. You are on the verge of becoming immortal, thanks to your evolved dark siphoning, which now drains not only God Ki, but divinity itself." Brochito froze, eyes widening. The revelation struck deeper than any blow. "I'm becoming immortal? Does that mean I can't die?" "Correction," Seal answered firmly. "You are becoming immortal, which means you are not fully eternal yet. You are far harder to kill now, but not unkillable." "Then why—" Brohito coughed again, more blood spilling into the void. His body shook as energy crackled wild across him. "Why does everything hurt so much? Why am I bleeding?" "That is because your heartbeat is slowing. Once it stops completely, you will be immortal, but until the process finishes, a massive portion of your energy will be redirected into reshaping your body." Brohito snarled aloud. "What? But I need my power now. I'm in the middle of a fight." "This process must take priority," Seal said without hesitation. "If not, you will die. Your mortal shell cannot contain this much power on its own. You are fortunate, my lord. Without dark siphoning, and without me, you never would have survived the cocoon process. This was inevitable. You were meant to become the new king of everything. That is why Super Saiyan Infinity evolved into Super Saiyan Transcendence. It signals that you have stepped into what mortals were never meant to reach." Seal's voice softened, almost reverent. "I say greatness. That is why I chose to follow you, after all my former masters. You are unlike any other." Across from him, Zeno's glare sharpened, cosmic fire burning in his eyes. He misunderstood the sight before him. To him, it wasn't evolution, it was collapse. He saw the blood trailing from Brohito's mouth and laughed, his voice echoing like a curse across the ruined dimension. "His body cannot contain the power," Zeno declared. "Mortals cannot become kings of everything. The power is too much." When his siblings, Zarathos and Zalarian, ascended, it had been instant. No bleeding, no weakness, no tearing apart of flesh. Their transformations had been seamless, a floodgate of power opening in a single breath. But Brohito, he looked broken. His symptoms didn't match what Zeno knew. To him, this was proof. Mortals were flawed. They could never ascend. And in a way, Zeno was right, yet he was also blind. What was happening to Brohito was not weakness. It was something different, something unexpected, something Zeno could not yet understand. And that's it for today's episode, guys. If you watched to the end, then that could be an indication that you enjoy the series. So please leave a like on the video. Thank you and take care.